Chapter 1501. Moreover, the ninth layer is the battlefield of the eighth circle, and apart from those primordial soul wizards, it poses significant challenges for the lower and middle level wizard communities to traverse. During this period, everyone had been discussing and seeking ways to leave. Now, the appearance of the three individuals from the Amethyst race may be an opportunity. The Amethyst race has long wished to enter the 10th layer. If there truly is a way out, it might be found there. After some preparations, the Primordial Soul Wizard Battle Group, fully equipped and ready, set off en masse. Lucy was among them, reborn as a 6th Circle Primordial Soul Wizard. This body itself was refined from a glorious sun-grade oddity. 100 years have passed, and relying on the memories and knowledge of the legendary wizard, plus the resources within the ancient tower, she has attained the 7-ring cultivation. Deep Blue asked. Lady, can we truly leave the wizard tower? Lucy replied. Yes, I am certain. Deep Blue hesitated. It seems the leaders of our battle group have pinned their hopes of leaving the tower on the 10th layer, is it there? Lucy pondered for a moment then said. Not on the 10th layer. But on the 5th. The spherical Deep Blue was filled with question marks. The 5th level? Isn't that the battlefield for those below the primordial soul? Is there something special there? Lucy said. My astrology skill only tells me two things. First, we can definitely leave the tower, the probability is 100%. Second, the agency to leave the tower is not in my hands, nor with the battle group wizards. But with my current realm, astrology cannot reveal to me precisely who or what on the 5th level can help us leave the tower. After all, I am just a weak and helpless 7-circle wizard. As she mentioned being weak and helpless, a playful and sly smile appeared on Lucy's face. Deep Blue said. I understand. However, General Bogu is not an ordinary level 8 peak warrior of the Amethyst race. If we rashly follow, could it be dangerous? Lucy confidently said. Trust in the power of these wizards, they are the ones who return triumphant from the battlefield against the Father of Plagues. They have killed Grand Lords of the 9th level, not just one. Moreover, if I could defeat Bogu once, I could kill him a second time. I've promised to bring you all back to Nora, and I will not go back on my word. There's another thing. I've just calculated, and the success rate of this battle is 100%. After the Primordial Soul Wizard battle group departed on the island, the other wizards were excited. Among these people, there were two who seemed out of the ordinary. One was a mechanical creation over 3 meters tall, with a dragon's head and human body, and dragon wings on its back. The other was a steel azure dragon, coiled into a ball. It was none other than Herman, the Tower Master, and his wife Stella, who had returned after a long absence and followed the legendary wizard to witness many wonders. After inheriting the legacy of an ancestor from the mechanical school like machine sage Madison, Herman had ventured ever further on the path of eschewing humanity. The machine sage was one of the 18 fellows who had earned Sauron's favor and was a personage who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Origin Holy Emperor and the Arcane Emperor. Now, Herman and his wife have both achieved rank 5 strength and attained the human-machine integration realm of the mechanical school. Of course, becoming one with the machine is merely the beginning of the path of the strong. The realms of Soul of the Burning Machine, Mechanical Soul Unity, All Machines Are One, Eternal Consciousness, and Mechanical Sealing God lie beyond it. It can be said that except for his consciousness being human, Herman was already unrelated to humans in the path of the wizard. Stella asked. Herman, can we leave now? The Tower Master said. We should be able to. He felt a sense of nostalgia. Almost 200 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he wondered where the people of the Great Tower were now, and how they were faring. The 5th level. Io continent. Outside Chaos City. Around the Demon God Temple. An endless demonic aura spread, forming countless flailing demonic arms that attacked the Supreme Archmage. At the same time, from the direction of the barbarian tribes, the winged tiger barbarian king leapt high, his huge tiger head sword smashing through the void, sweeping across everything with its destructive force. The blood banquet Dharma king waved his blood-colored magic wand, sending swirling rivers of blood forth. Behind the deer-head sage, twisted shadow creatures emerged, many of which were the likenesses of wizards. These cannon fodder fearlessly charged towards Chaos City. As the saying goes, the immortals cross the sea, each revealing their divine powers. When dozens of 6th-level attacks were unleashed together, they truly had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The mind flayers glided through the battlefield, treading on thin ice. With their abilities, being grazed by the aftermath of these attacks could spell the end of their existence. They kept a close watch on the deer-head sage, and upon glancing at the blood banquet Dharma King, they noticed a black crystal core embedded in his staff. Isn't that the crystal core of the Shadow Demon King? They quickly communicated this information to Levi. On the other side, Levi's expression brightened. He had not paid attention to this before. It seems that the blood banquet Dharma King must be added to the list of key figures in this grand battle. With a level 6 Shadow Demon crystal core, the effects would far surpass those of a level 5 crystal core. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle, he started arranging for the flying scythe beast to hide in the wind disaster stratum and monitor the situation. Simultaneously, he spoke an incantation. Purple eyes concealed in their form, flying towards the battlefield. These were surveillance wizard tools he had refined using amethyst and combining his mastery of arrays and weapon-making knowledge. Under normal circumstances, these surveillance wizard tools wouldn't be able to monitor Supreme Archmage level figures, they could easily be discovered. Chapter 1502. However, given the chaos of the melee, it was worth a try. Not only that. Behind him, his body-tempering clone emerged and swiftly transformed into the model of a demon warrior, plunging into the fray. The Holy Infant clone was also released by him, subtly infiltrating the mage contingent. With the mind flayers, the body-tempering clone, and the Holy Infant clone all present, Levi was aware of everything on the scene. As for himself, he remained outside the battlefield, holding his breath and focusing his mind, waiting for the opportune moment. Above Chaos City, from the Supreme Eye, beams brimming with the aura of destruction shot out. The Sky Jackal Barbarian King did not evade and took a direct hit, grunting as he spat blood, a massive charred wound appearing on his chest. Truly deserving of the name Divine Weapon. Such power, at the very least, corresponds to a level 7 treasure, the Winged Tiger Barbarian King remarked. Mountain Demon King, attack the Supreme Eye with the Demon God Temple, otherwise, we won't be able to approach it. The barbarians are not skilled in ranged combat, and this continuous assault would only wear them out. The longer this war dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for them. The Mountain Demon King rose to his feet, his blubber quivering as he channeled his colossal demonic aura into the Demon God Temple. All the arms surrounding the Demon God Temple converged, forming a colossal azure black pillar thousands of meters long, and slammed towards the Supreme Eye. Boom! The Supreme Eye fired white divine light, clashing with the column, and a fierce explosion shook Chaos City non-stop, causing the array to become increasingly unstable. The Supreme Archmage's expression turned cold. This Demon God Temple was indeed troublesome, so he quickly channeled the full power of the Supreme Eye. Elemental power from within a several dozen-mile radius around Chaos City continuously flowed into it. Even denser level 6 rays emerged, their frequencies so high that they were impossible to fully guard against. Before long, one of the Barbarian Kings was struck in the head by a ray, instantly exploding. With a swing of the Supreme Archmage's staff, a shadowy figure of the Chaos Ancient Serpent burst forth, obliterating the Barbarian King into ash. With the death of a level 6 expert at the very start of the great battle, the Archmage affirmed his status as the strongest in Io. The Mountain Demon King's fat suddenly dissipated, ultimately condensing into a robust, bald muscle man. With fists imbued with strength, he shattered the light coming towards him, and with both hands raised high, he held aloft a colossal mountain shadow. As the mountain smashed down on the array, it shook ceaselessly, about to fracture. The divine blade aura of the Winged Tiger Barbarian King transformed into a fierce tiger, pouncing from above. Boom! With the full force of 2 level 6 mid-stage powerhouses, the array finally could no longer bear the brunt and was extinguished completely. The Mountain Demon King bellowed. Charge, flatten Chaos City. Exterminate the four-eyed serpent. The avatar of the Supreme Archmage expanded in size once more, eventually reaching a height of 1,000 meters and becoming the tallest presence in the city next to the Archmage Tower. He coldly asserted. Seeking your own death. He wielded the Supreme Scepter like a melee weapon, swinging it directly in a sweeping circular motion. Numerous level 6 experts were sent flying. The Thunderbolt Supreme Mage took out a stack of level 6 divine talismans, all treasures he had hoarded for many years. When the talismans were thrown at the Archmage, they failed to detonate. With a mocking sneer, the Archmage said. Truly unfathomable stupidity. The power of talismans originates from me, and yet you dare to deploy them against me. He flicked his fingers and all of the talismans shot back on their original trajectory, exploding with a series of bangs. In the sky, thunder roared, wreaking havoc among the various armies, sending them into utter disarray. The Mind Flayer barely escaped being killed when, suddenly, he received an instruction from his master. "Come back." As if granted a reprieve, he silently left the battlefield. The Mind Flayer was very important to Levi, naturally, he couldn't die there. Seeing the talismans prove useless, other Dharma kings relinquished the notion of using their own talismans and continued attacking the Archmage with spells and Dharma artifacts instead. The towering figure of the Archmage, seen from 1,000 miles away by Levi, left no doubt. Indeed, this fellow does have ties with the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Just as I speculated before. Levi waited patiently. The strength of the Archmage, clearly surpassing any ordinary level 6, held the standard of level 6 peak even if not quite at level 7. If the demon race and barbarian tribes don't have an ace up their sleeves, it would be difficult to succeed. Inside the giant city, at the Archmage's every gesture or action, spells of all sects were effortlessly executed. Earth, fire, wind, and water, lightning, frost, shadow, death. It seemed there was no spell beyond his mastery. Nearly 30 level 6 beings, including a fair number of level 6 mid-stages, had besieged the Archmage for so long without taking him down. During this, several level 6 experts continued to fall. Some primordial soul wizards hidden in the shadows, like wild dogs seizing their chance, snatched away their prey and fled thousands of miles away. Of course, those were the successes. One unlucky primordial soul wizard did not manage to escape and was almost annihilated in the midst of the battle, escaping death only by relying on his trump card. This made Levi even more cautious, daring not to act rashly. The Holy Infant and the Body Tempering clones, exploiting their respective methods, engaged in superficial attacks far from the level 6 battlefield, while closely monitoring the Blood Banquet Dharma King and the Deer Head Sage and quietly collecting some spoils of war. After an uncertain amount of time, Levi's opportunity finally arrived. On the battlefield, the Blood Banquet Dharma King, surrounded by a blood river, directed his blood magic at the Archmage. All at once, the Thousand Flames Dharma King, with his formidable power, broke through the blockage of several barbarian kings. In the void, chains of fire emerged, striking toward the Blood Banquet Dharma King. The blood river around the Blood Banquet Dharma King was shattered, and chains pierced into his body. Being far weaker than the Thousand Flames Dharma King, he instantly became a bloodied figure, blending into the surrounding blood river and fleeing into the void, temporarily withdrawing from the battle. Out of nowhere, the Thousand Flames Dharma King pulled out a stack of level 6 talismans emblazoned with the sun, hurling them all out. Explode. Chapter 1503. Huge fireballs soared from the earth, engulfing tens of miles within sky-reaching flames, forcing the Blood Banquet Dharma King, who had just escaped into the void, back into the open. His face was pale, clearly at a disadvantage. At the critical moment, it was his trusty fellow, the Thunderbolt Supreme Mage, who unleashed a lightning giant lion and temporarily pushed back Thousand Flames. The other barbarian kings all hurried over, encircling Thousand Flames. The Blood Banquet seized the chance to flee, planning to rest for a moment before resuming the battle. Now that he had betrayed them, his only way out was to kill the Archmage. Suddenly, a rusty sword radiating a piercing aura locked onto the Blood Banquet Dharma King. The Rust Dragon Wizard made his move, directly using the Primordial Soul Wizard tool, a powerful move that caught Blood Banquet completely off guard, leaving him shockingly chilled to the core. Damn foreigners, always meddling, never ending. This blasted I don't want to stay for another day. A boundless blood fog emanated from Blood Banquet, and wherever the fog passed, a great number of mages perished. Relying on this vicious spell, he temporarily suppressed his injuries. With a wave of his staff, the blood river swept backward, submerging the rusty sword. The Rust Dragon Wizard's expression changed slightly, for the blood river could corrode the Primordial Soul Wizard tool. Flame Sword. He cast his innate spell on the rusty sword, and flames burst forth, searing the blood river into nothingness. Dragon Flame. Out of the rusty sword, a breath as fierce as a giant dragon erupted, shattering the Blood Banquet Dharma King's defensive field. Blood Banquet had no desire to continue the fight. He had already expended a great deal of energy and had been sneak attacked and wounded by the Thousand Flames Dharma King. Now, being attacked by the foreigner, if he stayed here, it would lead to a dead end. Although the Rust Dragon Wizard used every trick at his disposal, he couldn't detain the Blood Banquet Dharma King, who was set on escaping. Just as the Blood Banquet Dharma King was about to slip into the void, two strong level 6 presences burst into existence. Ice Age. 10,000 Leaf Barrier. Levi, who had been closely watching the battlefield, made his move. Or to be exact, it was Martha and Marcia who did. He took responsibility for hiding behind the two powerful women, cheering and waving the flag. There was no need to say more about Martha, she had never been fond of supreme mages. Now that she was on the same side as Levi, she naturally chose to take action. As for Marcia, whose life depended on Martha's hand, she was also happy to lend assistance. The Ice Crystal clan, with their powerful bodies, was also skilled in ice spell abilities. When Marcia made her move, the sky chilled, and within 10 miles, everything was encased in ice. The actions and thoughts of the Blood Banquet Dharma King seemed slowed down. And with Martha's 10,000 leaf barrier, all was sealed and controlled. Even if Blood Banquet had great abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape quickly. Seeing this scene, the Rust Dragon Wizard knew that the suspicious three-headed dragon abomination had arrived again. He was puzzled. What sort of charm did this three-headed dragon abomination have? It had run off with Queen Banyan, and now this unfamiliar level 6 expert, where did he charm her from? Why were these powerful beings helping him? It seemed as if one more level 6 expert had fallen on the Chaos City battlefield. The Rust Dragon Wizard hesitated for a moment before swiftly leaving the area. Against two level 6 entities, he knew he was no match. Feeling the Rust Dragon Wizard leave, Levi, in his dragon monster form, let out a sigh of relief. Within the barrier, the Blood Banquet Dharma King emitted 10,000 rays of blood-colored light, causing the barrier to tremble continuously. Marcia revealed her true form of the Ice Crystal clan, transforming into a 100-meter-tall frost giantess. Pillars of ice attacked from all around, trapping the Blood Banquet Dharma King. The frost power of heaven and earth kept compressing, forming a several 100-meter diameter frost giant ball that sealed Blood Banquet within. Marcia held the frost giant ball and stepped into the void, leaving the battlefield. Martha and Levi quickly followed suit. This location was too close to the Chaos City battlefield. If Blood Banquet Dharma King's comrades came, the encirclement plan would fail. Levi had two major targets, one was the Deerhead Sage, and the other was the Blood Banquet Dharma King. To complete one was to reap a huge profit. Thousands of miles away from Chaos City, the void trembled, and countless ice shards danced through the sky. The figure of the Blood Banquet Dharma King emerged, his face ferocious, for off in the distance stood a familiar figure. It was the three-headed dragon demon who had repeatedly caused him trouble. Demon Dragon, heaven has a road you did not take, hell has no gate yet you come forth, today is a good day to end this. He transformed into a soaring blood sea, rushing towards Levi, but was blocked by countless leaves, tangled and ensnared. The demon dragon flickered in and out of sight, standing nonchalantly with hands behind his back, saying casually, "There are many who want to kill me, what makes you think you can?" Levi bragged outrageously, with absolutely no demeanor of someone facing a level 6 expert. He seemed to have perfected the art of living off women, a prowess beyond measure. Marcia clasped her hands together, and in an instant, snowflakes fell from the sky, landing on the blood sea, turning it into a scarlet glacier in an instant freeze. The figure of the Blood Banquet Dharma King was forced out from the blood sea, he swung his staff, firing a barrage of powerful blood magic attacks. Negative energy from the world poured into his body, making him appear even more wicked and bizarre. However, amidst the lashings of storm-like branches and the freezing assaults of biting cold, his figure grew increasingly disheveled, his spiritual force and wizard power were worn down, nearing exhaustion. Once the two level 6 experts stabilized the situation, Levi too pretentiously wielded the breath of the Crimson Emperor dragon armor for long-range attacks on Blood Banquet. The breath capable of obliterating rank 5 experts failed to penetrate the Blood Banquet Dharma King's physical defense. Whether I can breach his defenses is not important, what matters is the participation. Levi muttered to himself, continuing to harass the Blood Banquet Dharma King. Within Fairyland, the Shell Demon clan readied themselves for action, and the massive ancient Shell Palace was fully charged, ready to launch a devastatingly powerful thunder liquid cannon at any moment. However, for a short period, the ancient Shell Palace had only one chance to attack. So Levi did not use this trump card for the time being. Chapter 1504. As for the level 6 Divine Talisman, after witnessing the fate of those rebellious Supreme Archmages, he had completely given up on it. Whether this thing could be used or not, it all depended on the will of the Supreme Archmage. The Blood Banquet Dharma King, being controlled and attacked by 2 level 6 experts in turn, was dying of frustration. He roared up to the sky, and a strange blood seeped out of his body, seemingly utilizing some kind of secret technique. With my blood, I sacrifice to the blood god. Behind him, an indescribable blood-colored monster illusion, silently stood. This reminded Levi of the method used by the Fire Crocodile City Master before his death. Looking at it now, the Congress's decision to exterminate the blood sect seems to have been quite correct. This sect is easily tempted onto the path of no return laid out by evil gods in their quest for power. Such techniques to summon the power of evil gods were forbidden in the wizard world, and anyone who practiced them was to be executed. Enough, let's use the ancient shell palace. It's been dragged out for too long, let there be no more complications. He had intended to save the Italian cannon for Deerhead Sage. After the arrival of the blood god illusion, an eerie, foul stench filled the space between heaven and earth. Mana's brow furrowed. This power, how evil! Martha said. This must be the power of some formidable evil god, and as a spellcaster who seeks knowledge and personal strength, he has strayed from his path. Mana said. No matter what, we must eliminate the blood banquet Dharma King, otherwise those mortals in Io might suffer. Mana closed her eyes. A giant tree thousands of feet tall descended upon this world, its green canopy shrouding everything, trapping the blood banquet Dharma King within. Endless frost power swirled around Martha, causing her form to expand once again, resembling the legendary frost giants. Boom! 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 The giantess and the blood god fought savagely like primeval beasts. The spells of the blood god clashed with the frost spells, and countless blood-colored hailstones fell from the sky, scattering across the earth. Levi's voice entered the minds of the two women. Ladies, please hold that blood banquet for a moment, I will use a level 6 lightning technique to eradicate him, Levi said. Mana and Martha both nodded. This blood-colored monster was formed from condensed negative energy, most fearful of attacks from the burning and lightning sect. In terms of sheer killing power, neither Mana nor Martha could compare to the Italian cannon of the ancient Shell Palace. The Thunder sect was proud precisely because of its unparalleled attack power. The ancient Shell Palace emerged, with Levi's towering figure standing upon it. The Shell demons shouted in unison. Ancient Shell Cannon, Level 1 ready. Mana burnt the illusion of the giant tree, firmly locking the blood banquet Dharma King, who had turned into the blood god. The blood god struggled continuously, causing the cage to deform and twist. With perfect coordination, Martha opened her mouth and exhaled a frosty breath like a glacial river, sweeping over and freezing the blood god solid. The two quickly distanced themselves, retreating into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Fire! Boom! A blinding white light appeared once more, making heaven and earth lose their color. In the distance, toward Chaos City, many level 6 experts felt the sudden change occurring there. But with the Supreme Archmage now in a killing frenzy, they dared not be distracted, unaware that the Blood Banquet Archmage was in imminent danger. Somewhere in the wilderness, the Rust Dragon Wizard, feeling satisfied, took a Barbarian King's rare treasure and an Archmage storage ring, then left the area. The great battle had raged until now. 6 level 6 experts had fallen, all from the barbarian tribes, the demon race, and various rebel king factions. In the Supreme Archmage's opinion, with the Strength Rune and those 2 supreme divine artifacts, he indeed possessed the combat power of a level 7. And beneath the Archmage Tower, there was a monstrous creature that seemed about to arise, causing his heart to palpitate with fear. Thus, he decided to distance himself from the battlefield, making himself scarce and planning to react according to the changes in the battle. Elsewhere, Jacob the wizard showed a look of joy, obviously having made a significant gain. Suddenly, at a distance, a purple lightning ball could be faintly seen piercing through the sky and earth. Within it, the illusion of a blood-colored giant beast was continuously melting away and disintegrating, wailing incessantly. Jacob murmured to himself. Blood Banquet Archmage? No wonder I didn't see him at the main battlefield, someone has brought him here. Such a terrifying lightning-based attack, it seems that the 3-headed dragon abomination that killed Roman is at work. This world is too crazy, rank 5 beings have started hunting level 6. He shook his head and left on his own accord. The Rust Dragon Wizard was all too familiar with this scene. He silently mourned for the blood banquet for a moment, then also departed. The dragon abomination had too many tricks up its sleeve, and even though he was a primordial soul wizard, he did not wish to provoke it lightly. He feared that if he angered it, the next time they met, he would be facing 3 level 6 enforcers coming after him. Io, the number 1 gigolo, was not so named without reason. In fact, his guess was spot on. Indeed, in ancient Banyan fairyland, another level 6 being lay dormant. Below the Thunder Liquid Cannon, with the Thunder King's quartz might, nothing could avoid annihilation. The elemental power of the thunder in the surroundings kept flowing in, creating a sustained barrage. With opposing attributes, the force was even greater, and the blood god was already showing signs of decline. Mana and Martha also used their methods, launching long-range attacks to weaken the blood god. A red glow spread across the sky. Levi rubbed his hands, creating the red lotus purgatory, lighting up the heavens and earth. 30 red lotuses overlapped with the immense blast of the thunder liquid cannon. Thunder fire merged, its might becoming even more explosive. At the center of the lightning ball, it turned a fiery red, and magma flowed across the land below. The so-called blood god disintegrated amidst pitiful wails, disappearing like smoke into thin air. The blood banquet archmage's primordial soul, akin to a wizard's, was exposed under the onslaught, attempting to flee into the void but was intercepted by Mana and Martha, who were already prepared. He roared in reluctance, ultimately vanishing without a trace, leaving only his soul ensnared by Leon in layers of webbing, balled up. Leon's stomach was still digesting Roman's soul, so for the time being, it had to be stored away for later consumption. Including the blood-colored magic wand and the storage ring, one by one, items fell from within the primordial soul, which Mana swept up and took into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi put away the Holy Grail and quickly departed. In this battle, Mana, Martha, and I, assemble, cut down the blood banquet archmage. Another feather in my cap for slaying a level 6 at rank 5. A cause for celebration indeed. Chapter 1505. Wizard World. Endless Sea. Green Forest Island. In the medicinal herb garden, Marlene was instructing apprentices on how to scientifically plant and harvest medicines. An absent-minded apprentice looked up at the sky, excitedly saying, "Look, the ugly yet handsome dragon abomination has appeared again." Ugly yet handsome was how many described the three-headed dragon abomination. Its appearance was fierce and hideous, like evil ghosts from hell, yet it always exuded a harmonious strength and charm. Especially when it casually wandered on the edge of death, making level 6 experts look foolish. It was a dragon abomination, but not reckless. Before taking each step, it always left itself a way out. This feeling of controlling the overall situation gave the rough dragon abomination a bit of a boss's demeanor. Winnie's eyes were shocked. In her pupils, the dazzling thunder world was reflected, along with the evaporated remnants of the blood banquet Dharma King. Isn't this the powerful figure that made the 6th Circle Wizard of the Thunder Divine Hall look foolish last time? He has actually fallen. Leah said. The word freak has rendered me numb. I'm really curious, how did the three-headed dragon abomination manage to make 2 level 6 experts become its minions? Marlene placed the medicinal herbs properly and said. If a wizard could show such extraordinary performance within the ancient tower, they might even catch the eye of the Grand Wizard or Legendary Wizard for investment and training. It makes sense for the dragon abomination to have won the favor of 2 level 6 experts. Pharmacist Association. Vice President Triss was handling some recent significant affairs. She was also looking forward to Anya's return. A 5th Circle Wizard was already well established in the Star Sea. Anya's future was bright, she needed not worry about him. A secretary dressed in a cute witch robe came in with a new projection of the ancient tower. Madam Triss, the three-headed dragon abomination has appeared again. Triss took off her glasses, her long legs propped on the table, and leaned back in her chair to open the projection. As a primordial soul executive, she and some of her association's colleagues generally believed that the identity of the dragon abomination might be a disguise. This sparked her curiosity about the dragon abomination's true identity. Thus, she continued to monitor some of the dragon abomination's recorded images, using her primordial soul level insight and analysis abilities to see if she could find any inconsistencies. After viewing this projection, Triss felt odd. How did it abduct another level 6 expert? Do all the experts of Io get deceived so easily? Why can't Anya kidnap a level 6 expert as well? Land of Darkness. The dragon abomination Venerable laughed. Truly interesting, spectacular. Not even level 6 yet, and already achieving such feats. What if it breaks through to level 6? Worthy of the dragon abomination race, relying on masculine charm, it can subdue 2 opposite gender level 6 experts. Unlike the dragon abomination Venerable. The Fire Sovereign and the Amethyst Saint were constantly monitoring the 9th layer. The Fire Sovereign was composed and confident, believing that the Amethyst race couldn't possibly enter the 10th layer. The Amethyst Saint's expression was solemn, even a bit nervous. If this doesn't work, then this ancient tower, I fear, is really not destined for this saint. I wonder which guy will benefit from it in the future. Inside the ancient tower. Given the recent fierce battle, to ensure his own safety, Levi retreated another 10,000 miles. He also took back his body-tempering clone, only leaving the Holy Infant clone still hanging around the edge of the battlefield. Levi entered Fairyland. Leon was lying on a globule made of spider webs. Inside the globule was a soul, already in deep slumber and haze, faintly resembling the blood banquet Dharma King. Deprived of wizard power, spiritual force, the soul itself had almost no combat power, essentially just a true soul carrying numerous memories. Of course, if one mastered some secret techniques, the soul could also possess others. Over the years, Leon's control over soul matters had also strengthened with his growing power. Using the spider webs he spat out to trap and detain souls was a particularly useful skill. Otherwise, after a long time, the soul would definitely return to the underworld to be reincarnated. This is a supreme rule from the underworld. Levi felt that Leon's role was like a virus, exploiting loopholes in the rules, and so far, it had not alarmed any big shots from the underworld. If it were any other wizard doing this, they would likely face various punishments, unless their power was strong enough to grant exemption. Levi patted Leon's head and said, "Leon, take good care of this soul." Leon happily said, "Don't worry, Master. With my poison, the soul will enter eternal sleep. Even though he was a level 6 expert in his lifetime, it won't help. Once I digest the previous feast, I'll consume him." Levi nodded, but he still left Leon near Mana. This way, if any problems arose, having Mana there would be sufficient to suppress them. Attached to Mana's branches were various kinds of spoils of war, dazzling to look at. After all, the Blood Banquet Dharma King was a native level 6 expert with years of build-up, naturally filled with resources. Levi took down the blood-colored magic wand, looking at the black crystal core embedded in it. This small crystal core was the main culprit behind the Blood Banquet Dharma King's death. Otherwise, Levi would not have made a move against him. Levi said, "Senior experts, this magic wand is very useful to me, so I'll take it without being polite. If you need any of the other spoils, just take them." This victory mainly relied on the 2 level 6 experts, otherwise, it would not have been possible to kill the Blood Banquet Dharma King without the ancient Shell Palace. Chapter 1506. Before, there was only Mana, who was one of our own, and being a giant tree, she did not need any of the spoils of war, so Levi unapologetically took them all for himself. Since Martha wasn't completely one of us yet, it was natural that Levi wouldn't covet all the spoils. For a powerhouse like Martha, the proper respect was due. Martha hesitated for a moment, then said, "I mainly took action to repay the kindness of you saving Isa and me, without seeking any reward." Mana said, "Sister, why the modesty? Once you enter the Immortal Realm Gate, we're all family. I see you're adept at close combat yet lack a special weapon. Why not take this 6th level treasure?" Within the Blood Banquet Dharma King's primordial soul, there was a long sword emitting a piercing cold light, carved with mysterious and complex patterns, likely an oddity that the Dharma King had obtained from ancient ruins. The long sword was indeed good, but for Levi, it was not as handy as the Crimson Dragon Slash. Moreover, the Sword of Victory, a level 8 peak exotic treasure, was still waiting for him to become strong enough to wield it, so naturally he didn't fancy this treasure. If it had been some other type of heavy weapons treasure, he might have considered it. After all, to unleash the greatest power of his warlord catalog, he would have to wield something like a war axe or an 8-armed demon emperor. After pondering for a moment, Martha smiled and said, "Then I'll accept respectfully instead of refusing, thank you both." Besides the sea pearl, a spatial treasure that was of no use in combat, she had nothing else, indeed in great need of the long sword to better utilize her strength. Martha took the long sword and casually swung it a few times, finding it very suitable to her hand. The ice crystal power within her surged, enveloping the long sword and in an instant, transforming it into an ice sword. Martha, as if deep in thought, said, "So, this sword is named Frost Morning, truly a fine blade, and it seems there's even a legacy of sword skills within it." Levi's interest peaked, he said. If you have some free time, predecessor, you could transcribe this legacy and share a copy with me. I'm quite interested in sword skills. Martha replied. No problem, I know a bit about sword skills as well, and we can indeed spar and exchange insights in the future. Levi's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Besides the staff and longsword, the other items the blood banquet Dharma King hid within his primordial soul were relatively ordinary. Of course, that's from Levi's perspective. Were other wizards to see them, they would surely be ecstatic. After Martha took the Frost Morning Sword, she no longer wanted anything else. Mana showed even less interest, so Levi reluctantly took everything for himself. Ultimately, only a storage ring remained unexamined. Unlike Roman's ring, the Blood Banquet Dharma King's ring had no powerful restrictions, and Levi opened it without much effort. Perhaps because the Dharma King's strength in Io was already at the peak, he never thought he would die unexpectedly one day. Inside the ring, there were piles of magic stones, also known as ether stones, just called by a different name. Additionally, there were many bottles containing various colors of blood. Presumably, these were potion materials for casting blood sect spells. Among them, Levi also felt the presence of Subdragon's blood. He gathered all of these, keeping them for future use. Next came a vast amount of knowledge on blood sect spells, including a forbidden technique codex called Blood God's Secret Book for summoning the power of evil gods. As Levi had guessed, it was easy for the blood sect to stray and walk a path of no return. Throughout history, those who summoned evil gods often met with misfortune. Beyond this, Levi discovered two truth oddities. One was the host god fruit he had consumed before, and the other was an unknown earth-level water oddity. The host god fruit could be used for bartering, while the unknown oddity would be refined back in the wizard world. Within the ring, there was also an abundance of rare medicinal herbs. Fifth circle ones were commonplace, and there were quite a few sixth circles as well. Levi looked through them, many of the rare herbs related to condensing one's soul, likely leftovers from the Blood Banquet Dharma King's breakthroughs. This is an unexpected delight, saving me a lot of time and money in finding resources for my future primordial soul breakthroughs. Apart from that, there was no shortage of rare metals. The standout among them was a level 6 blood demon crystal, infused with an extremely dense chi of negative energy. Blood demon crystal. And its level 6 upper level. Levi was overjoyed. The first item he refined, the Scarlet Shadow Cloak, had used blood demon crystal, but it was only level 4. When I return, I can recast my cloak. That should be sufficient for use until level 6. On the whole, the Blood Banquet Dharma King's loot was standard. Not explosive, but worthy of a Dharma King's stature. Now that I have the Shadow Demon Crystal Core at level 6, once I find the Host God Fruit, I can start refining my Shadow Avatar. The blood-colored magic wand itself was also a level 6 Dharma artifact. Mages have no concept of soul artifacts. This is where they fall short compared to wizard civilization. The power of a soul artifact is certainly much stronger than an ordinary wizard tool or Dharma artifact of the same level. After assessing his gains, Levi left the fairyland. According to the footage from the Holy Infant, a new situation seemed to have arisen at the front lines of Chaos City. Chaos City. After a long and bitter battle, 4 heavenly god giant soldiers were completely scrapped, their metal corpses were dismembered by a group and taken away as spoils. Chapter 1507. The earth, fire, wind, and water 4 great Dharma Kings relied on their formidable strength, and for the time being, no losses had yet occurred. Surrounded by a radiant aura, the Dharma Kings followed the towering Supreme Archmage, who stood at the base of Chaos City. With the Divine Eye and the Scepter, it was enough to contend with the level 6 experts besieging him. Now, the surviving level 6 experts on the battlefield had dwindled to just over 20. Whether it was the demon race or the barbarian tribes, both had sustained heavy losses. Totem spirits, like moths to a flame, charged at the Archmage. The Archmage wielded his scepter, casting spells from all sects that filled the sky and swept away a vast host of enemies. In the distance on the battlefield, the Holy Infant Ghost attacked from afar amidst a group of Archmages, having somewhat the feel of a final boss in a pioneering game. Regrettably, facing a power that was presumably level 7 like the Archmage, attacks below level 6 could not break through the various protective fields around him and only served to exhaust some of the Archmage's physical energy. The Thunderbolt Supreme Mage felt despair in his heart. It was in this moment that he realized the Archmage was not just a simple statue. He might indeed be nothing more than an insignificant remnant soul, but just this remnant soul alone filled him with an incomparable sense of invincibility. He had become too arrogant earlier and was now somewhat regretting betraying the Archmage. Not just him. The other level 6 experts also harbored doubts and confusion in their hearts. Could he truly be a god? Battle had been raging until now. Yet the Archmage remained calm and composed. While they had lost a third of their combat strength. Among them, the morale of the barbarian and demon race experts was still strong, with both the winged tiger barbarian king and the mountain demon king fighting bloodily to the point of madness. Their attacks were of concern even to the Archmage, indicating that he was not invincible. The Dharma kings who had rebelled were also fighting a desperate last stand, there was no turning back for them. If the Archmage didn't perish, they would be the ones to die. However, other level 6 experts, like the Deer-head Sage and such, had already begun to harbor thoughts of retreat. The Archmage, looking at those figures with fear in their eyes, sneered in his heart. I've cultivated for so many years that just my protective spells alone have 18 variations. And relying on Chaos City and the Archmage Tower, my power is endless. It seems there's no need to release the ancient evil demon trapped beneath the tower. I overestimated these people's strength. Finally, during the stalemate in the battle, the Deer-head Sage transformed, becoming a tremendous deer that pierced the sky and the earth, his true form. Dark light surged on the giant deer's body, breaking through the blockade of the Thousand Flames Dharma King and escaping from this purgatorial battlefield. Deer-head! Are you fleeing like a coward? The Green Demon King, who had drawn the Deer-head Sage into their ranks, yelled angrily. He was now bathed in black demon blood, gravely injured. With each level 6 combatant lost, their hope for victory lessened. The Supreme Archmage is invincible. Staying here will only increase our casualties. We can't escape from this prison. The Deer-head Sage's face was filled with despair, he had already reconciled to be a canary trapped in a cage. The world outside may be wonderful, but one must be alive to witness it. As a truth oddity that had attained enlightenment, it was an incredibly rare and special life form in heaven and earth. The sage had come a long way to reach today and did not want to die here. Seeing the Deer-head Sage escape, the Mountain Demon King flew into a rage. He fiercely activated the Demon God Temple below, attempting to suppress the black giant deer. From now on, anyone who dares to flee will end up just like that. The giant deer was firmly pinned to the ground by the temple's suppression force, unable to move. The Deer-head Sage hardened his heart, and the enormous deer's body exploded with a thunderous blast. It self-destructed resolutely. The terrifying blast wave tore open a gap in the temple's suppression force. A miniature deer with antlers like a crown slipped into the shadow, its true soul faintly visible within. Abandoning its tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it used its oddity true form to escape the battlefield with the true soul containing its memories. Witnessing this scene, the Mountain Demon King sighed but did not pursue further. The Demon God Temple shone brightly, crashing towards the Supreme Archmage. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King roared, shouting. Remember, once a bow is drawn, there are no second chances. Will you spend a lifetime in Io achieving nothing, or will you strive for one last fight and see the light of day again? Now is the moment. Tiger Ancestor, lend me your strength. The badly wounded giant tiger suddenly transformed into a beam of light, merging into the Winged Tiger Barbarian King's body. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King's aura grew stronger as his attacks became even more ferocious. Blades of light that could shatter everything once again slashed towards the towering figure of the Archmage. Around the Archmage, several hills rose from the ground, blocking the blade light. The Archmage scoffed. Too weak. You dare face me with such strength? The level 6 experts continued their onslaught, fighting for freedom, indifferent to life and death. In a corner of the battlefield, the Holy Infant slipped away silently, vanishing into the void, leaving no trace. For those level 6 experts, a level 5 sacrifice like him didn't matter. After all, he couldn't play a significant role and was purely there to make up the numbers. Within the shadow dimension, the little deer kept fleeing at an astonishing speed. The Deer-head Sage's true spirit flickered within, murmuring sadly. Decades of cultivation gone in an instant. But preserving my life is a stroke of luck amidst this misfortune. 10,000 years ago, where Montenegro Mountain met, this place steadily nurtured a truth oddity. That was the sky-grade oddity language of the night deer. And he was the first night deer born in the earth realm after the creation of heaven and earth. By a twist of fate, thanks to the guidance of a great existence, he shed his truth oddity shell, gained a sliver of life spirituality, and became part of the teeming masses. Chapter 1508. It discovered that by devouring other language of the night deer, it could grow continuously stronger. Since then, most of the night deer oddities born at where the Montenegro mountain met were all devoured by it. Its strength also grew increasingly formidable, and its essence gradually ascended from a sky-level artifact to become a morning star-level artifact. Its strength kept improving until finally, it became a level 6 expert. It claimed the earth realm of Montenegro mountain, calling itself Deer Head Sage, and was revered as the mountain god. Now, it had already closely touched the ceiling of being a morning star artifact. However, limited by the laws of the earth and sky, whether its strength or the quality of the artifact's essence, it seemed difficult to advance any further. Only then was it persuaded by the Green Demon King to seek god slaying as a way of substantiation in order to break these confines. Little did it expect to invite such a disaster upon itself. Perhaps, my hope for leaving this place lies with the great existence who once enlightened me. However, the immediate priority is to find a possession container. Merely with the body of an oddity, it's difficult to protect myself in Io. After running a long distance in one breath, and arriving at a place of safety, the little deer emitted a hazy black light from its crown-like antlers. It knelt on its knees, its head bowed down in a devout manner, as if in prayer. Incarnation of the earth. The eternal sacred mountain. Abode of all living beings. The ancient echo. Lord of the mountains, he who hears the sound of all things, your follower begs for a response. After an unknown amount of time, the little deer's eyes suddenly lit up with splendor. It received a response from the Lord of the mountains, who indicated that in Io, there was an extremely suitable possession container, a woman. So my chance lies here. Continuing with the body of an oddity, I'll never be free from the shackles of this earth and sky, but if I can possess that woman, perhaps my misfortune will turn into a blessing, and I'll advance even further. But the great existence did not specify her identity and location. How should I go find her? The Deer Head Sage was somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, his complexion changed drastically as a sense of impending danger overcame him. Without knowing when, a powerful presence descended, and a wizard's hand made of countless black flames, covering the sky and concealing the sun, reached across the mountains and seized to grab the Deer Head Sage. He, who would have thought this Deer Head Sage's true form would actually be an oddity? The little deer shimmered at once, ready to escape into the shadows, to vanish. Black Sun Seal. In the sky, a sixth circle wizard dressed in a black robe, writhing in black flame, spoke coldly. 18 rounds of imposing black suns descended, enveloping the vicinity, and sealing off all abilities to escape into the shadow dimension or travel through the void. Thinking you can escape after catching the attention of a Black Star wizard. This sixth circle wizard was the leader of the Black Sun Steeples team on the 5th level this time. Due to the three-headed dragon abomination, the Black Sun Steeple suffered heavy casualties, and the prodigy known as Black Moon fell. Therefore, this organization has been quite low profile afterward, rarely making an appearance. The Black Star Wizard had been waiting in ambush for a long time on the battlefield and already scavenged the heritage of several level 6 experts. Upon detecting the escape of the Deer Head Sage, he relied on his unique tracking ability to follow immediately. To his surprise, he came upon such an unexpected windfall. The little deer before him was covered entirely in complex truth runes, shining with the brilliance of a treasure. Though unfamiliar, it was clearly a truth artifact, and its grade wasn't low, at least as much as a morning star level. This was the highest grade treasure he had seen since entering the ancient tower. Even with his primordial soul cultivation, he was extremely excited. However, although the Deer Head Sage was now left with only the body of the oddity, it still possessed the last bit of resistance. The crown-like antlers of the little deer started to flicker frenetically. Thousands of shadow creatures emerged from the shadow plane, charging toward the giant palm. A fierce shadowy wind howled as the creatures roared. Boom! All the shadow creatures exploded at the same time. Using the power of this final strike to tear apart the seal, the little deer leaped into the shadow dimension and disappeared. Damn it! The Black Star Wizard's face darkened. A mere oddity, thinking you can escape from the palm of my hand. The black flame split into thousands of black snakes, becoming beams of black light as they plunged forth. These black snakes could also traverse the shadow dimension. They slipped inside like sheepdogs, pursuing the little deer. The Deer Head Sage's soul trembled mightily. Now just an oddity with intelligence and memory, how could it stand up to a primordial soul wizard? My life is over. His emotions plummeted from excitement to despair. Before he could find that possession container, he was going to perish here. In the blink of an eye. Winding vines spread from the shadow dimension, unexpectedly binding the deer head sage thoroughly. From the shadows, a wheat-skinned, voluptuous woman emerged. It was none other than Rose, the dark elf mistress, who had been missing for some time. The dark elves were naturally adept in manipulating shadows, and she was a level 6 being who had fallen to peak level 5. Despite the setback, she had been recovering for 60 years and, though still short of level 6, her strength was considered top-notch, second only to that of a primordial soul. Having found no success in seeking out mana, and acknowledging she was no match for mana, she began looking for other ways to restore her strength. Her gaze eventually settled on the deer head sage, and she had been lying in wait throughout this grand battle, just for this moment. As long as I find a way to refine this oddity, my strength will surely return to level 6, and then I can settle the score with mana. Rose's calculations were meticulous. She struck swiftly and then rapidly traveled through the shadow dimension. The endless vines were burned away by the pursuing black snakes from behind. Chapter 1509. If it were my heyday, I wouldn't need to fear this man, it's all mana's fault. She cursed mana as she ran. In the distance, the Black Star Wizard frowned and sneered. Merely a peak level 5 dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, truly presumptuous. Do you think you are the three-headed dragon abomination? His figure flickered, stepping into the void to intercept Rose. Rose was soon forced out of the shadow dimension. With determination in her heart, she spat out a pitch-black dagger from her mouth. The dagger shattered the void, broke through Black Snake's blockade, and surprisingly struck close to the Black Star Wizard's face. The expression of the Black Star Wizard changed slightly as his black flame force field flickered, easily blocking the dagger's attack. The very next moment, the dagger trembled and exploded with a thunderous bang. A dim light formed a black shockwave, sweeping towards the surroundings. Behind the shockwave, the Black Star Wizard's defensive field shattered, and he appeared somewhat disheveled, his face showing surprise. Interesting, judging by her methods, she must be a dark elf mistress who has fallen in realm. Tisk tisk tisk, today's really my lucky day. Not only did I obtain a Morning Star level oddity, but I can also subdue a dark elf mistress as a servant. The Black Star Wizard had never tasted a mistress level elf, but he kept some low-level and middle-level female elves for pleasure in the wizard world. The taste of elves was indeed delightful. The explosion of that rare treasure had only made him look disheveled. The chasm between the 5th circle and 6th circle powers was like a natural moat. Black Sky Forbidden Technique. The Black Star Wizard placed his palm on the earth and suddenly cast a spell. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 pillars of black fire burst forth like rising plumes of smoke, surrounding heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky, the sun and moon lost their light. Within several miles, everything was engulfed by the black barrier. Mistress Rose was accidentally trapped inside. Her face tense, she contemplated her options. Just then, a corner of the barrier cracked open like shattered glass, spraying fragments. Brilliant green light descended from the sky, like beautiful arcs, flowing into the barrier. Seeing this familiar green light, Rose's expression grew complicated. Mana. Countless branches fell, instantly tying up Rose. She did not struggle. Firstly, she had no strength to resist, secondly, maybe if she was captured by mana, she could save her own life. At the same time, a towering frost giant approached from afar, her hand gripping frost morning, as she slashed a mighty sword at the Black Star Wizard. Where chill fog pervaded, all things were encased in ice, and a vast snowfield took shape on the spot. The Black Star Wizard's pervasive black flames were pushed back by the chill. His face went pale. Queen Banyan. So the three-headed dragon abomination has come? But who is this 6th level alien race expert? In the current Io continent, the three-headed dragon abomination had become a real troublemaker, and even primordial soul wizards were reluctant to face it. This guy relied on the support of Queen Banyan and many rare treasures to escape every time, sometimes even turning the tables on level 6s. But with his great opportunity lying with that dark elf mistress, the Black Star Wizard naturally could not give up. Leave the dark elf behind, don't force me to get serious. The Black Star Wizard's face was cold, as terrible fire elemental power roiled up. Behind him, a continuous sea of fire morphed into existence like purgatory descending to the world. The two women naturally ignored his threat. Martha covered the rear while Mana had already sent Rose into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Inside fairyland, Numerous branches bound rose under the ancient banyan tree, tied up tightly. Bound with her was the utterly despairing deer-head sage. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked towards the hollow of the tree. He saw a mature-bodied, naive in temperament witch. She wasn't very strong, but the prescient feeling in the sage's heart let him know that she was the most suitable possession container that the great existences spoke of. A pity that he was trapped here, completely immobile. Even if he succeeded in possession, he wouldn't be able to escape. He sighed in his heart. Why does fate mock me so? To prevent Rose and the deer-head sage from causing trouble, the Black Lotus Beast, God Nick, and other peak level 5 experts were all stationed here to watch over the area. Outside, Martha and the Black Star Wizard were engaged in a fierce battle, ice frost and black flames mutually suppressing and exploding continuously. With Frost Morning in hand, Martha's strength rose to the next level. Even though the Black Star Wizard had summoned his soul artifact, he could only fight Martha to a standstill. His soul artifact was a claw-like thing, surrounded by black flames, ghastly and eerie. He swung the demon claw, spirals of black flame flying out, blooming gorgeously, and burning everything in its path to ashes. Martha, wielding Frost Morning, swung her sword in a downward slash. Boom! The chill of the world seemed to be torn down, forming an ice frost great wall hundreds of meters high, stretching for 7 miles. Black flame and ice wall collided, the rumbling of explosions never ceasing. Senior, there's no need to continue the fight. Let's withdraw. The voice of Levi echoed in Martha's mind. Martha, who hadn't battled for a long time, found herself somewhat addicted. But given the complex situation here, it was true they could not linger. She leaped up, shattering the void, about to enter it. Where do you think you're going? The Black Star Wizard was preparing to seal Martha's movements with a spell when he discovered that from the spatial rift in front of him, a thick column flickering with amethyst light extended out. An extremely dangerous aura permeated the area. He suddenly recalled the earth-shattering explosion heard not long ago and the traces of thunder strikes at the land of Roman's fall. So the technique that annihilated Roman that day was this very oddity. He retreated, fleeing into the void, appearing 100 miles away. Layers of protective force fields surrounded him, and countless black flames forged into armor. Chapter 1510. The pillar suddenly retracted, it was but a feint all along. Once Martha had returned home, the three-headed dragon abomination, holding up the Holy Grail, descended from the skies and with corners of its mouth turned upwards, said, "Farewell forever." The Black Star Wizard was mocked and flew into a rage. Die! In his hand appeared a black flame spear, shattering the void as it was hurled. Before the spear could strike the three-headed dragon abomination, its figure exploded. Behind the shockwave, the presence of the dragon was gone, and the spear stabbed nothing but empty air. In a faraway land, within the wind disaster stratum, sat an eerie black divine palace. Within the palace, as endless ash fell, Levi's body began to reform. He snapped his fingers and the ashen divine palace receded, giving way to a scarlet divine palace instead. The scarlet divine palace resonated, sparking everywhere. The void shattered, and he stood within it with an indifferent gaze, leaving through void travel. All of this seemed effortlessly done. The Black Star Wizard had no way to reach it, the range at which the ashen divine palace had appeared had long exceeded his blockade distance. This three-headed dragon abomination had already prepared an escape route from the start and escaped from the divine palace through a suicidal ruse. The Black Star Wizard's face turned ugly. He returned to the battlefield, continuing to wait for an opportunity. The Battle of Chaos City was not over, he still had other chances. With the Shadow Demon Crystal Core and the Deer-Head Sage in hand, Levi finally achieved his ultimate goal. He didn't covet other treasures anymore. Using every trick he had, he teleported over 8,000 miles away, then continued to run into the Scarlet Dark Dimension. After running over 10,000 miles outside Chaos City and confirming his safety, he delved underground, established a shelter, and entered the Holy Grail. Inside the fairyland, on the trunk of the Queen Banyan, Rose and the Deer-Head Sage were both bound at this moment. Both of them looked like the very picture of despair, as if waiting for death. The Deer-Head Sage said, "Who are you? We hold no grudges, why do you harm me when I'm down?" Levi said, "Me? I'm but a nameless nobody." The Deer-Head Sage said, "What do you want? Feel free to talk to me, there's no need for abduction." Levi said, "I want you." Leon shot out a strand of spider silk that stuck to the true soul of the deer head sage and then wrapped around it in layers. Soon, the voice of the deer head sage was muffled by the silk, turning into something like a cocoon. After Leon injected venom, he piled it in his den along with the soul cans from the blood feast. After digesting Roman, their turn would come. What remained was a confused little black deer that was still constantly struggling, driven by some innate oddity instinct to escape. Mana plucked several branches and tied up the little deer, then handed it over to Levi. She laughed and said, "Who would have thought? The legendary deer head sage turned out to be a truth oddity, and it seems like it's not a low-grade one." Levi used a special container meant for oddities to store it. From his relatively rich experience in refining oddities, he judged that the deer head sage was still a Morningstar level oddity. However, it was likely among the finest of its kind as the complexity of the truth runes on it surpassed that of the withered wood oddity that Levi had obtained. Bright moon artifact, let alone the 5th floor, was extremely scarce even after the 6th floor. According to the intelligence of the Flower Knight from the 7th floor, only a few top wizard organizations obtained bright moon level artifacts on the 7th floor. Therefore, Levi didn't hold much hope from the start. After all, Morningstar level oddities were already extremely rare, and primordial soul wizards would vie fiercely for them. I now have 2 Morningstar level oddities, 8 golden leaves, and other truth oddities in the Roman ring. Gathering 330 points for the maximum limit of spiritual force is very hopeful. The prerequisite of infinite primordial soul should not be a problem anymore, what remains is the tedious work of condensing the soul to the maximum. Levi came to Rose and placed his palm on her smooth forehead. Rose's gaze flickered and she asked, "Do you want to kill me?" Levi nodded. Rose sighed, closed her eyes, and awaited death. She had wanted to beg for mercy, but ultimately, she gave it up. As a former level 6 expert, she still retained a bit of dignity. Mana, puzzled, said, "Couldn't you contract her? Why not keep her? In the future, she might be able to advance to level 6 and be of use to you." Levi replied, "Rather than keeping her, it's better to further enhance my senior's strength." Crimson Emperor Dragon flames blazed upon his arm, entwining around Rose. Rose, without uttering a sound, looked at Levi with resentful eyes, as if trying to imprint him in her memory. Levi was unmoved until her presence completely faded and her soul was packaged by Leon. The once feared Dark Elf mistress had come to this. After Rose's death, a section of a root exuding life force dropped to the ground. Pandora's root. The original root from Pandora's mother tree, infused with the powerful force of the divine tree. Levi felt that this should be far stronger than those golden leaves. How could a leaf compare to a section of a root? The trunk of the queen banyan split open, revealing a crevice emitting green light. The section of the root was rolled up by branches and brought inside. Mana said, "Then I will refine her to prevent her from resurrecting and causing trouble in the future." Refining Pandora's root was not an overnight task. Levi felt an eager anticipation. After this, Mana's strength should slightly increase, and it would be great if she could break through to the mid-stage of level 6. Now, the only slip in Levi's action plan was those from the Golden Absolutes race. It seemed that before the ancient tower's closure, they would not cross paths again. Life needs some regrets to be more perfect, thought Levi, comforting himself. After resting for a moment in the wilderness, the Holy Infant silently appeared, tossing a pile of war spoils to Levi. Levi roughly inspected them. They were mostly materials and magic stones, the leftovers of level 5 experts from the battlefield. It stands to reason, for the treasures of level 6 beings were far out of the Holy Infant's reach, already snatched away by the greedy primordial soul wizards. Levi looked in the direction of Chaos City, miles away, where a tremendous battle still raged on. But none of that mattered to him anymore. Who lost and who won the war, who would remember in 1,000 years? The relentless passage of time would smoothen everything. He contacted the outside world through the round table and learned that the signs of the ancient tower's closure were growing stronger. A journey of 66 years in the ancient tower, it's time to come to an end. With a flick of his sleeve, he dispersed the clouds, stepped into the scarlet dark dimension, and vanished between heaven and earth. Chapter 1511. Chaos City. The great battle was still ongoing. Of the 4 great Dharma kings, under the surrounding assault of the masses, half had fallen, only leaving the despondent Earth Dharma King and Thousand Flames Dharma King. In contrast, the Alliance camp. Of the 7 demon kings from the demon race, only 4 remained, and this was because they had the protection of the level 7 war treasure known as the Demon God Temple, which had evaded the Archmage's apocalypse attacks multiple times. Of the 5 barbarian kings, only the Winged Tiger Barbarian King and the Stone Lion Barbarian King were still fighting desperately. As for the rebel Dharma Kings, only the Thunderbolt Supreme Mage and Ancient Tomb Law King still survived. Other level 6 experts from various factions had suffered heavy casualties. Overall, the Alliance forces had suffered heavy losses. Watching those rebels struggling to survive, the calm and composed Supreme Archmage said with a smile. "I told you I am a god, why didn't you believe me?" The Mountain Demon King holding up the Demon God Temple, black light rained down. The Supreme Archmage's Chaos Domain swept through, devouring the black light. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King found the right moment, launched a surprise attack, and his great sword shattered the defensive field of the Thousand Flames Dharma King. The Tiger Ancestor burst forth, instantaneously devouring the Thousand Flames Dharma King. Light erupted from within it, and the chains of the Thousand Flames Dharma King pierced through, binding the Tiger Ancestor in return. The form of the Thousand Flames Dharma King emerged, his face pale, suddenly aged and emanating a decaying aura. Clearly, he had reached the end of his tether as well. A supremely brilliant sword light, along with a dense blue fist shadow struck. The Green Lion Barbarian King and Winged Tiger Barbarian King attacked simultaneously, completely burying the Thousand Flames Dharma King. Another mid-stage level 6 Dharma King had completely fallen. The Tiger Ancestor devoured his Law Soul, compensating its own losses. Elsewhere, other level 6 experts also surrounded and beat the Earth Dharma King to death. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King, panting heavily, swung his massive tiger head blade with a heaven-scaling force, and shouted. "Four-eyed snake, you have no one left to use at your side, why not surrender quickly?" The Supreme Archmage wielding his scepter surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, only he remained in the entire Chaos City, oh right, and those ancient evil demons imprisoned within the tower. He showed no sign of panic, and spoke indifferently. "Come at me then." At this moment, he still had enough strength to deal with these enemies before him, he did not intend to release the ancient evil demon just yet. That fellow, once released, recognizes no kin, posing a significant threat even to himself. Historically, wars like the one today had happened several times already. Each time, he managed to narrowly survive the ordeal and suppress any rebellion. Only once had he released that ancient evil demon, and ultimately, he had paid a heavy price to contain it again. To the Supreme Archmage, whether it was the rebellion of the Dharma Kings or the invasion of the demon and barbarian tribes, were all just boring historical cycles. In this IO, he was the god, no one could defy his will. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King and the Mountain Demon King attacked from both sides. The Archmage waved his scepter, and 2 streams of water formed a chaos giant snake, pushing them back with an overwhelming force. The Archmage remained steady and unflustered, stable as Mount Tai. This time, the ancient tower opened, and he had collected a vast amount of a wizard's knowledge. He spent his days in the Archmage Tower, studying these disciplines. Someday, he intended to liberate himself from the ancient tower, reclaiming the tower refined with his own body. If 10,000 years weren't enough, then 100,000, a million. He was born because of the ancient tower, the tower remains undying, and so does he, what he doesn't lack is time. Who knows how much later, another Dharma King fell. Watching his allies diminish, the Winged Tiger Barbarian King felt sorrow in his heart. The Tiger Ancestor sighed. The foreigner who constructed this tower, his realm is unimaginable. All our struggles are in vain. The Mountain Demon King looked emaciated, continuously using the level 7 treasure like the Demon God Temple, greatly depleting his strength. Even as a ruthless demon, sadness filled his heart. He only wanted to return to his homeland passed down through memories of successive generations in the abyssal plane. He wished to battle across the vibrant multidimensional planes, not forever kept as livestock by the creator of this world. In fact, the 3 civilizations within the ancient tower, the barbarian and demon tribes had been intentionally placed within the ancient tower by the creator using their significant abilities. The humans, meanwhile, were gradually born over the subsequent years. Otherwise, how could these level 6 demon lords possibly invade the interior of the ancient tower? Even a level 10 demon lord does not possess such capabilities. Whether the barbarian tribes or the demon race, their purpose, like those accompanying alien races, is to artificially create the most authentic conditions for training the wizards entering the ancient tower. They simulate the complex situations of the multidimensional planes to keep the wizard civilization always prepared. The ultimate result is that, generation after generation, the demon kings and barbarian kings will never escape this fate. Now it seems, the final outcome is no different from the past. As time passed, more level 6 experts fell in despair. Chaos City flowed with rivers of blood. The primordial soul wizards hidden in the dark made a fortune. The supreme archmage, with an indifferent gaze, harvested their lives. I've said before, I'm doing this for your own good, but you wouldn't heed advice. How pitiful it is, to always act as stepping stones for wizards in this cage. Compared to Sauron and the wizard civilization behind him, I am truly too kind. In the heavens and earth, a mournful song drifted. The winged tiger barbarian king ignited into flames, chanting an incantation like an ancient song, as if a believer praying for strength from the gods. This scene caused a shift in the usually tranquil expression of the supreme archmage. He hurriedly cast a spell to interrupt the winged tiger barbarian king's prayer. Chapter 1512. The mountain demon king saw the opportunity and silently channeled all of the remaining origin demon chi into the demon god temple. The demon god temple blazed with light, and the demon king hurled it forth. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, "Explode." This level 7 treasure, crucial to the demon race, was thus self-destructed by him. The terrifying explosion swept through Chaos City, the earth cracked, countless houses and churches were leveled to the ground. The imposing figure of the archmage was also blasted away on one side. You've gone mad." He looked at the mountain demon king who had self-destructed the demon god temple. The mountain demon king, as if his life force was reignited, shot towards him like a mountain, his shadow punching down from the sky. The archmage wielded his staff in resistance. The song of the winged tiger barbarian king had also ended. Behind him in the sky, clouds spanning 100 miles began to roll and spin, condensing into a vortex. In the vortex, lightning flashed and thunder roared, fire and rain conjured, and a myriad of apocalyptic visions emerged. A big eyeball, utterly devoid of emotion and indifferent in expression, appeared within it. It slowly rotated, surveying this realm, its long eyelashes like pillars hanging from the heavens. It seemed that the power of a formidable entity had been summoned by the song, causing the complexion of the supreme archmage to change. Although it was but a sliver of power, its level was so high that not even he, nor he as the chaos ancient serpent from before, seemed its equal. Of all the powerful entities he knew, only one person might compare. And that was Sauron, who had refined himself into the ancient tower. Within the ancient tower, relying on some special methods, one could indeed summon the power of formidable entities. However, the level of these powers would never exceed the upper limit of the ancient tower's rules. For example, the blood god illusion summoned by the blood banquet Dharma king. The power level demonstrated by the big eyeball had already broken through the ancient tower's rules, reaching the 7th level. That's why the supreme archmage was alarmed, and without hesitation, he used all his power, gathering it into the supreme scepter, with the elemental power around Chaos City surging towards him. He was not worried about the ancient tower's destruction, as he recognized Sauron's strength, having remained unscathed for hundreds of thousands of years. It naturally had its formidable aspects. He was just worried about being annihilated by the big eyeball. Rise, dragons and serpents! A white giant serpent nearly 10,000 meters in length descended shockingly. The remaining level 6 experts at the site all attacked the supreme archmage simultaneously without prior agreement. They realized that if there was a chance to leave, it would be with the big eyeball in the sky, and they wanted to create conditions for it. The white giant serpent charged into the vortex, colliding fiercely with the big eyeball, the shockwave scattering the clouds within a radius of hundreds of miles. Purple lightning brewed inside the big eyeball, and an aura of destruction spread. Boom boom boom! Terrible lightning pillars, dense and numerous, struck down like divine punishment. On the battlefield outside the Chaos City, countless lives perished. The level 6 experts, too, found it difficult to last long within it. The supreme archmage roared. "I cannot die. I have finally seen hope, awaken, serpent god." In his hands, the scepter burst forth with dazzling light, transforming into a lifelike chaos ancient serpent. The ancient serpent opened its abyssal mouth, intending to devour both heaven and earth, and swallowed the big eyeball. Boom boom boom! The indestructible archmage tower within the ruins of Chaos City collapsed thunderously. The seals placed upon it all failed. Accompanied by an indescribable and strange roar, a monster exuding overwhelming killing intent appeared. The monster, nearly 1,000 meters tall with a humanoid form but covered in ominous red hair, had arms that were long past its knees and atrophied legs, looking extremely deformed. Its hair consisted of writhing fleshly tentacles, with ends depicting various figures, their pre-death appearances vaguely visible: wizards, dragon abominations, black beasts, and the amethyst race. Upon the monster's appearance, millions of different attacks were simultaneously unleashed from the tentacle ends, like a multicolored fireworks display shooting into the sky. The Supreme Archmage retreated behind the monster. "Quick, kill all these bastards!" This ancient evil demon, created by using a portion of his own divinity as the core, based on level 6 peak black beasts, and with countless lives as materials, was known as the Chaos God Monster, and it also possessed level 7 strength. The monster clashed with the Big Eyeball, and the remaining level 6 experts retreated far away. The Archmage sneered. "Thinking of escaping? It's too late for that, all of you stay here, there will be no place for you in the new worlds." Suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the sky. The Big Eyeball cracked, and a terrifying lightning pillar, several miles thick, struck down. The red-haired monster was sent flying, half of its body blasted away, and all of its tentacles were burned off. The monster exploded with a boom, transforming into millions of blood-flesh worms, most of which were ground to dust by the thunder, while a small portion escaped into the void, whereabouts unknown. The Archmage's face changed. The damned monster was indeed unreliable. He hastily defended with the scepter, wanting to escape, but unable to leave the bounds of Chaos City. He had to endure. All 18 layers of defensive fields were erected, and beneath the heaven-shattering thunder, they shattered layer by layer. Boom! 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 The attack of the Big Eyeball grew increasingly fierce, with no end in sight. "I'll stake everything with you." The Archmage's illusory figure began to burn, turning into a streak of light, all of which poured into the scepter in his hand. The Supreme Eye also merged into the scepter, becoming a gem embedded on it. From the tip of the scepter, a blinding white beam shot out, like a ribbon, hanging upside down from the sky dome. The Big Eyeball was pierced by this strike, accompanied by the distant echoing of primitive, desolate roars of beasts. Chapter 1513. Roar. A majestic sound echoed across a 1,000-mile radius, bringing all creatures within to bow in submission. The dying winged tiger barbarian king knelt on the ground, murmuring, "Sky Eye! Spirit of the blue sky! Please assist us in returning home." Not long ago, he had received a segment of a codex known as the Ancient Sky Ballad in his dreams. He guessed that it was the courage of the barbarian tribes that drew the attention of the spirit of the blue sky to them, trapped in this world, hence the divine assistance via a dream to pass on the cultivation technique. However, the cost of using this technique was his life. Now, although he was dying, he faintly saw a glimmer of hope for the barbarians to escape from this place. After the roar, the clouds surrounding the Big Eyeball turned a brilliant gold, with millions of golden lightning bolts chaotically shooting through them. Along with the descent of a resplendent golden lightning pillar that pierced the heavens, the supreme scepter was sent flying, and the anguished voice of the Supreme Archmage reverberated through the area. "Sauron, even in death, the Supreme will has noticed the ancient tower. All your painstaking plans will one day vanish like a mirage in a dream." Until his dissipation, the one he hated the most was still Sauron, not the Big Eyeball before him. In mid-air, the Supreme Scepter floated gently, radiating a soft white light. No matter how the Big Eyeball attacked, it could not penetrate this protective shield. The winged tiger barbarian king's heart tightened. Could it be that there's no way to succeed after all? Around Chaos City, the primordial soul wizards had sensed something wrong and had already evacuated. The world was desolate, only the winged tiger barbarian king looked up to the sky with a bewildered gaze. The great battle was drawing to its end. In the wilderness, thousands of miles away, Levi was quietly cultivating, waiting for the ancient tower to close and transport him back. Inside the divine ring tower, Sauron's 4 treasures, the Sword of Victory, and other treasures were revolving leisurely around an iridescent crystal. Suddenly, Sauron's 4 treasures began to tremble and buzz, emitting 4 different rays of light. Yellow, red, black, and blue merged into a chaotic white. Levi asked hurriedly, "Everyone, what's happening?" The truth magic mirror replied in confusion, "I don't know either. Could it be that Sauron has other tricks up his sleeve? Damn, what else is there that we don't know?" The reliable and knowledgeable Tea Time Round Table also shook its head in confusion. I'm not sure either, but my intuition tells me it's related to the battle in Chaos City. The Supreme Archmage is a remnant soul of the Chaos Ancient Serpent, and those so-called divine weapons in his hand, I'm not sure they were refined by him, they might have been refined by Sauron. The Holy Grail said. Let's wait and see. If it's fortune, we can't hide, if it's doom, we can't avoid it. Levi's danger perception had not issued any warnings, he was unsure whether this development was good or bad. In the face of power that might be linked to Sauron, danger perception was useless. After a moment's thought, he temporarily took out Sauron's 4 treasures and placed them on the ground. Then, he used void travel to leave the area to observe. Without having a clear understanding of the situation, it was best to keep a distance first. In the wilderness, 4 power projections of giant dragons with diverse forms shot out. The immortal Banyan Dragon, the gloomy Lamp Dragon, the Jade Dragon, the Sea Dragon Huang. These giant dragon projections traversed thousands of miles and arrived at Chaos City. Above the Supreme Scepter, a power projection of the Chaos Ancient Serpent even more magnificent than the 4 dragons appeared. It reached up to Qingming and down to 9 Nether, each of its scales as colossal as a mountain. After hundreds of thousands of years, the tragic master and 4 servants once again united. These projections had no consciousness, they were purely power projections. Atop the serpent's head stood a white-robed figure that was no different from an ordinary person. He was handsome with a smiling face, and his eyes held the starry sky. He was insignificantly small, yet he made the towering 5 dragons seem like mere accessories. The ancestor of wizards, Sauron. Single-handedly, he ended the chaotic era of ancient wizards and established the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. The strongest being in the Sauron plane since ancient times. With his hands behind his back, he pointed from afar, and a serpent along with 4 dragons roared towards the big eyeball. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 dragons ripped apart the vortex spanning 100 miles. After the explosion, the battered big eyeball shifted from gold to a sinister black. Dark as ink, lightning pillars poured down like a galaxy descending from the 9 heavens. The columns of lightning broke through the 5 dragon projections and headed towards Sauron. With but a flick of his finger, Sauron cast legendary forbidden technique, Sauron's Great Disintegration Technique. The lightning column, before it could even approach, was disintegrated and erased by an invisible force. In the sky, the big eyeball shattered like a crystal ball into endless fragments, vanishing without a trace. This terrifying spell disintegrated the wind disaster stratum within a 100-mile radius, also tearing apart the invisible veil enveloping this world, revealing the view behind it. The scene that came into view was a thick, fleshy barrier covered with spell runes twinkling like countless stars, the wall of the dark ancient tower. On the wall, frescoes marked by the ravages of time depicted one apocalyptic war after another. Just then, a fresh image of the big eyeball was branded upon it. Upon seeing this, the winged tiger barbarian king felt his heart sink into despair, utterly hopeless. The spirit of the blue sky is not the only mighty presence to have descended upon this world. Since antiquity, I do not know how many people like me have attempted to rebel, to leave this place, even summoning the power of their own gods. But without exception, they all failed. In the years, the centuries to come, events like this will continue to unfold. He remembered the words of the fallen Archmage. Chapter 1514. He truly was protecting us. Because the truth behind everything is more cruel than we imagined, all efforts were in vain. He closed his eyes, and died completely, his expression peaceful. In the cavity, the ancient tower's powerful strength began to repair itself. The sky returned to normal, turning into a clear mirror, and the recent barrier of flesh and blood seemed only an illusion. Before the phantom of Sauron dispersed, his gaze penetrated the endless worlds, looking towards the 9th layer. At the gateway to the 10th layer, there was just one door. In front of the door, Bogu's figure slowly crumbled, splitting into billions of amethyst fragments, transforming into a purple torrent, dispersing into the heavens and earth. I didn't even see where the gatekeeper was. Why is this? Why? Bogu roared in frustration, his consciousness sinking into the eternal darkness. In the distance, the other 2 members of the amethyst race also fell into peril. Powerful auras surrounded them. These primordial soul wizards returning from the battlefield connected in force. The endless ocean surged backward, enveloping the 2 amethyst race members, forming a blue star with a diameter of 1,000 miles. After the star dispersed, only 2 amethyst crystals floated in mid-air. The 2 level 8 members of the amethyst race were dead. The leader of the battle group said. It seems the strongest of the amethyst race has already died at the door to the 10th layer. Truly overestimating himself. Lucy looked at the door leading to the 10th layer, her heart calm as an ancient well. She had long anticipated this outcome. Those destined to enter the 10th layer have not yet arrived. Suddenly, she sensed something. In front of her, a door appeared. Other warband wizards, including those stationed near the wizards, also each had a door appear before them. A pulling force came from each door, and even 8th circle wizards could not resist. All the warband wizards disappeared into the fabric of the 9th layer. Endless sea. Outer circle area. Yellow Earth continent. Mirror Lake has quietly witnessed the many changes in wizard civilization across the continent. A door appeared, and a vibrant young witch with blue hair pushed it open, stepping onto this familiar land. She spread her arms wide, embracing the whole world, sunlight gleaming off her hair and face. The feeling of returning home is wonderful. Thanks again, Lord Sauron, she murmured in her heart. Whether entering or leaving the ancient tower, Lord Sauron's will was mysteriously sheltering her and the warband wizards. From Lucy's chest a deep blue sphere emerged, the prototype machine, its light scanning everything around. Deep Blue exclaimed excitedly. Outer Circle Area 5, Yellow Earth Continent. Ma'am, we really have come back. Lucy said. Yes. The era of the Deep Blue Sage is past now, the story belonging to Lucy has begun. On the other side. Outer Sea Region. Whether by coincidence or fate. 2 doors appeared above Grey-White Island, and the figures of the Tower Master and Stella stepped out. They incredulously looked at everything before them. Stella's mechanical voice excitedly said. We're back. The Tower Master too trembled. Yes, after 200 years, we're finally back. It seems the Great Tower has met with some disaster, now reduced to ruins. I wonder how everyone else is doing. Stella tapped the Tower Master with her tail, smiling. They must all be alive, let's go search for them. Dark Ancient Tower. 5th level. Io Continent. Chaos City, a pile of ruins. The outcome of the final battle unknown to anyone. Under such a widespread and devastating attack, no one dared stay near the battlefield. Even if there were spoils of war left behind, they would be destroyed or buried by the sands, awaiting discovery by future generations accidentally. This event would become a secret forever sealed within the ancient tower. The ultimate battle nearly saw the fall of all level 6 experts, benefiting many primordial soul wizards. The barbarian tribes, the demon race, all severely weakened, leaving only sparks of their cultures to continue propagating in the northern territory and the 100,000 mountains. Perhaps, in 10,000, or tens of thousands of years, such events might repeat, but the ultimate outcome is already destined. Days later. Some primordial soul wizards gradually returned to the battlefield, hoping to find something overlooked. They noticed that the statues of the Supreme Archmage in the Church of Chaos had all shattered at the same time. This implied that the Supreme Archmage, who had ruled Io for countless ages, might have fallen. And the 2 divine weapons of the Supreme Archmage, whether the Supreme Eye or the Supreme Scepter, would certainly be rare treasures of immense power. Finding one would mean more gains than all previous collections combined. Unfortunately, despite digging around the battlefield for a month, the primordial soul wizards failed to find those artifacts. The divine weapons might have been destroyed by the Big Eyeball's thunder penalty, or perhaps taken by some other fortunate soul. Meanwhile, the ancient tower began to buzz and tremble, stirring the land of darkness which continuously rolled and churned. The Fire Sovereign smiled at the sight of the fallen amethyst race on the 9th layer. A new 10,000 years might birth some interesting characters. I'm actually quite excited. He stretched lazily and stood up, with the Dragon Abomination Venerable and Amethyst Saint instinctively moving aside. The Fire Sovereign wandered through the land of darkness, each step appearing to cover endless distances. It wasn't long before he vanished into the land of darkness. The second strongest of the Panplane who had watched the drama was going home to sleep. The Amethyst Saint unwillingly watched the dark ancient tower, his projection gradually fading. Chapter 1515. Failed again. Why exactly? At last. Only the projection of Dragon Abomination Venerable was left, staring at the 5th level. He was in a good mood and murmured. It seems that the little fellow will not appear. Interesting, although the Panplane is vast, I have a premonition that one day, we will meet. Whether as friends or as foes, the dragon abomination Venerable was looking forward to that day. Central Realm. The wizards using the Eye of Sauron to observe the Panplane breathed a sigh of relief. The Fire Sovereign has already left. The ancient tower is about to close. This news was quickly conveyed through the Wizard Council to wizard organizations across various subdimensional portals. In the wizard world, the families, companions, and teachers of those who participated in the ancient tower. All were eagerly waiting for this day to come. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1231, Month of Harvest. Dark Ancient Tower Calendar, 66th year. Endless Sea. Witches Family. Triss and several primordial soul witches watched the ancient tower fading away in the sky. The mother of Snow Lotus Witch, Wind Witch, said. Your Anya did really well, successfully reaching 5th circle. Triss responded with a smile. Snow Lotus is also quite remarkable, it's evident you've put great effort into her training. Alas, I've been too busy. Anya learned everything on his own. The Wind Witch replied with a smile. I didn't supervise that girl either. Her achievements today, all stem from her own talent. The two mothers competed subtly, the air rife with tension. A few days later. Land of Darkness. The ancient tower completely dissipated, turning into a stream of light, vanishing without a trace. In Nora's sky, there was no longer a projection of the ancient tower. At the training grounds of Witch's family, several figures landed on the ground. Not only were there wizards, but also some transcendent creatures and rare plants under their contract or control, all these were the gains of their journey. In the group, Anya spotted his mother brimming with a smile. I'm back. Triss said with a smile. Good that you're back, good that you're back. Also, give me back my hairpin. Anya had a sheepish look. Apparently, the issue of him repeatedly losing the hairpin had been discovered by his mother. He obediently took out the hairpin and handed it to her. Triss took the hairpin, wiped it down, then pinned it back into her expertly styled hair bun, oozing a woman's charm. She said unapologetically. You are now a 5th circle wizard. Don't expect me to be able to help you anymore. Anya shrugged, indicating he didn't mind, and returned to Nether Capital. Triss looked into the distance. Elena and Levi must have also returned, I suppose. Ancient Saint Plain. On a hillside blooming with flowers. 3 figures appeared. It was Levi, Elena, and Sorit. 66 years, a long time that seemed but a moment. Levi looked at Elena and Sorit. Aside from their cultivation, it seemed like nothing had changed. Sorit's spiritual force should now be over 900 points, not far from its maximum. His strength had increased significantly compared to before he entered the ancient tower. Levi said. Sorit, you go back first, Elena and I have something to discuss. Sorit silently withdrew. Elena sensed slightly, then her face showed surprise as she exclaimed. Seeing it with my own eyes, I realize your spiritual force has far surpassed the usual 5th circle perfection. You must have consumed quite a few oddities, haven't you? Levi replied. Well, not many, not many. Elena was puzzled but did not pursue further questions. In the dark ancient tower, opportunities were abundant, and these were each person's secrets. In 66 years, Levi had grown from the 4th circle realm to 5th circle perfection. Although this advancement was fast, it was still somewhat lacking compared to her initial progress. It should be noted that she had advanced to primordial soul by the age of 300. Snow Lotus said with a smile. Your achievements on the path of the wizard have far exceeded my expectations, I underestimated you. Anyway, I'm sincerely happy for you. Levi smiled and replied. Thanks for the praise, actually. Compared to others, I only worked harder, and was a bit luckier, as they say, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Snow Lotus gave him a look, knowing such achievements weren't just about ordinary effort and luck. Enough about that, I'm not concerned with this anymore. This is the Morning Star level oddity you wanted, our cooperation this time was pleasant, we can continue to cooperate in the future. I'm heading back to Sword Flower Tower now to assimilate the gains from the ancient tower. If you're returning to the wizard world, feel free to visit. She handed him a finger stored in a jar, covered with purple truth runes and exuding an aura of thunder and destruction. Thanks. Levi watched Snow Lotus's departing figure with grace. Then, delightedly, he stowed the oddity and returned to the Emperor's palace. He had some urgent matters to study and would not return to the Holy Temple for now. Emperor's Palace. In the former secret room, Levi's figure appeared. He set up an array, sitting cross-legged on the ground. In his mind, around the iridescent crystals, besides Sauron's 4 treasures, there was now a 10-layer ancient tower-shaped scepter, a rare treasure. With a thought, the scepter appeared in his hand. Its texture was ice-cold, each segment resembling the mace, a cold weapon from his previous life attributed to the door god Qin Kyung. At the top of the scepter was the fierce head of the Chaos Ancient Serpent, with a bead-like orb embedded in the forehead. Clearly, this scepter was one of the 2 divine weapons of the Supreme Archmage, formed by combining the 2 into one. Chapter 1516. This was the 5th treasure that Sauron forged beyond the 4 treasures. It was split into 2 by the remnant soul of the Chaos Ancient Serpent, forming 2 divine weapons. The Supreme Eye and the Supreme Scepter. That day, after an anomaly with Sauron's 4 treasures, the scepter appeared in Levi's mind, and its true name was Ancient Tower Scepter. This treasure did not contain an artifact spirit. Levi speculated that the remnant soul of the Chaos Ancient Serpent might well be its artifact spirit. However, for some reason, the artifact spirit had escaped the control of the scepter. Or rather, Sauron had intentionally made it so. And Levi also understood the true function of this scepter. That was to grant Levi a portion of the ancient tower's authority. With just a thought, a stream of information surged from the scepter into his mind. Ancient Tower Enforcer, Level 5 Authority. Law Enforcer's Manual. Ancient Tower Activation Countdown, 100 years. Indeed, Levi, by some stroke of fate, had become an enforcer of the Dark Ancient Tower. As is well known, within each level of the Dark Ancient Tower, there exists a corresponding enforcer. Most of them are elemental spirits with far superior strength to that of their level, in charge of guarding the checkpoints, maintaining order and preventing exploitation, among other tasks. Now Levi was also one of them, but his status was even more transcendent than those enforcers. Those enforcers could only wander within the ancient tower, while he operated outside of it. According to the Law Enforcer's Manual, as a level 5 interdimensional enforcer, he had the following rights and obligations. First, using the closure of the ancient tower as the time node, every 100 years, he could enter the ancient tower once, staying there for a year. During the opening period, he could freely choose to enter any one of the first 5 levels. Like normal participants of the ancient tower, he could explore and gather resources, but only he could enter. Any other method, including smuggling from the ancient Banyan fairyland, would not work, otherwise, he would be punished by the ancient tower rules and stripped of his enforcer authority. Second, in case powerful entities like the Spirit of the Blue Sky infiltrate the tower, the eyeball embedded in the scepter would project an immediate warning. He needed to use the power of Sauron's 4 treasures together with the scepter to eliminate such enemies. Although the ancient tower was powerful, the infinite possibilities of the multidimensional plane meant that supreme wills like the Spirit of the Blue Sky could still pose a threat to the normal functioning of the tower's rules. Naturally, with Levi's present strength, there was no need for him to directly confront these terrifying beings. He merely had to utilize his enforcer authority, and when necessary, forces would naturally eradicate these invaders. This task was previously performed by the Supreme Archmage, however, his authority was not complete because he possessed only the ancient tower scepter and not the other 4 treasures. Once Levi entered the ancient tower, all items of authority were fully assembled. Therefore, this ancient tower scepter theoretically contained extremely terrifying power, however, Levi could not abuse his power, otherwise, he would be severely punished. Third, as a level 5 enforcer, Levi could, without disrupting the fundamental order of the ancient tower, bring out a small number of alien races from within the tower, but he was strictly obliged to control those he brought out. Compared to other wizards, who could only bring out transcendent creatures or mortals with wizarding talent from the tower, bringing out alien races from inside the tower was not allowed. If not for this authority, even with the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi might not have been able to take out Martha and her daughter. But bringing Aya and the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant was no problem at all. In short, taking away NPCs from inside the ancient tower was permissible, but it had to be done in moderation. Fourth, during the millennial opening period of the ancient tower, Levi could join other enforcers inside the tower to punish participants who bullied the less powerful and violated rules, based on the regulations specified in the manual. In the manual, some of Levi's other questions were also answered. For instance, the indigenous people of the lower 5 levels were allowed to move to the upper levels, with Io being their final destination. As for the checkpoints leading to the 6th level and above, they were not open to the natives. This was probably to prevent the natives from continuously climbing the tower and amassing too much strength, potentially giving rise to powerful beings that could disrupt the balance of the ancient tower over the long ages. Thus, leaders of the barbarian tribes and the demon race had to go to great lengths to start from the Supreme Archmage. But even if they killed the Supreme Archmage, they would still be unable to leave. Their task was to play their roles well within the ancient tower. Although this seemed cruel, it was for the good of the wizard civilization. After reading the manual, a joyous expression appeared on Levi's face. I've actually become a lapdog of authority within the ancient tower. The dark ancient tower indeed has a destiny with me. Of course, although he was a lapdog of authority, his capabilities were still limited. He could mainly reduce the opening time of the ancient tower to once every 100 years. This way, without having to wait for 10,000 years, he could re-enter the ancient tower and stay there for a year. 100 years might feel prolonged, but for Levi, it was manageable. If he could live for more than 10,000 years, then he would have entered the ancient tower 100 times before the next opening. Now looking back, Sauron technically opened a back door in the ancient tower for the so-called fated person. Whether or not that fated person is me, it has favored me after all. But alone, even if it's opened every 100 years, I can only skim the surface of the resources within the vast ancient tower ecology, it's still an insignificant amount. And with his level 5 authority, he could only enter the novice village of the first 5 levels. According to the Law Enforcer's Manual, he would need level 6 strength and must complete certain assessment tasks to obtain level 6 and level 7 authority to proceed to the 6th and 7th levels. Similarly, level 8 authority required level 7 strength, level 9 authority required level 8 strength. As for level 10 authority, the Law Enforcer's Manual did not specify clearly. This involved the never-before-reached 10th level of the ancient tower, potentially containing the tower's greatest secrets, naturally not something that could be easily disclosed, even if he was an enforcer. In an instant, Levi thought. What appeared as a resplendently glittering ancient tower scepter had turned into a very ordinary wizard's staff. The ancient tower scepter was crafted using a segment of the dragon's spine and an eyeball of the chaos ancient serpent. With Sauron's skill, it was definitely a genuine level 10 treasure. Though it was a level 10 treasure, its functionality was very limited. Because its main function was related to the enforcer's authority. The other functions were supplementary, mainly 3. First, the eyeball at the top of the scepter could monitor some of the alien races on the first 5 levels of the ancient tower. Second, using the ancient tower scepter for spell casting could significantly amplify the power of the spells. Third, the ancient tower scepter was very sturdy and could be used as a melee weapon to directly club people. It had a very good effect and was suitable for body-refining wizards to use. Some people, outwardly wizards, in reality, relied on the staff to bludgeon their enemies to death. Indeed, just like Levi's Gondoff guys. Chapter 1517. Ancient Saint Plain. Emperor's Palace. Levi held the scepter and ascended beyond the heavens. With a swing of his scepter, a crimson divine dragon burst forth, detonating in the distance. Flames filled the sky, the shockwaves rippled, and the turbulent waves scattered the wind disaster stratum for a moment. Using Caslot's eye, which was meant to measure the power of spells, the display didn't show numbers but. Seeing this scene, Levi put the device away. This thing won't be of much use anymore. The current version of Caslot's eye could measure up to an energy fluctuation limit of 500 Ka, anything beyond that appeared as question marks. The figure of 500 Ka was the maximum set by the inventor after investigating and collecting a multitude of attack power data from 5th Circle wizards. Theoretically, 99% of 5th Circle wizards in the wizard world would not exceed this number. Of course, there would inevitably be some oddities who could surpass this limit, but they were too few in number, and since the creator himself had never encountered them, they were not included in the statistics. With Levi's current perfection level 5th Circle cultivation, using Fire Dragon Tribulation a 3rd Circle innate spell was almost equivalent to his ordinary attack. This meant that with the augmentation of the scepter, his regular attacks surpassed the maximum attack power of other 5th Circle wizards. Of course, this was not without the assistance of fire element oddities and the amplification from ether dominance. There's nothing that a shot of Fire Dragon Tribulation can't take care of. If there is, then just fire another one. Of course, even this attack was still insignificant to a primordial soul wizard. Levi stored the scepter and casually landed on a mountain peak. He opened a spatial rift. Mana stepped through with her slender legs, standing in the void, her arms open wide, embracing the world outside the ancient tower. In her hand appeared a green whip, which she cracked towards the heavens, tearing apart the wind disaster stratum and revealing the crystal wall behind it. Beyond it lay the brightly star-like multidimensional plane. With tear-filled eyes, Mana emotionally exclaimed. The multidimensional plane is endlessly magnificent. I've finally left the ancient tower, ha ha ha. For Levi, who had spent many years outside the ancient tower, it was hard for him to grasp the sentiments of this level 6 native like Mana. Mana rushed over and gave Levi a courteous, light hug before quickly stepping back, her face unable to conceal her smile. Sorry, I've been looking forward to this day for so long, I'm too excited. Levi said. Not at all, I'm merely fulfilling my promise. For a being like you to remain trapped in the ancient tower would indeed be a waste of talent. However, if you plan to be outside in the future, it would be best to alter your appearance. Otherwise, many things we did inside the tower could become known to those outside. Mana gently smiled and said. Don't worry, I'll just come out to breathe now and then, I won't cause you any trouble. Besides, I can't stay away from my physical form in the fairyland for long. Mana patted Levi's shoulder, turning back before stepping into the fairyland, she said. By the way, in a while, I plan to fuse with the IC plane. When that happens, I won't be able to act, and neither will Martha. So for your safety, we plan to start after the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant awakens. Levi said. All right, I wish you success in advance. Returning to the Emperor's palace, Levi placed all the transcendent creatures he collected from his trip to the ancient tower into Alice's ring, which he had repaired to be a 5th circle wizard tool. Most of these transcendent creatures were of low grade and didn't require a place as excellent as the fairyland for cultivation. However, these creature resources, though hard to find in the wizard world, held considerable cultivation value. He didn't have the energy to manage so many transcendent creatures, so he left it to the professionals at the giant beast paradise. As for the Dragon King species and mixed blood dragon clan he required for his own cultivation, they remained in the ancient Banyan fairyland. As for the organizations under his command, he had no plans to move them into the ancient Banyan fairyland yet. Growth of power required the refinement of blood and fire, not confinement in a cage, reliant on his protection. Several days later, Levi thoroughly catalogued his gains from the dark ancient tower, a satisfied smile on his face. As for rare treasures, including the Holy Grail and the scepter, he had obtained 6 in total. 15 pieces of truth oddity were accounted for, including 3 Morning Star, 5 Sky and 7 Earth grade. Of course, those transformed from the golden leaves and those within the romantic ring were not included. As for wizard tools, materials, and rare flora and fauna, there was no need to elaborate. 66 years have turned a poor boy from the wizard world into a hidden giant of wealth, and there are likely not many primordial soul wizards richer than me. Levi flickered and headed to the Dusk Holy Temple. He wished to make an incognito visit to see how everyone had been performing. Training ground of the Holy Temple. Many level 1 knights were sparring, their combat techniques occasionally enhanced by the flashes of talent brands. Not bad, looking around, there are already hundreds of level 1 knights, and the total number of the knights now stands at 3,000. These 3,000 were rigorously selected, emphasizing quality over quantity. Thanks to the inherent superiority of the Knight's Path and the resources of the Holy Temple, the success rate of the Dusk Holy Temple Knights advancing to level 1 was significantly higher than the rate of apprentice wizards becoming official wizards. Levi mused. Such an organization is already capable of overwhelming most middle-level organizations in the wizard world. In the temple, 3 beams of light shot forth, belonging to the Blood Knight, Divine Light Knight, and Golden Lion Knight stationed at the Holy Temple. Chapter 1518. They hurried on their way, looking as if some emergency had occurred. Levi's expression changed, and he silently followed them, complaining in his heart. The ancient tower has been closed for several days now. Haven't these guys noticed that I, as the commander, haven't returned? It seems that this home can operate perfectly fine without me. Levi was not angry but rather somewhat relieved. This meant that everyone was busy with their duties and not slacking off. As the boss, he liked employees like that. Generally speaking, if something went wrong on the ancient Saint Plane, it would definitely be near the entrance. Levi arrived at the site before the Blood Knights. His danger perception hadn't issued any warnings, and it was obvious that the enemies were not strong. With the strength of the ancient Saint Plane, they should be able to cope. The four-sided flame world array he had left behind was still operating inside the entrance of the plane. To Levi nowadays, this array seemed extremely weak. Next, I'll refine 2 sets of 8 heavenly dragon prison arrays, one outside and one inside, to give the enemies a double surprise. With the harvest from the ancient tower and 40 million ether stones, Levi wouldn't have to worry about materials for arrays for a long time. He was exceedingly bold and powerful. Recently, the situation in the human realm has become increasingly tense, with cave wizards everywhere, which has led to the ancient Saint Plane being invaded much more frequently than before. Levi concealed his figure, quietly passed through the array, and stepped outside. Inside the 7 kings of hell, the thundering sounds of spells echoed. Coral, the blood vampire, Red Eye, and other gatekeepers were jointly attacking a level 5 cave wizard. Coral still had the cultivation of 4th circle's perfection level, while the blood vampire and Red Eye were 4th circle seniors. Though they were of lower cultivation, they suppressed the enemy with the help of the array and their numerical advantage. If Levi represented the ceiling of wizard combat strength at his level, then the cave wizards were the sewer. The gap between 4th circle and 5th circle was not as insurmountable as between 5th circle and primordial soul. Relatively speaking, fighting against higher-ranked enemies was quite common. Many top talents could achieve this feat alone. Elsewhere, the Feather King and Wing King, 2 level 5 experts indigenous to the ancient Saint Plane, alongside the combat array composed of ancient saints, were facing off against 3 level 5 cave wizards. They were under greater pressure because one of these cave wizards was at 5th circle perfection. The combat strength of cave wizards could be considered a notch lower, but with that 5th circle perfection among them, it posed a significant trouble. This was a gap that even an array couldn't easily compensate for. Previously, it was because of a 5th circle perfection wizard that had caused substantial losses to the senior state assembly. Levi didn't rush to take action. He walked around the island and didn't detect other enemies. It looks like these are just a few small fries. Without a primordial soul wizard, I fear nothing. But I wonder how strong an Earth Cave Soul Wizard really is. Inside Inferno Hell, the Wing King held a long spear, and the Feather King gripped a shark-tooth-shaped sword. The level of their combat techniques was exceptional, it was clear they trained diligently. Levi muttered. Compared to them, Lord King is too lazy. Next, I'll give him an ultimatum: if he can't advance to level 5 within 10 years, he'll be chopped up and fed to the fishes. All he does is breed all day long. This 5th circle perfection wizard named Hildur had a slender build and pale skin. He sneered sinisterly as streams of water twisted towards the Feather King and Wing King. Explosions of blood chi burst forth from the 2 level 5 ancient saints, enveloping them and taking the form of blood armor as they repelled the water with their energy. The Wing King's armor was black, menacing, and covered in spikes. The Feather King's armor was golden, splendid, covered with metallic feathers. Blood armor was essentially blood source armor. However, the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation and the night-breathing technique were not entirely the same, therefore the blood source armor they created was a relatively low-grade version. Levi had previously tried to have the lizardmen cultivate night's breathing techniques according to the unique bloodlines within them, but the results were not as good as the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation. Thus, he later encouraged the lizardmen to devote themselves to the path of the ancient saints. This method, researched by Sauron, turned out to be the optimal solution for the lizardmen. After the eruption of their blood armor, the 2 ancient saints' attack and defense power had significantly increased. They ignored the attack spells of the other 2 average cave wizards, withstanding the hits in their armor, preferring to kill off the weakest first before jointly facing the perfection wizard. Hildur, seeing their tactic, scoffed. This is the first time I've seen such a trick. Once I capture you, I'll study it in detail. Don't struggle in vain. Soon, the legions of the Black Dragon Empire will flatten this place. The Feather King retorted with a cold laugh. You are the ones who have incurred great trouble. The Emperor is about to return triumphantly from beyond the skies, and you dare to intrude upon the king's territory. You're truly courting death. Through the nights, they knew that the Lord Emperor was soon to return from his eminent journey. With this in mind, they were fearless. If the sky were to fall, the Lord Emperor would hold it up. Hildur frowned and said. Still so tough when death is at your doorstep. The Empire Lord of the Black Dragon Empire is an 8th circle wizard. You lowly creatures who look at the sky from the bottom of a well can never imagine how powerful he is. Even if your master comes back, he will have to behave with his tail between his legs. His fifth circle perfection spell blasted out, causing the array to tremble repeatedly. The Feather King and Wing King were forced back, their blood armor shattered, revealing their battered bodies. Just then, accompanied by a clear phoenix cry, an elegant and splendid five-color peacock soared across the sky. The five-colored divine light fell, and the wounds of the Feather King and Wing King visibly healed. Chapter 1519. At the same time, a handsome and powerful shadow of a hast eagle soared through the sky, fearlessly charging towards the cave wizard Levi. Following that, a golden lion's phantom, caught off guard, collaborated with the Feather King to devour an ordinary cave wizard. The Feather King transformed into golden light, with countless golden feathers forming an invincible greatsword, slashing him to death. A fifth ring earth cave wizard died on the spot. The Feather King laughed and said, "Thank you all for saving the day." The Blood Knight said, "We're all brothers here, no need for formalities. Our strength is weaker, so we can't confront them directly. We rely on the two of you to make a move, and we will provide support." The Wing King laughed and said, "With the five-colored divine light, that's enough, ha ha ha." The Divine Light Knight had already experienced it. Bathed in divine light, even if injured, one could recover rapidly, and combined with the strong physical condition of a level 5 ancient saint, he had worn down that fifth circle perfection cave wizard last time. Meanwhile, more and more ancient saints rushed to the battlefield. After so many years of development, the number of ancient saints in the senior state assembly was incomparable to before. For a moment, Dharma idols, talent brands, combat techniques, and divine weapons shone brilliantly together. At the Coral Witch's end, another cave wizard also fell on the spot, killed by the array. In the end, only Hildur was left, his expression drastically changing. He had brought a full 3/5 circle wizards, but they couldn't even breach the enemy's gates and were all counter-killed by two lizardmen leading a group of level 4 combatants. He wondered in his heart. What kind of organization is this? Forget it, I'll retreat for now. Let the Black Dragon army flatten this place. Damn this array, without it, how could they possibly stop me? Actually, Hildur felt that by using some secret moves and sacrifices, there was still a chance of victory, but it wasn't worth it. He waved his hand. Waterspouts flew out towards the surroundings, clearing everything in their path. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly rushed towards the outside of the array. Everyone dodged, except for the Feather King and the Wing King, who tore through the waterspouts with combat techniques and chased after him. "We can't let him escape. Kill him." Some controlled the array to block Hildur, others took charge of control, and the ancient saints bombarded relentlessly. The last fifth circle perfection had been captured this way. However, Hildur's strength was clearly stronger than his opponent. He waved his hand, and a wall of water appeared, temporarily blocking the Feather King and Wing King. He sneered and said, "You're just relying on your numbers and the array, thinking you can defeat me? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. The Black Dragon army is coming, so you all wait for your death." As the words fell, a clap sounded. Hildur felt like he had hit a wall of air, his head buzzing. He turned around. Just when there had been no one in the void, a figure quietly emerged from the ripples. He was well built, dressed in knight armor, wearing a blood-red cloak, his face calm, and his eyes cold. "And who are you?" Hildur's expression was frantic. With his fifth circle perfection perception, he had not detected the other party approaching. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Could it be a level 6 expert? Was he the emperor spoken of by the two lizardmen? Feeling uneasy, Hildur exploded into thousands of water droplets that splattered everywhere. The black-armored swordsman suddenly threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The flurry of punches shattered all the water droplets. These droplets coalesced together, revealing Hildur's form, who looked terrified. He had just used elementalization, but it had failed. The opponent hadn't even used a spell to suppress him, which was utterly inconceivable. This person was definitely a level 6 expert. Levi's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, his hand was already gripping Hildur's neck. With a light punch, he knocked him out, set up a spell restriction, sealed his cultivation, and tossed him aside. He said lightly, "Lock him up. I will interrogate him next." Seeing this scene, the knights, the ancient saints, the gatekeepers, all their faces lit up with joy. The Golden Lion Knight laughed heartily and rushed over, hugging Levi. "Commander, you're finally back. Divine Light Knight Denise stood still, her beautiful eyes shocked and her mouth slightly open, evidently still not recovered from the simple yet powerful punches moments earlier. Commander. This figure was the commander that the knights had been yearning for day and night. Although they could meet through projected videos, it was still not the same as meeting in person. It was like Levi returning home during the Lunar New Year in his past life. Even the normally composed Blood Knight was somewhat excited. 66 years, a mortal's lifetime has passed. Commander, you're finally back. Levi laughed and said. Indeed, it's been a long time. Seeing that everyone is all right, I'm relieved. Then, Levi continued. I should really give everyone a break now, to properly celebrate. But some unwelcome guests are about to pay a visit. Let's deal with the enemy first, then set up a feast and have a good chat. Upon hearing this, the Feather King's expression grew solemn as he said. Commander, shall I call all the ancient saints? The previous invasions had been minor skirmishes involving nomadic cave wizards, but today seemed to promise a blood battle. Levi said. Yes. He woke Hildur up, and upon seeing Levi, Hildur's heart trembled. Who are you? I am the commander of the Black Dragon Empire's 17th Legion. Release me at once. Levi sighed. Chapter 1520. It seems that you cave wizards have been living underground for too long and still haven't grasped the current situation. He grabbed Hildur's head, and the power of the Scarlet Dragon surged into it. A moment later, Hildur was already bonded by the Scarlet Contract. Now, Levi had 2 contract slots left, which were perfect for interrogating enemies. Hildur told Levi all the intelligence he had on the Black Dragon Empire, without holding anything back. After questioning, Levi gently twisted off Hildur's head, sending him to his death. The others watched Levi nervously. Seeing that Levi was not panicking, they also felt somewhat reassured. They also wondered what level of power the current commander had reached. Levi pondered. From the current situation, the entire Black Dragon Empire was a major military empire, similar to the Amethyst civilization. The empire had 24 legions, each led by a 6th circle wizard. In addition, there were 4 generals with 7-ring cultivation, each commanding 6 legions. At the top was the lord of the Black Dragon Empire, the Black Dragon Wizard Needle. Although this person was a cave wizard, his strength was formidable. After all, he was a dragon descendant, and he practiced both body refinement and spellcraft. Overall, strictly in terms of the number of primordial souls, the strength of the Black Dragon Empire was sufficient to contend with a top wizard organization openly. Consider that the witches' family openly has only 13 primordial soul witches. Hildur was a major team leader of the 17th Legion. Upon discovering this place, he had already communicated with other team leaders of the Legion. The Legion had dispatched 3 major team leaders to help him take down what appeared to be an entrance to a secret realm. As for the Legion commanders, they had not yet personally entered the battle. Perhaps they were still wary of the Wizard Council. Once forces above level 6 began to enter the fray en masse, it would truly escalate the situation, likely leading to a relentless, irreconcilable conflict. Thus, whether it was the war between dark and righteous wizards or the Black Dragon Empire's war against the Church in the human realm, both primarily dragged on through cannon fodder. In fact, the fierce war between dark and righteous wizards that lasted 100 years had seen, in total, only about a dozen combatants above level 6 perish. Levi said. Next, a large wizard legion will come as our enemy. Go and bring all the combat members of your own forces who are above level 3 here to prepare for battle. Levi was intent on using this war to test the military strength of the ancient Saint Plain. The Blood Knight and Feather King both nodded, and the commands were swiftly carried out. The ancient Dragon Empire and the Dusk Holy Temple, both charged with combat, were promptly mobilized. The giant beast Paradise, mainly responsible for logistics, held back most of its members except for some powerful spiritual wizards who joined the battle. Everyone was thrilled to know that their commander had returned. They had been honing their skills in the ancient Saint Plain for a long time, their blades untested. Now was also the time to demonstrate their capabilities in front of their commander, a great opportunity to achieve distinction. During peaceful times, various organizations in the ancient Saint Plain had devised a comprehensive and practical wartime rewards policy. Whether it was teams or individuals making the kill, it was possible to allocate military honors according to war recordings, fairly. For this purpose, the ancient Saint Plain had specifically purchased a batch of war recording wizard tools and merit calculating wizard tools from the wizard world. In civil wars or organizational trials, achievements were primarily determined this way. Before long, two battle groups, aboard their respective airships, arrived grandly at the plane entrance to be inspected by Levi. Levi looked at the soldiers disembarking from the airships, his expression dignified. On the knight's side, those above level 3 were few and far between. The group mainly consisted of members of the 18 Twilight Cavalry who were stationed at the headquarters, along with some from the Fur clan. The commander of the Fur clan was Algerta, whom he had not seen for many years. She was now level 4, though not listed under the Dusk Holy Temple, but rather separately organized. Seeing Levi, Algerta looked somewhat nervous, feeling a sense of trepidation as she drew near her homeland, her fluffy tail drooping. Not bad, Algerta, you are almost reaching the upper limit of the primordial ancestor. Algerta's bloodline originated from the silver frost wolf. Judging from the third-rate shallow quality of the frost wolf breathing technique, this creature was essentially a rank 5 transcendent creature, perhaps level 6 at most. But there might be some unique aspects to it. Algerta had initially cultivated the breathing technique at an extremely fast pace, and Levi speculated that she might indeed be a direct descendant of the frost wolf. Her reaching level 4 now was not surprising to him. Suddenly curious, Levi wondered if a breathing technique, cultivated to its limit without evolving, would directly result in a return to ancestry? For his own breathing technique, reaching its ultimate limit was still far away. He could consider using Algerta as an observation subject in the future. The former Tiger Tribe Tiga and Lion Tribe Simba were also now level 3 knights, while the Black Panther, having failed to break through, had aged and died, respectfully buried by its peers. Apart from these three, the other Fur clan knights were far from reaching level 3. Compared to the knights, the ancient Dragon Empire, which had developed for much longer, boasted many more level 3 powerhouses. A well-prepared lizardman battle group of 300 individuals awaited orders. Levi looked around at the numerous familiar and unfamiliar faces, and, drawing Excalibur, he declared aloud. Today, our homeland will face the most brutal battle in history. I won't ask everyone to be ready to die. I only hope that all of you, for our organization, for yourselves, fight bravely against the enemy and survive in the cruel world. Chapter 1521. With his blood boiling with fervor, he let out a roar, and the phantom of sea dragon Huang rose, waving its claws against the heavens. All who gazed upon the sworn longsword felt their hearts overflow with surging tides of emotion. No one knew how much time had passed. The golden crow set in the west, and the remaining sunlight was as red as blood. On the distant sea surface, a battle group of cave wizards, all cloaked in black, with disfigured faces, approached swiftly, riding on a cloud-shaped wizard tool that howled through the air. The leader was a commander with the full strength of a fifth circle perfection. Besides him, there were no fewer than 6 level 5 team leaders. The third circle and fourth circle wizards numbered over 200. This army could sweep the outer sea region of the Endless Sea with ease. Commander Muriki's gaze fixed on what lay ahead, signaling the army to halt. According to the intelligence from Hildur, there is a trap array at the entrance to the secret realm. Let the array wizards break the formation first, then we'll charge in. It was here that Hildur fell. We must not be careless. If we can seize this secret realm and present it to the army commander, it will be a great achievement, he said. From the defensive measures at the entrance to the secret realm, the resources inside must not be too shabby, otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths to protect it. 2 fifth circle array wizards hurriedly took up their tools and went to figure out how to break the formation. However, before they could work on breaking the array, it dissolved on its own, revealing the scene within. A black armored knight sat loftily under the sky dome, a brass greatsword hanging the belt, backed by an army of lizardmen and armored knights with soaring morale. Levi had removed the array himself. The 7 Kings of Hell was a trap array and not a protective shield-like array. Given that the enemy was prepared, it was only a matter of time before this 4th circle array would be broken through. With his current strength, Levi alone could obliterate the incoming foes, so the existence of the array mattered little. The reason for such a grand display was also to temper the battle group of the ancient Saint Plain. Muriki looked upon this army predominantly composed of lizardmen with a touch of surprise. Alien races, wizards. What sort of ragtag army is this? He mused coldly. He spoke menacingly. If you surrender now, you may avoid senseless death, otherwise, this place will run red with blood. Levi did not engage with the enemy. He rose to his feet, lifting the sword of victory high, bathing every soldier in the invisible domain of victory. Kill! At his command, shadows burst forth, and the surging blood chi of the lizardmen, combined with the effects of their combat array, merged and charged toward the enemy. The knights also showed their divine powers, with dharma idols and divine weapons shining brightly. The Feather King and the Wing King transformed into streaks of light, intercepting the fifth circle wizards. Muriki sneered. Ants shaking a tree, overestimating their prowess. With 7 level 5 experts on his side, how could the enemy possibly win? The next moment, Levi was on the move. With the brass greatsword in hand, he transformed into a streak of light and arrived in an instant. As for techniques like Dharma Body, Dharma Idol, or spells, he didn't use any. That would have quickly obliterated the enemy, and what would his subordinates fight then? When Levi struck, it was with thunderous force, his mighty aura making even the sea tremble. 66 years of cultivation at the ancient tower were for this moment, to showcase his edge. Feeling Levi's invincible momentum, Muriki's expression finally shifted dramatically. Raising his hand, he released a bursting fireball that swept through with searing heat. Like the rock spreading its wings, Levi soared past the fireball, taking a step that shook the void, with the aura of the stars accompanying the fall of his sword light. Star-stepping traceless slash. This splendorous sword light, like the stars, trampled and shattered Muriki's fifth circle innate spell. In a breath's time, Levi was already close at hand, inciting a fear in the wizard Muriki that he could not hide. His protective force field flickered, his fifth circle wizard tool giving frantic warnings, circling around him for layers of defense. The other fifth circle wizards also came to his aid. But the black armored swordsman lifted his sword for a strike, with the moon aura falling from the skies, generating thunder within the void that resonated explosively. The swordsman, holding his sword in one hand, switched to a horizontal slash. A crescent arc of sword chi, wrapped in thunder, struck with unbeatable force, slicing 2 fifth circle wizards in half before shattering Muriki's protective field and wizard tool. Blood sprayed in all directions as Muriki's bisected body plummeted from the sky. A simple, unadorned sword move wiped out 3 fifth circle wizards, including one at 5th circle perfection. Even among cave wizards, such power was enough to shock the world. The knights and lizardmen on the battlefield, beholding Levi's valor, were invigorated as if they were pumped with adrenaline. Island. Is this also the might of combat techniques? Unimaginable, that combat techniques can achieve such a feat. Everyone was profoundly shaken, filled with confidence about the future of this path. Spells indeed are powerful, but the path of combat techniques also holds great promise. For knights who practiced physical cultivation, combat techniques were fundamental. Even with talent brands, their importance could not be replaced. The Blood Knights, after using their Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sword to slay the enemy before him, turned their gaze towards the commander, who stood like a god of war. How much did our commander endure in the ancient tower to achieve such flawless artistry? His memory hazily returned to more than 200 years ago, to that somewhat green lord of Flower City. Who would have thought that this youth could accomplish so much in 200 years? The Blood Knight had no belief in gods or destiny, but at this moment, he was even more convinced. The commander was their guide in the new world, a relic of the old era. Under his leadership, the path of knights would shine brightly and vie with the strong civilizations of the multidimensional plane. In an instant, 7 fifth circle wizards were reduced to only 4. Chapter 1522. The Black Dragon Army wizards realized the severity of the problem. Everyone, assemble the combat array, surround this swordsman. But would Levi give them the chance to form their combat array? Compared to the enemies he faced inside the ancient tower, these wizards, whether in terms of combat experience or strength, were hardly worth mentioning. With the eagle divine scripture, he dodged and weaved, slashing with his blade, blood spilling on the spot. Before long, the fifth circle wizards all fell. The knights' expressions froze. Was this battle about to end without even starting? Without their leader, the Black Dragon army fell into complete disarray. This person must be a level 6 expert hiding his strength, unbeatable by force. We must retreat quickly. Run! The Black Dragon army scattered like birds and beasts. Kill them all clean! Levi ordered. The lizardmen and knights charged into the enemy ranks, whose morale had collapsed, slaughtering wildly. The cave wizards soon fell by the majority. Those few who managed to escape the encirclement were easily cut down by Levi. Dusk fell. The Black Dragon army was completely annihilated. Levi said, "Count the casualties, clear the battlefield. They had achieved a great victory in this battle, with some losses, but that was inevitable. Levi needed a cold-blooded battle group that could charge into the fray, not a bunch of wine bags and rice bags sheltered by him. So far, everyone's performance was praiseworthy, and Levi was quite pleased. In this battle, he had not used any wizard methods, he wanted to leave a seed in the minds of these people. One day in the future, this seed would grow into a towering tree. At night, in the ancient Dragon Empire's square, there was a sea of people. Knights, lizardmen, fur clan members, wizards. All gathered together. Everyone drank, danced, chatted, welcoming Levi back and celebrating the triumph of the war. The commander's sword skill was so cool, when can we reach that level? Work hard in your cultivation, and there is hope. Starting tomorrow, as long as it doesn't kill us, we'll train to the death. After the feast, the ancient Saint Plain became busy again. Several days later. Imperial Palace. Dressed in a tight-fitting witch garb, the alluringly beautiful succubus Maria walked with a cat-like tread. Master, here is the list of war trophies from this battle. After receiving it, Levi looked it over and found nothing that caught his eye. He then arranged for the big organizations to distribute the spoils according to their contributions. Levi asked. Maria, are you about to reach level 5? Maria said. Yes. Levi took out several demon crystal cores. Take these and refine them, promote to level 5 as soon as possible. Maria smiled charmingly, showing a grateful look. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness. I have nothing with which to repay you, except... Levi waved his hand and said. Step down, no need for idle talk. Maria chuckled and left, swaying her hips. Levi sat cross-legged. He was contemplating how to use the resources he had obtained to fully arm the ancient Saint Plain. The priority now is to advance to level 6, then to cultivate more level 5 powers. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, there were indeed many level 5 creatures, such as the Black Lotus Beast, but it was too well known and could easily lead to associations with the Dragon Abomination avatar. Before Levi had absolute strength, this identity could not be exposed in the wizard world. Otherwise, the people chasing him would encircle the endless sea. First, station the 8 heavenly dragon prison and Godnik at the entrance of the ancient Saint Plain to guard it. The array and Godnik had always been Levi's secret trump cards, neither of which had been projected before. In the following days, Levi began to get busy in the ancient Saint Plain. 1 month later, the 8 heavenly dragon prison was set up, and with the special spiritual creature Nick piloting God Nick, the entrance was guarded. In this way, unless a level 6 expert descends, the safety of the ancient Saint Plain is assured. 2 months later, the Earth-level water oddity received from the Blood Banquet Dharma King had been refined, raising his spiritual force upper limit by 10 points. Levi's spiritual force upper limit reached 1,300, only 320 points away from perfection. However, Levi, busy with affairs, actually forgot the agreement with Mia. Mia, having waited 2 months with no result, anxiously took the initiative to contact the Holy Infant, who immediately arranged a meeting place with Mia in the human realm. That day, a deserted island. The Holy Infant meditated with closed eyes. A streak of light descended onto the island, revealing the elated silhouette within. Mia said with a blushing face in a soft voice. Lord Ace, I'm here. The Holy Infant, with a hint of apology. Sorry, I went into a short retreat after I returned. Mia's heart warmed as she said. It's okay, cultivation is important, there's no rush. The Holy Infant said. I'm going to take you to meet a friend of mine, I'm working for him. Mia nodded slightly, her excitement evident, but also a bit nervous, worried about not passing the interview. Seeing this, the Holy Infant patted Mia's shoulder. Don't be nervous. Mia paused, then nodded repeatedly. Before long, Mia followed the Holy Infant into the heavily guarded 8 heavenly dragon prison, and upon seeing God Nick seated like divine beings at the center, she was shocked. Such a terrifying alchemical creature, she felt that she might not even match up to it in a fight. Lord Ace, can you also perform alchemy? The Holy Infant replied. I know a bit, mostly, these were refined by my friend. I did only a little bit of work. The imposing figure on the throne looked at Mia, and Levi said sternly. I have heard about your situation from Ace. If you want to join here, you need to swear an oath that you cannot break at the cost of your life. Think carefully. Mia nodded and said. I agree. Most top wizard organizations are like this, and Mia had long been used to it. After Mia joined the team, the ancient Saint Plane gained another level 5 expert. The Holy Infant took Mia away, introduced her to the things she needed to pay attention to, and then assigned her some tasks. In the future, all tasks related to the ancient Saint Plane's procurement from the wizard world, the sales of the Holy Infant artifact, and the handling of useless spoils of war, were entrusted to Mia. Having organized all the organization's affairs, Levi began his retreat immediately, solely to refine the 2 Morning Star level oddities. He wasn't very worried about the Black Dragon Empire. Unless 7 Circle Wizards join the fray with Martha and Mana's strength, even if an army commander personally came, they would have to leave something behind. Moreover, the Black Dragon Empire was busy with the war against the Church, and they probably wouldn't have time to worry about him for the time being. Levi took out a transparent container. Within the container was a purple fingertip oddity that Levi called the Thunder God's Finger. The fingertip's surface had been sealed with a spell by the Flower Knight, otherwise the container would have been shattered by the lightning emitted by the oddity. He took out the fingertip, unlocked the seal, and the secret room immediately filled with flashing lightning and thunder, creating a man-made miniature lightning pool. Levi bathed in it, grasping the oddity tightly with his hand, allowing it to strike him with lightning. Amidst the terrifying currents running wild, he muttered to himself. For other 5th Circle wizards, refining this oddity might be a bit troublesome. But for me, there's even a strangely addictive tingling sensation in my brain. It seems that cultivating in the lightning pool could slightly stimulate the growth of spiritual force. I could research this further. Levi closed his eyes, wholly immersed in refining the oddity. Blessed by the Lover's Rune, grant me a higher spiritual force limit. Chapter 1523. During Levi's period of secluded cultivation, Leviathan was not idle, for he was now the supervisor. Mia and Maria were his female assistants. The main responsibility of the succubus was to handle internal affairs within the ancient Saint Plane, while Mia handled external affairs. Leviathan handed over some of the spoils from the ancient tower that wouldn't expose Levi's identity, including the tortoise's heart, all to Mia. Mia went to the wizard world and began moving between the top schools, secretly dealing with these materials and trading the tortoise's heart for other oddities. This task would take quite a long time to complete. Eventually, it should bring Levi a considerable income. As a 5th Circle wizard, Mia was careful in her tasks and was unlikely to encounter any problems. Meanwhile, Leviathan began to refine a new 8 Heavenly Dragon prison array and a combat array for use by the battle group, striving to cultivate his array skills to perfection as soon as possible. Having refined weapons in the ancient tower for so long, Levi's weapon-making skills and proficiency had reached their peak, just waiting to refine 6th Circle magical artifacts to break through their limits after advancing to the primordial soul. Similarly, his pharmaceutical skills had also reached 5th Circle perfection. It is worth mentioning that the lower limit of a primordial soul wizard's spiritual force is 2000 points because when a wizard breaks through to primordial soul, their spiritual force surges by 1000 points. This is a crucial distinction from prior to reaching the 5th Circle. Even though Levi had cultivated his spiritual force to 1620, he was still far from being able to refine a 6-ring primordial soul potion. So, the next step was the 6th Circle breakthrough potion. Levi had only 4 options. 1. To buy it directly, but this was certainly difficult. Without the right connections and channels, even money couldn't buy the breakthrough potion needed for the primordial soul, a strategic resource linked to a wizard's combat capacity tightly controlled by top wizard organizations and powerful families. This was to prevent affluent upstarts beyond their control from obtaining the potion, such as nomadic wizards like Levi. 2. To gather the ingredients and find a well-connected 6th ring alchemist to refine it privately. 3. To refine a 5th Circle primordial soul breakthrough potion. The advantage was that Levi could refine it himself, and it was cheaper to produce with materials easier to find. The disadvantage was that this type of potion's success rate was too low compared to those of the 6th Circle, usually chosen only by those 5th Circle perfection wizards without any background or resources. 4. To try his luck by exploring relics. As for advancing without a potion and relying on luck, Levi would not consider such a gamble. To him, the primordial soul breakthrough potion was definitely essential. Whether it was external force crystal shattering or internal force crystal shattering, both required this potion. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, the aura of the heaven crystal dragon ant was growing stronger. According to the calculations of the ice phoenix, it would awaken within a year. By then, Levi would possess 3 6th level combat forces, and looking across the wizard world, he would be part of a high-level wizard organization. Any groups like the Thunder Dragon family would be trivial. The Ashen Dragon egg was brimming with life, and Levi looked forward to the day it would hatch. Taking advantage of its youthful ignorance, Levi planned to extract a bit of bloodline essence, which he believed would speed up his training in the Inferno Dragon breathing technique. After all, even at 1 year old, it was still a legitimate pure-blooded dragon clan member. Sorcerer, having perfectly completed Levi's tasks, was now occupying a blessed land within the fairyland for cultivation. His talent was very remarkable, on par with Anya. He had fortuitously received the inheritance of a primordial soul wizard from the lightning school of thought who had perished on the 7th floor, turning misfortune into a blessing. After receiving the inheritance, Sorcerer broke through to 5th circle perfection and was now progressing towards 1,000 points of spiritual force. With the rich elemental power of the ancient Banyan fairyland, this day wouldn't be far off. Advancement to primordial soul was promising. Leviathan, Gustav, and other retired employees who were close to Levi also obtained immigration qualifications to the ancient Banyan fairyland. They now all resided in the ocean, cared for by the Shell Demon clan. Leviathan's wife, the Great Horned Whale, had also joined him. Leviathan, using the heart of the sea overturning crocodile dragon obtained in the Sea of Stars, refined bloodline crystals and used them to refine a potion for Gustav. After Gustav took it, his internal potential was fully unleashed, paving a hopeful path to his advancement to rank 5. Having the blood-sucking demon dragon, Night Fang was also allowed to retire. She was already at the peak of level 4, and without Levi's exploitation, advancing to level 5 was a natural progression. Raja's cultivation was slightly lacking, but since obtaining the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, Levi had reduced his exploitation of Raja. With the rich supplements he provided, Raja's step into level 5 wasn't difficult. Among level 5 transcendent creatures, Crab General Sawkins, Shrimp Soldier Pixar, Dragon Chancellor Ratty, the Earthquake Dragon Triplets, Thunder Rock and other veterans weren't assigned any specific tasks by Levi. They just needed to grow healthily and cultivate diligently within the ancient Banyan fairyland. The destiny-riddled phoenix could never escape being a furnace. Day and night, this inseparable brother of Leviathan voluntarily worked overtime in the weapon refinement room. Moreover, since obtaining many level 5 amethysts and precious materials within the ancient tower, Levi instructed Leviathan to refurbish his previously retired puppets like Blood-Armored Corpse Demon, Poison Fire Corpse Demon, and Tyrant 4, granting them level 5 combat power, were sent to Midland Continent to guard its branches, ensuring the safety of the Black Knight and others, facilitating their operations. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Chapter 1524. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1232, Month of Beginning. Nearly half a year had passed since the ancient tower closed. All the level 3 and level 4 rare metals Levi brought back from the ancient tower, along with many other materials, resources and wizard tools he had no use for, had completely filled the treasuries of the Dusk Holy Temple. Members of the 3 major organizations of the ancient Saint Plane could exchange them using contribution points earned from their respective positions. The 18 Twilight Cavalry members quickly used their accumulated contribution points to exchange for the advancement materials they needed, or materials for divine weapons. This way, everyone's strength had been substantially enhanced, like replacing their old muskets with cannons. Good divine weapons were an important support for knights to exert their power. 3 months after the 132nd Round Table meeting of the Twilight Knights ended, Levi had also successfully refined the Thunder God's finger. In the secret room, a surge of purple energy flowed into Levi's mind, and the phantom of a purple severed finger emerged within his iridescent crystal. He opened his eyes, and the void crackled with electricity, filled with divine light. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Levi quickly picked up the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual Force, 1026/1360. Spell Power, 102,600. This is great, the Lover's Rune didn't deceive me. The upper limit of my spiritual force has increased by 60 points, which is much stronger than the Withered Wood artifact I received before. Levi was excited. With this, he was only 260 points away from 1,620, which was within reach. Levi carefully felt the changes within his body and extended the index finger of his right hand. An aura of destruction brewed upon it, and he lightly pointed. A purple thunderbolt beam shot out, piercing deep into the ground, obliterating everything along its path. This strike's power is even greater than my golden ray, enough to penetrate the 5 rings' perfect force field. It could be called Thunder God's finger. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the place of his retreat. When he reappeared, he was already high in the sky. His gaze was indifferent as lightning flickered, and he brought his hands together. Thunder God, aid me! In an instant. Behind Levi, a massive phantom of the Thunder God, towering at 100 meters, emerged. This Thunder God was entirely ethereal, except for the right index finger, which was corporeal. And the severed finger Levi had obtained was that very index finger. He mused. The reasons for the birth of truth oddities are various, some are due to special geological environments, and some might be related to the fall of powerful beings. When primordial soul wizards fall, they create the wizard fall phenomenon, which can give rise to marks of truth. Those who are destined can benefit from them. This Thunder God's finger must have been formed from the dispersed truth trace of a fallen thunder element powerful being, due to a fortuitous coincidence. 100 Flowers Knight said she once saw an oddity named Thunder God's Eye during a wizard gathering. Now it seems these two oddities are very likely from the same powerful being. Of course, these are just some of Levi's thoughts and speculations. It's not possible for him to collect all of the Thunder God series oddities. The Thunder God illusion behind him shared a mysteriously similar fate with Simon's Fire God's Phantom. Such a thing is somewhat like a lower-tier primordial soul wizard form, a derivative of refining an oddity, not a special spiritual creature, but still possessing incredible divine powers. With a thought, the Thunder God illusion raised its right hand, and a thunder spear began to take shape. Thunder roared, shaking the void. A trail of lightning, 3 miles long, ripped through the sky. As expected of a Morning Star-level oddity, merely the strength of this Thunder God illusion is enough to teach most Fifth Circle perfection wizards a lesson. Simon's Fire God's Phantom was just a derivative of a sky-grade oddity, far inferior to Levi's Thunder God. Levi waved his hand. The Thunder God illusion turned into a lightning pillar tens of meters thick, plummeting from the sky. A mountain peak was instantly shorn in half by the lightning, with thunder melt traces visible at the fracture. With a single thought, the Thunder God illusion spread its palm, and the elemental power of the thunder within several miles began to converge. Quickly, it formed a lightning ball roughly 100 meters in diameter. The lightning ball shot out and exploded with a bang, the shockwave rolling back, turning the surrounding 5 miles into a purple thunder ocean. Levi casually threw some trash wizard tools into it, which were instantly melted by the lightning into molten metal. Such terrifying power, it's no less formidable than my Red Lotus Purgatory. The Thunder God illusion's range of manipulating the elemental forces of the world is much larger than the companion sword spirit and the faceless fire god, hence its spell power surpasses both significantly. Soon, Levi withdrew the Thunder God illusion. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his spiritual force was somewhat exhausted. Unlike the special spiritual creatures, the Thunder God illusion requires a large amount of spiritual force and spell power to maintain. It cannot exist for a long time and can only be used as a burst mechanism in battle. Once I reach the primordial soul, the Thunder God illusion should be able to unleash its true power. Beyond this, the most impressive aspect of this oddity was that it had granted Levi a special talent. He opened the proficiency panel. After the special effect of the ether meditation art, a new entry had appeared. Thunder right hand, your affinity for thunder element elemental power has greatly increased. This talent was perhaps the best special talent Levi had acquired so far. It was far superior to his previous talents such as Iron Will, Golden Snake playing with water, Wind Thunder Remnants, Heavenly Wind Heart, and so on. Chapter 1525. Of course, if Levi's breathing technique continues to improve, then the effects of his special talents will gradually increase until one day they might surpass those of the Thunder left hand. As special talents accumulate, Levi's cultivation speed using the meditation art will get faster and faster. Even during the arduous primordial soul stage, combined with the proficiency panel, his cultivation will go smoothly. After all, his foundational element affinity is really poor, being only a child of chaos. That he has managed to cultivate to his current level is truly not easy. Levi put away Thunder God and, content, returned to his place of seclusion. Next, I'll put in one more push to refine the Deerhead Sage. Let's see what surprises come to me. With the closing of the ancient tower, the favored children of the heavens, the primordial soul wizards, returned to their respective wizard organizations. The wizard world became increasingly lively. Soon afterward, the final rankings of the ancient tower were dispatched by the Wizard Council to all the major schools and wizard organizations, with the stipulation that those on the list must go to the Central Realm to claim their rewards within a set period or forfeit them. The Endless Sea. The Star Sea. Nether Capital. Anya held the list. Master Fire Dragon, Faceless Wizard. Victor, Gonduf. This was the final top 10 list, with Master Fire Dragon still far in the lead. The second place, the Faceless Wizard, was low-key. The fifth place, Victor, needs no introduction, the founder of the Flying Secret Sword Cult. In terms of fame, he is the first, it's just a pity that he didn't achieve much inside the ancient tower. Gonduf, in seventh place, has a considerable reputation as well. Outside the ancient tower, he has hordes of admirers. Many nomadic wizard markets have volunteered to erect statues of Gonduf, solidifying his title as the light of the nomadic wizards. Speaking of which, Anya had seen Gonduf twice, with one of those times being rescued by him. Gonduf's strength is truly unfathomable, and even after advancing to 5th circle, she wouldn't dare to compare with him. Suddenly, Anya's communication wizard tool started to buzz. After returning from the ancient tower, he had contacted Levi. But it seemed Levi was busy and hadn't had the time to reply to him. He looked at the message and smiled. It is just like Sir Levi, under the great opportunities I obtained in the ancient tower I barely managed to advance to 5th circle, while he has quietly become a 5th circle wizard. Elsewhere. The witch's family. Triss and Elena sat opposite each other, drinking fine wine and chatting about their experiences in the ancient tower. Triss glanced at the ancient tower rankings list and said, "The Master Fire Dragon ranked first is really calm. The award notification from the Congress headquarters has been issued for so long, and he has yet to claim his rewards. 10 million ether stones, 3 top-grade wizard tools, 1 sky-grade oddity for a 5th circle wizard, these are no small amount." Elena replied. "For such a favorite of the heavens, these rewards may indeed be insignificant. Instead, the Wizard Council's request for the individual to come to the Central Realm to receive the rewards might be an attempt to come to terms with him and probe his background. Such exceptional individuals undoubtedly have many cards up their sleeves and secrets they wish not to reveal. Maybe that's what he's considering." Triss said with a laugh. "You make a good point. So far, in the top 10, those who went to claim their rewards are all from the top wizard organizations. Those suspected of being nomadic wizards haven't gone at all." Immediately after, Triss joked. "By the way, it has been a while since Levi returned from the ancient tower and he hasn't come to visit me, his leader. I guess he got something good from the ancient tower, grew wings, and now I'm beneath him." Elena laughed and said, "Don't you understand him? He's busy cultivating all day long. With his strength and wit, he certainly gained a lot in the ancient tower, and he's likely busy digesting and assimilating it now." Triss nodded and sighed helplessly. She took out a projection and played it. It showed battle videos of various dragon abominations she had collected. "Give me your opinion, do you think this is a dragon abomination?" Elena took the projection, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Watching the defiant dragon abomination on the screen, she shook her head and said, "This? I can't tell, probably not." Triss commented. During this opening of the ancient tower, he was the most impressive. Many voices in the wizard world are saying he isn't a dragon abomination, but an alien race or wizard in disguise. Just to mislead others. Elena nodded and said, "Perhaps." Actually, she and some members of the Knights had already had a rough idea of who the three-headed dragon abomination was after seeing the projection. The disguise of the three-headed dragon abomination was very good, and only the Knights could see some clues through his methods. Concerning his true identity, they all tacitly chose to ignore it, as if they knew nothing. Some things were better left to drift away with the wind. After a hearty chat with her best friend, Triss saw Elena off. "Elena's cultivation level is almost catching up with mine. I must also hurry to break through the 7th circle to welcome the grand convergence of planes." As she turned to head home, the immortal banyan dragon, Isra, who had been sleeping for nearly a century on the magic tree, suddenly awoke. Her young voice entered Triss's mind. "Triss, has the ancient tower closed?" Triss replied with a smile. "Yes, lady." Isra asked. "What about that youngster named Levi? Has he come back?" Triss was a bit surprised that the immortal banyan dragon lady still remembered Levi, the little shrimp. "Levi has already returned, lady." Chapter 1526. Izura said. Would you please take a moment to contact him for me, and say I have something to discuss with him? Although Triss was puzzled, she agreed. After returning home and soaking in the medicinal pool, she mused. This kid, actually attracting the attention of so many top figures, is truly a hot commodity. Luckily, I was the first primordial soul wizard to invest in him. As the saying goes, those closest to the water get the moon first. My status, in his heart, should still be the most important, right? Time flies like an arrow, and the years pass like a weaving shuttle. Before one realizes it, half a year slips away. The first prize reward from the Wizard Council remains unclaimed to this day, and eventually, after its term expired, it was retracted by the council. In the marketplace, countless people, coveting these rewards, grumbled in discontent. What a waste of heavenly treasures, such good items shouldn't just be left unclaimed. Even if unwanted, they could have given them to me. Indeed, it's such a shame. If only I could get 1,000,000 ether stones, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. It's true that comparisons can really kill a person. A sky-grade oddity, hey? I've grown so old, yet I've never even seen a sky-grade, let alone an earth-grade oddity. A 5th circle top-grade wizard tool, any single one of them is worth 2 to 3 million ether stones, all that wasted. Is this fire dragon wizard so arrogant? He looks down on these rewards. The vast number of lower-tier wizards simply didn't understand. The gazes of the top wizard organizations, too, were fixated on these names. These nomadic wizards, led by the fire dragon wizard, seemed to know their place. If they dared to go to the central realm, I'm afraid they would immediately attract the attention of those high-profile individuals. By then, it might even bring some trouble. These people have no solid foundation and they are cautious with every step, like walking on thin ice. It is somewhat understandable. By the way, are the investigation results for that 3-headed dragon abomination out yet? Although the Ancient Towers event had ended, everyone's enthusiasm didn't seem to have subsided yet. However, with time, the Ancient Tower will eventually be gradually forgotten. After 10,000 years, apart from the wizard families and organizations that pass down their legacies, very few of the vast lower-tier nomadic wizard groups still remember the Ancient Tower. The year 1232 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. The month of winter. After more than a year of travel, changing who knows how many identities and disguises, Mia had finally managed to discreetly deal with the war spoils given to her by the Holy Infant in various marketplaces and black markets. Although she was cautious, learning well from Levi's cautious approach, with the number of incidents she had, several mishaps still occurred. Some overconfident dark wizards or people with intentions were still able to track her down, attempting to kill and rob her. However, she was equipped with several top-grade wizard tools bestowed by the Holy Infant for physical defense, control, attack, and even void travel. Even against those at 5th circle perfection, she could put up a fight. In the vast majority of instances, she turned danger into safety, successfully counterattacking or escaping unscathed. On the rare occasions when she found herself in dire situations, she used the numerous level 4 divine talismans gifted by the Holy Infant. Below the primordial soul level, there were few enemies that hundreds of divine talismans couldn't solve. If there were, then a few hundred more would do the job. Eventually, Mia returned to the ancient saint plane without incident. All the way, her heart trembled because in her storage ring, there was a total of 80 million ether stones. Yes. 80 million. Mia didn't even dare to dream of such a sum. She even doubted that those 6th circle wizards had such net worth. Fire Dragon Peak. The seclusion area for Lord Ace's weapon refinement. Mia, with her trembling heart and excited hands, handed over the storage ring full of ether stones to Lord Ace. The moment the transfer was completed, Mia finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and said with a wry smile. "My lord, such a task was indeed a formidable one. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my duty without disgrace. Mia has succeeded." The Holy Infant replied with a smile. "You've worked hard. Now, you can cultivate peacefully on the ancient saint plane for the foreseeable future. For the time being, don't go out." Mia nodded and said. "Thank you, my lord. By the way, that earthen element truth oddity has still not been traded away." The Holy Infant said. "No matter." After Mia left, the Holy Infant looked at the ether stones, yet his emotions remained as still as an ancient well. In that moment, he deeply understood the words once spoken by his previous life's father Ma. To me, money is merely a set of numbers. Now, Levi's tie stone cash had reached 120 million. He had truly become a bona fide billionaire. What Mia dealt with were just those wizard tools and items that Levi collected in the ancient tower and had no use for. The truly valuable top-grade wizard tools and treasures were not sold, all were kept for his own use and internal organization consumption. That is to say, even by selling off junk, he had earned nearly $1 billion, a testament to Levi's immense haul. The Holy Infant took out the tortoise's heart. Be it so, this oddity I shall bestow upon Andrew. During the time I was not present, he has contributed the most to the theoretical system of the Knights, deserving of an Earth-grade oddity. To Levi, Earth-grade oddities, unless capable of producing a special spiritual creature companion, only served to enhance the upper limit of spiritual force. Even if exchanged for something new, it was likely to be of little use. Andrew is now also a third circle wizard. This tortoise's heart can perfectly bring forth a third circle innate spell for him. Giving it to him will save Andrew plenty of painstaking cultivation time, allowing him to focus on researching knight theories. The Holy Infant summoned Andrew. Presently, Andrew, clad in a wizard robe, was constantly carrying a sword on his back, possessing a style akin to a quasi-knight ranger. Lord Ace, what are your orders? Chapter 1527. During Levi's seclusion, all major and minor matters of the ancient Saint Plane were managed by the supervisor. Ace said solemnly. This item is a legendary truth oddity, extremely precious, an unparalleled treasure that is priceless in the wizard world. The commander has instructed me to give this to you. Once you refine it, you will benefit immensely. Continue to perform well and do not disappoint the commander's ardent hopes for you. Andrew stared at the oddity, breathing rapidly, and said. This is too valuable, I really shouldn't accept it. Maybe I could use contribution points to exchange for it. Ace responded. This is an order, take it. Your contribution points are not enough to exchange for a truth oddity, as it is not an exchangeable item. You should keep this to yourself. Unable to decline further, Andrew solemnly said. The Steel Dragon Knight will certainly not fail the supervisor and the commander's expectations. Having received the oddity, he hurried back, eager to refine it. Once the refinement was complete, he should be close to reaching the three-ring senior realm. The Holy Infant continued to refine arrays with an expressionless face. Some time later, he combined the Purgatory Ghost-killing array used by the ancient saints with knowledge of combat arrays from other wizard organizations and 3 indigenous civilizations, which he had acquired in the ancient tower, refining a set more suitable for the ancient saints, the 5-ring battle formation. Dragon King Formation. The name was simple and sounded unimpressive, yet its function was extremely powerful. This combat array, due to the incorporation of barbarian tribes' knowledge, did not require a spellcaster to assemble it. The array item for this formation was a token called Dragon King Order. The Dragon King Order was divided into King's Order, General Order, and Soldier Order. King's Order was personally refined by Levi, used to oversee the entire situation. General Order was refined by level 4 and level 5 experts, used for commanding soldiers. Soldier Order was refined by level 3 knights or lizardmen and was the foundation. Every soldier who held a Dragon King Order could link their spirit with nearby comrades. Thus, whether it was 2 people or 200, they could immediately, depending on the situation, form a battle group. Naturally, the more people, the greater the power of the formation. Over 10 could form the 10 absolute formation, over 100 the 100 battle formation, and over 1,000. Has not yet been developed. The ancient Saint Plane couldn't train so many soldiers so quickly. With this battle formation combined with the Sword of Victory, whether it be the Knights Battle Group or the Ancient Holy War Group, their combat power will greatly increase, not much inferior to the regular battle groups of the wizard world. With the current military strength of the ancient Saint Plane, this formation was enough to compete with ordinary 5th Circle Perfection wizards in battle. Below the primordial soul, they were invincible. A month later, all the Dragon King orders were issued to the soldiers of the ancient Saint Plane who were level 3 and above. For those below level 3, the Holy Infant currently had no capacity to refine Dragon King orders, they would mass-produce them later when the ancient Saint Plane had its own team of refiners. Once everyone had refined their Dragon King orders, they were summoned by the Holy Infant to the wilderness training field of the ancient Saint Plane. Wing King reported. Report to the supervisor, the war formation has finished rehearsing and is ready for a demonstration. The Holy Infant said. Then let's give it a try, treat me as your opponent, and attack without reservation, no need to worry. On the training field, figures full of a solemn aura floated in the void. Whether knight or ancient saint, their spirits interconnected under the effect of the battle formation, undergoing a qualitative change. The blood chi of hundreds of people, linked by this collective spirit, coalesced together, forming the spectral image of a giant dragon with a wingspan of several hundred meters, radiating immense majesty. Attack! The spectral giant dragon, enveloping various attacks from the soldiers, surged towards the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant maneuvered through the attacks, lightly pointing a finger. A crimson divine dragon exploded, waves of air tumbling, sweeping away all these attacks. With the enhancement of the battle formation, everyone's spirit surged, attacking and defending orderly. For a moment, these people were actually able to exchange blows with the Holy Infant performing at 70% of his power. It should be known, the power of the Holy Infant had long surpassed that of an ordinary fifth circle perfection by a great deal. Eventually, the Holy Infant nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all, though the cooperation among you is still not perfectly coordinated. Continue to train hard. Having resolved the battle group's formation issues, the Holy Infant began to focus on refining the 8 heavenly dragon prison. The time came to the Holy Brilliance calendar 1233, month of flowers. The place of seclusion. Levi had completed refining the deer head sage. In his mind, a warm current flowed in, and a miniature deer spectral image emerged within the iridescent crystal. Levi opened his Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 1101/1360. Spell power, 1101,000. Levi looked somewhat regretful. It's a pity, it didn't increase the upper limit of spiritual force. But it did increase my spiritual force by 66 points in one go, saving me almost 10 years of hard cultivation. If it were an ordinary wizard, those 66 points of spiritual force might require 60 years of cultivation. When thought about like this, it's not a loss. Levi had expected this. His real hope lay in the 8 golden leaves and other oddities inside the romantic ring. If it comes to it, I'll just wait 100 years to enter the ancient tower and take out that group of golden absolutes in one fell swoop. Having obtained the ancient tower scepter, he had already learned the location of that group of golden absolutes. Those fellows were situated deep within the AIO underground world. The depths of the underground world are very dangerous, with the presence of the Black Beast Lord, so he dared not venture deep, and thus the flying scythe beasts had not yet found them. Besides increasing spiritual force, the second function of the deer head sage was to give rise to a fifth circle innate spell. Chapter 1528. This spell, named Pursuing Shadows. Although Levi was not specialized in the shadow school of thought, he had some knowledge about shadow magic since he occasionally needed to tutor Aya's lessons. But he had never seen such a powerful shadow spell before. Pursuing Shadows allowed Levi to collect the shadows of the enemies he personally killed, then send them into the shadow dimension, transforming them into his shadow servants, similar to the skill mentioned in legends where a tiger, after consuming a human, spawns a vengeful ghost to serve it. Shadow servants are essentially shadow creatures that usually reside in the shadow dimension, but can be summoned by Levi at any time to fight for him. As shadow creatures, entering and traveling through the shadow dimension is quite common. After becoming a shadow servant, their strength would decrease by 1 level, and all their innate skills from their lifetime would be transformed by the shadow dimension into special shadow spells. For example, the fireball technique would turn into the shadow fireball technique. Although not as powerful as before, being able to master all the skills from their previous life was sufficiently formidable. Compared to some of the spells from the School of Death that function similarly to Pursuing Shadows, their effects are hardly comparable. Shadow servants do have a limit in numbers. Typically, a fifth circle wizard's number of shadow servants does not exceed 1,000. However, the strength of the shadow servants is not limited. In theory, if Levi could kill 1,000 level 5 experts, he could create 1,000 level 4 shadow servant troops to fight for him. This is terrifying, far more potent than any alchemical creatures. No wonder the deer head sage could summon so many shadow creatures, they were all shadow servants he acquired after defeating them. It's a pity, had I obtained this oddity earlier, I would have killed many level 5 black beasts and archmages in the ancient tower. With a sense of regret, Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Golden Dragon Break, 7th talent level 12, 1678/400,000. Pursuing Shadows, 8th talent level 11, 1/300,000. No, the name Pursuing Shadows is not orderly or elegant enough, it must be changed to something related to dragons. Levi stroked his chin deep in thought. It is well known that Levi is terrible at naming, the names of the skills he comes up with are often unsatisfactory. After a long and thoughtful contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "An army born from one, Black Shadow Army. I might as well rename it Shadow Dragon Group." Thus, Levi's 8th talent was born. According to the general standards of wizards, strictly speaking, only upon acquiring the 2nd innate spell can one be considered a 5th circle senior. Well, I have finally left behind the ordinary 5th circle realm. Without this dear head sage, it would have taken Levi at least 20 years to develop a satisfactory 8th talent, as acquiring talents became increasingly difficult. The third function of refining the dear head sage was to enhance the power of Levi's shadow faction spells. This needs no further explanation, almost a universal template function of a truth oddity. As for the fourth function, it gave rise to a special talent, named King of Night Deer. King of Night Deer, your affinity with the negative energy of the shadow plane and shadow creatures is unlike that of ordinary people. This meant that Levi's next cultivation of the Shadow Dragon Group spell, or his summoning of shadow creatures from the shadow plane, would go more smoothly. Apart from not enhancing the upper limit of spiritual force and the special spiritual creature, this oddity endowed Levi with all its top-grade features. Pursuing Shadows and King of Night Deer, any one of them would drive the wizards of the 5th circle and the primordial soul wizards mad with desire. Both Morning Star level oddities are fully refined. Next, I will focus on deciphering the romantic ring to push my spiritual force up to 1620 points, he said. As for the maximum soul, Levi had only condensed 16 paths so far, far from the 81 required. He opened his proficiency panel. Now, among the 6 major breathing techniques, aside from the Nightmare Dragon, the rest had already reached level 17. Among them, the progress in the Golden Snake was temporarily leading, already completed 1/4. Levi reflected. Looking at it now, it will take about 60 years for the Golden Snake breathing technique to reach perfection. And given the speed of condensing the maximum soul, obtaining the primordial soul seems endlessly far off. The path to the infinite primordial soul must be taken, and this cannot be rushed, good things take time. If I want smoother progress later, I can afford to spend this time. Then, the Black Dragon Empire and the Holy Temple will inevitably collide with many forces in the human realm. Possessing level 6 strength is urgent. Therefore, the top priority for the next step is to cultivate the Path of Knights to level 6 to gain the power for self-protection, and then gradually plan for the infinite primordial soul, he said. Levi set his future plans. First, to start collecting various level 6 bloodline essences in the wizard world to prepare for the advancement of the breathing techniques. Also, to actively search for clues about dragons of level 6 and above. Second, to find the host god fruit to make the body tempering clone independent for cultivating the body tempering technique, to become an entity like the holy infant clone. Third, to gather the remaining primordial soul potion materials and ask Madame Triss to refine them. Fourth, to prepare the holy infant clone for elevating to primordial soul. The clone, unlike the main body, has some issues that Levi needed to address. The primordial soul, being a unification of spiritual force, spell power, and soul. Since the clone shares Levi's original soul, he was still uncertain whether this non-independent soul could advance, which would definitely require extensive research and experiments. Fifth, for the main body to ascend to infinite primordial soul. Of course, the important skills like the divine talisman path, the rune language, bloodline dharma body, and combat techniques must not be neglected. Just thinking about it could drive others to despair. For Levi, though. One word, cultivate. Levi temporarily left the cultivation room to relax his body and mind. Soon, he heard about the Wizard Council issuing rewards. The top 10 included 3 pseudonyms of his. This left Levi both amused and baffled. He naturally would not go himself, he carried too many secrets. Going to the Central Realm, where only primordial souls could flex their muscles in the wizard civilization capital, carried some risks. He was now a newly wealthy man with a small goal, he didn't lack money, only time. Suddenly, Levi became inspired and calculated. The Tower Master once told me about the Wind Disaster secret realm that opens once every 200 years. Calculating it, it opens next year. I hadn't fully explored it previously due to insufficient strength. This time I could go for another visit. Perhaps if it produces the rare 7 days soul returning grass again, I could transplant it back here. Chapter 1529. Hurricane Secret Realm. It was the first secret realm that Levi had explored 200 years ago when he was but a first circle wizard in cultivation. Now as time had passed, his heart was filled with boundless reflections. The soul-returning grass was still something the Tower Master had asked Levi to gather. Thinking of the Tower Master, Levi thought of the Grey Tower. Once I'm done with the matters here, perhaps I can visit the old friends on Green Forest Island, he mused. While checking messages, Levi saw one from Triss. Immortal Banyan Dragon Lady is looking for me, most likely about the Holy Grail. But the Grail has no destiny with her, how should I explain that to her? Levi pondered. He was bound by a promise to the Immortal Banyan Dragon. After some thought, he decided to first take a trip to the Endless Sea to resolve this issue. Damn that three-headed dragon abomination, taking away the Holy Grail and causing me to fail Miss Immortal Banyan Dragon's task. Levi had already thought of an excuse, and the projection would testify for him when the time came. The Immortal Banyan Dragon's understanding of him was limited. They only knew of the dragon bloodline within Levi, it was unlikely they could discern his connection with the three-headed dragon abomination. After some thought, Levi asked. Deuxis, I plan to meet a pure-blood Immortal Banyan Dragon. She won't be able to see that you are inside of me, right? After all, you were once an Immortal Banyan Dragon too. The Holy Grail answered. Don't worry, you being the fated one chosen by Sauron. Sauron's treasures all have a special shielding mechanism. It's not just immature pure-blood dragon clan, even adult pure-blood dragons, or even mythical dragon clan cannot see through it. Levi said. Understood, I'm mainly concerned about causing unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings. With a reassured heart, he tore open the Scarlet Dark Dimension and stepped into it. An entrance to the ancient Saint Plane. 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. Godnik was stationed at the center of the array, his presence alone was enough to secure the gate. Blue Eye, Red Eye and their ilk could fight on the sidelines. Except for primordial soul wizards, anyone else who came was simply delivering themselves. Before long, Levi once again arrived at the wild subdimensional portal, which still existed, and he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Levi's figure emerged amidst the sea of molten lava. This place isn't bad at all. If it weren't for hiding the subdimensional entry, I would want to move everything here into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Of course, Levi was just talking. To relocate this place would require quite a bit of time and effort. The once hundred-eyed demon territory now had even fainter demonic aura, maybe after a while, Nora could purify this place. The Star Sea region. The Nether capital. Levi met Anya, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. After reaching the 5th circle, Anya was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and conspicuous. Upon seeing Levi, he laughed heartily. Congratulations on reaching the 5th circle. Levi responded. And the same to you. He slightly concealed his spiritual force fluctuation with the Hermit rune, not exactly to hide his clumsiness, but rather to spare Anya the blow. After all, their progress had once been similar, but now Levi had reached perfected 5th circle level, whereas Anya was merely 5th circle ordinary, which could easily lead the young man to doubt his life choices. Anya said. The Dark Ancient Tower is truly a magical place. Having not seen each other for a long time, the two engaged in pleasantries for a while, with Anya sharing some of his ancient tower experiences with Levi. Like the 2 times he encountered Gandalf. Upon hearing this, Levi, with a look of envy, said. You're so lucky to have met a magnanimous and just person like Gandalf. If I have the chance, I would like to meet him. Anya patted his chest and said. If there's an opportunity, I'll introduce you. After the pleasantries, Levi went to the witch's family. The immortal Banyan Dragon Lady perched upon the tree suddenly opened her eyes, her golden dragon eyes profound. Silently, Levi disappeared from the plaza and appeared inside the magic tree. A shadow of the immortal Banyan Dragon twisted within, transforming into a girl who appeared to be about 10 years old. The girl was dressed in a vibrantly beautiful pleated long dress, like 100 flowers, wearing tiny leather shoes, and had a green floral garland on her head. A thought occurred to Levi that transcendent creatures of this world don't take pride in transforming into human forms, nor do they practice it. They revere their own mighty bodies and lofty statures even more. Unexpectedly, the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady had chosen to take the form of a little girl. This was hardly a lady, this was clearly a little brat. but considering that the immortal Banyan dragon was still a minor among the pure-blooded dragon clan, this was somewhat understandable. Upon seeing Levi, the little girl sized him up for a moment before speaking in a voice that was both childish and old. "Little guy, do you remember our agreement?" Immediately, Levi's expression turned grievous as he said. "Of course, I remember, it's all my fault for being weak. I failed to meet my predecessor's expectations and wasted an ancient tower key. The Holy Grail was snatched by an abominable dragon abomination. You won't blame me, will you?" The little girl paused, then after thinking it over, she said. "You shouldn't blame yourself so much, I have seen the recording too. Given the strength of the three-headed dragon abomination, it's true that no one but a primordial soul wizard could retrieve the Holy Grail from its grasp." Levi sighed. "Yes, how can there be such a monstrous creature?" the little girl said. "According to our agreement, the Book of 10,000 Spirits is now beyond your reach." Levi replied. "As a junior who didn't complete the task, naturally, I have no right to it. Predecessor, you're not pursuing the matter of me wasting the ancient tower key, and for that, I'm already very grateful," the little girl said indifferently. "Just a mere ancient tower key, it's nothing significant. I see that your strength improved quite rapidly after your journey through the ancient tower, you must also have reaped many benefits. Let's consider this chance of creation and opportunity as a gift to you." Chapter 1530. Levi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to contact me. As long as it's within my capability, I will not shirk." The little girl smiled and said. "Then I won't be polite when the time comes." Levi suddenly got the feeling he had boarded a thief's ship. "I haven't been schemed against, have I?" With a wave of her hand, the little girl caused Levi to disappear from the magic tree space. When Levi opened his eyes, he saw Triss leaning against the door frame, her slender legs extending from the slit of her pharmacist's robe, lazily looking at Levi with amusement. "Long time no see, Levi." Levi replied somewhat embarrassingly. "After leaving the ancient tower, I had an epiphany and immediately went into seclusion, neglecting to visit Madame promptly. Please forgive me. I've heard that Anya has returned successfully and has advanced to the 5th circle, which is truly joyous, and congratulations are in order." Triss turned and went back into the cottage, speaking. "Come inside to talk." Levi took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and stepped in. "I should have visited sooner." Inside the cottage, Triss was lounging on the sofa, her right hand propping up her head, her demeanor casual, not at all like that of a primordial soul witch. After a moment of silence, she said. "Looking back now, it was the right choice to let you into the ancient tower. Thank you for saving Anya." A thought occurred to Levi, and he asked. "Why would Madame say such a thing?" "Anya's safe return from the tower is entirely due to her own abilities and efforts, which have nothing to do with me." Triss chuckled and said. "Are you still acting with me? No need to pretend, I know you're Gandalf. Trying to do a good deed anonymously, right? You're quite the slippery one. I almost mistook that three-headed dragon abomination for you. You're the Gandalf who saved Anya, Sierra, and other nomadic wizards from Archmage Thunderbolt's hands, aren't you? The Gandalf that Anya met by chance during her travels was also you, right? Let me think, that unknown golden-armored dragon monster killed Archmage Thunderbolt, and then you killed that monster and stumbled upon my hairpin. So, you pretended to be Gandalf and made up a reason to deliver it to Anya. I'm analyzing this correctly, aren't I?" Seeing Levi lost for words, Triss became even more convinced of her thoughts. She spoke with a softened tone, smiling brightly. "Thank you. You've really been thoughtful. Up to this point, Anya doesn't know it was I who arranged for you to go in there to protect him. He also doesn't know that you are Gandalf. It seems that your secret protection has been very effective. You saved Anya's life, and I won't forget this favor." Levi paused for a moment and then said with a bitter smile. "It seems I couldn't escape Madame's discerning eyes. Yes, I confess, I am Gandalf. I asked Madame to keep this secret for me. I don't like to stand out. Now in the wizard world, some people have started calling me Light of the Nomadic Wizards, a title I can hardly live up to. If those top wizard organizations knew, they would surely see Gandalf as a thorn in their side." Levi thought that his cover as the three-headed dragon abomination had been blown, but it seemed to be a false alarm. Gandalf being revealed to Triss was not a big issue. After Anya came out, she recounted her experiences to Triss. With Triss's wisdom, she would inevitably notice something amiss. Besides, Levi had agreed to help Anya in secret and had accepted her ancient tower keys. If he didn't subtly inform her in some way, Triss might think he was just taking advantage without doing his part. Triss had an expression that said she had seen through everything. She sat up and spoke. What you said makes sense. Without the strength of a primordial soul, revealing your identity as Gandalf at random could indeed cause unnecessary trouble. However, I'd like to say that if you are prepared in the future, the identity of Gandalf, if used well, could bring you many benefits. Wizard civilization is a typical pyramid structure. While the vast majority of nomadic wizards lack strong members, they have a large population base. If you can make use of this, you may well contend with the top wizard organizations. Moreover, I can tell you some things. Although most of the Wizard Council's influence lies with the major top organizations and families, there are still many high-ranking members who are sympathetic to nomadic wizards. Among the 10 legendary wizards throughout history, there were those who rose from the ranks of lesser-known nomadic wizards, step by step, to the peak of civilization. Levi nodded, understanding Triss's point. It was best to prioritize safety and steadiness, but sometimes, it was also appropriate to borrow some power and demonstrate some strength, which might attract the attention of top figures. Here, the top figures referred not just to primordial soul wizards but included grand wizards and even legendary wizards. If he could side with those influential figures who supported nomadic wizards, it might be a good way to use the situation to his advantage. In any case, in every civilization where class barriers have arisen, conflicts between ordinary people and the heavenly dragon tribe are inevitable. Triss asked. How is your level of pharmacy now? Levi replied with a smile. I don't dare to claim expertise in anything else, but in the realm of pharmacy, I should be quite outstanding among the fifth circle, especially with the guidance of Madame Triss. How could I be anything but skilled? Triss gave Levi a sideways glance and said. I like hearing that flattery. Keep it coming. Levi was at a loss for words. Ginger is indeed piquant when old, and so are women. Chapter 1531. Triss said. I have some new research topics on potions on my side. If you have time, you could help me with some of the research work, and of course, I will pay you for the projects. Levi said. No problem, lady, your business is my business. Triss, covering her forehead, pondered. It seems there's nothing else. Oh, right, Lady Yggdrasila is a great opportunity. You could get closer to her. She is from the pure-blooded dragon clan, and although she just reached level 8 not long ago, in the scope of the Endless Sea, she is a top-level powerhouse. The true combat power of the pure-blooded dragon clan can't be measured by common standards. Levi said. I understand. He knew that the little girl was strong, but he had not realized that she had already reached level 8. Level 9 is the complete adult form, and level 8 could certainly be considered a sub-adult. Levi began to worry a bit, wondering if the little girl would realize he was deceiving her. After all, she was a level 8 powerhouse, and her means were far beyond what Levi had imagined. Oh well, it's useless to think about this. If the little girl wants to kill me, I can't resist anyway. Since she hasn't reacted, it's highly likely she hasn't noticed anything, given that the dragon clan's mental maturity is relatively slow. As Levi was about to leave, Triss said. There's one more thing. Levi said. Please speak, lady. Triss said. When you have time, go to the association and get your 5-ring pharmacist qualification certificate. I will announce in the future that you are my direct disciple pharmacist. I know you don't like being in the spotlight, but only this way, it will be convenient for me to introduce some real big shots in my circle to you. I have known these influential figures for many years, and their basic character is guaranteed, so you don't need to worry too much. Levi pondered for a moment and said. All right, I will get the certification as soon as possible. Triss waved her hand, and a card flew into Levi's palm. This is my letter of recommendation. With this, you can go to the Pharmacist Association headquarters in the Star Sea area for certification, and they will open some doors of convenience for you. Levi gratefully said. Thank you, lady. I will repay this great favor in the future. Triss waved her hand, signaling Levi to leave. Levi arrived at the witch's family shop, hoping to find some good items to purchase. Upon opening the product list, he immediately noticed an excellent item. 1 portion of immortal banyan dragon bloodline essence, price, 500,000 ether stone. Levi was thrilled, he hadn't expected to stumble upon such a fortune. He didn't bother asking why the price of the bloodline essence had soared so drastically and hurriedly made the purchase. Before long, a bloodline essence, radiating with earthy yellow and pale golden hues, appeared in his hand. Then he asked, "Lady, I remember the previous price of bloodline essence was 100,000 ether stone per portion. Why has the price increased so dramatically?" The store manager glanced at the somewhat unfamiliar Levi and indifferently said, "I'm not sure, it was the organization's decision." Levi looked contemplative and decided not to dwell on this issue. It must be related to the immortal banyan dragon's promotion. He couldn't complain about the 500,000 price tag, even if it was 1,000,000 per portion, he needed to buy it. The immortal banyan dragon was from the Earth Dragon clan, and its bloodline essence, if nothing went wrong, was one of the main materials needed for the advancement to level 6 of the golden snake breathing technique. Next, he only needed to find one more water element dragon clan. Of course, he was merely speculating based on the materials required for previous advancements. Whether the actual situation for advancing to level 6 was as presumed, he couldn't be sure, especially since his golden snake breathing technique had not reached its maximum yet. Moreover, if he had the chance to obtain evolution materials in the future, he would prefer to evolve the golden snake a notch. This would allow it to remain consistent with the other 5 dragons. Levi glanced through the other items in the list, then left the shop expressionlessly. The potion formulas required for the breakthrough of the primordial soul were not available. It seemed even if they were on sale, as an external wizard, he probably couldn't purchase them. "I'll have to start with Triss. After all, she owes me a favor." Triss definitely had the breakthrough formulas for the primordial soul. When the time came, he could just ask Triss to help directly, and Levi would prepare whatever materials were needed. Nether Capital. Witch's small shop. Nearly 70 years had passed. Ms. Celia looked still youthful, but her cultivation seemed only to be that of a 4th circle senior. Being part of the witch's family was already considered outstanding among many, but there were still large gaps among these outstanding individuals. When Levi appeared, Celia was slightly bewildered, until her memories flooded back and a hint of envy flickered through her calm eyes. "Levi Senior, are you at 5 rings now?" Levi smiled and said. "Got lucky. Celia, you're also a 4th circle senior, aren't you? 5 rings are in sight for you." Celia set down her book and said with a bitter smile. I'm already 500 years old, with only 200 years of lifespan left. Reaching 5 rings is difficult." Levi frowned and said. "Ms. Celia, how can you talk of giving up so easily? A lot can happen in 200 years. Celia said. "Thanks for the encouragement. You're really kind, always so easygoing despite being a genius, just like Senior Anya." Levi seriously said. "Celia, has there been any auction in Nether Capital, or the Endless Sea lately?" Celia thought for a moment and said. "I haven't heard of any high-end auctions recently. The lower-end ones certainly wouldn't interest you. I'll keep an eye out and notify you immediately if anything comes up." Chapter 1532. Levi handed Celia a bag and a slate. "Thank you for your help. I still need some materials, so please keep an eye out for me and contact me if you find any clues." Celia took the bag and discovered to her astonishment that it contained 100,000 ether stones, no small sum for her. Most importantly, in the corner, there were several 4th circle meditation art supplementary potions, enough for her to cultivate for some time. Celia was not one to put on airs, so she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your trust." Levi replied. "We've known each other for a long time, no need to be formal." With that, Levi left. Celia and the little witch watched Levi's departing figure, standing still in place. Is this the world of geniuses? Green Forest Island. The grass was lush, and flowers bloomed brightly. In the herbal garden, the lush forest witch looked at the freshly matured 5-ring medicinal herbs with delight. Unbeknownst to her, a figure appeared beside her, causing her to startle, but she relaxed upon seeing who it was. The newcomer was Levi, and the lush forest witch said with a smile. "Senior Levi, gracing us with your presence, you must be looking for Marlene and the others, right?" There was a time when Levi had to call her senior. Now the tables had turned, and it was her turn to address him as senior. 200 years, to Lola, seemed to change little. Yet, it was enough for Levi to transform into a dragon. Levi said with a smile. Where have Marlene, Winnie, and Leah gone? The lush forest witch replied. Marlene has gone to interview candidates at the Pharmacist Association, Winnie is applying for her second circle pharmacist certification, and Leah has accompanied her. Levi said helplessly. I see. By the way, where is White Snake Horman? The lush forest witch said. Horman was taken away by his old master, Salmon, the first tower master of the Great Tower. He said there's a chance for Horman. Levi recalled the melee wizard in his mind, he had a good impression of the interesting old man. It's worth mentioning that Horman is now a third-level creature. With this opportunity, his future journey would likely be longer. In the end, Levi visited the graves of people like Tim and Marco, then left with a sigh. He was also planning to go to the Pharmacist Association and might bump into Marlene and the others there. But before that, he wanted to visit some old friends at the Starfire Wizard Academy. Starfire Island. Today marked the day when primordial soul wizard Jacob formally assumed the position of Vice-Chancellor of the Academy, gathering teachers and students from all departments to celebrate the occasion. The Rose Witch, returning from Ghost Gate, had successfully advanced to the fourth circle, and now, with Newt at her side, was teaching at the Wizard Academy. Huffman from the Pharmacy Department drank alone, reflecting on life. He was now a senior fourth circle wizard and was very satisfied with his progress. Xavier of the weapon-making department had just advanced to the fourth circle, mingling in the crowd, laughing heartily. The Holy Infant's acquaintance from the ancient tower, Wizard Beckman, with his fifth circle cultivation, even became a professor at the pharmacy department. The amiable Black Pearl boy Garcia was among the crowd, not putting on any airs of a primordial soul. Suddenly, the figure of a fifth circle wizard arrived. Rose and the others showed a surprised and happy expression at the newcomer. Xavier laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Sir Levi. Ouch, you are now a fifth circle, I was presumptuous, hello senior." Levi patted Xavier's shoulder and said with a laugh. "Don't bother with all that flattery, let's go get a drink." Gathering this group of friends, they found a quiet place. Of the group from the past, only Levi had reached fifth circle. Huffman remarked. "Back in Riptide City, I knew you were no ordinary person, time has proven my judgment." Xavier said. "I knew Levi was extraordinary when I was at the Black Pearl Market." Rose joked. "Levi, when will you visit Sword Flower Tower? My 20 sisters are waiting to get to know you and make friends." The 24 flowers had wilted by 3, leaving only 21. Levi's heart stirred. Having come to the wizard world, it was indeed time to visit Sword Flower Tower, otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to the Flower Knight. He said with a smile. "Once I'm done with the business here, I'll go and meet all the lovely ladies." Newt said with feeling. Looking back at the past and seeing today. "Levi, you're bound to be the one who goes the farthest among us all." Looking up at the sky, Levi said. "Perhaps, the path of a wizard is long and full of obstacles. Without entering the primal soul, one ultimately leaves in obscurity. I hope one day, you all will make a name for yourselves across the endless sea." Before leaving the academy, Levi visited Senior Garcia. Garcia was happy about this and once again invited Levi to be a guest professor at the academy. This time, Levi happily accepted and went with the flow, joining the pharmaceutical department. Before reaching the primal soul, he intended to make as many worthy connections as possible, these were all hidden treasures. Several days later. Star Sea. Pharmacist Association. Marlene, Winnie and Leah took the airship and left the place, heading back home. Winnie was excited. "I'm now a second circle pharmacist too," Marlene said. "Congratulations, being a witch in this wizard world, it's still necessary to have a specialty," Leah said. "I also want to become a pharmacist, but I plan to consider it after I reach the third circle." Looking at Leah, Marlene commented. "It's because you're not diligent enough in your cultivation, with your talent, you should have been third circle by now. You all should learn from Levi." Chapter 1533. Leah pouted, feeling that she had been working hard, cultivating at least 8 hours a day. They spent 3 days talking and laughing, chatting about future plans. They didn't know how long they had been traveling when suddenly, there seemed to be fluctuations of a battle coming from up ahead. Marlene, with the highest cultivation, had her expression change, said. Let's take a detour. Just the remnants alone hold such power, it could be a 4th circle or even 5th circle wizard fighting. With the ancient tower closed recently, some dark wizards have begun to surface, specifically targeting those returning from the ancient tower. The 3 of them changed direction and quickly left. Not long after, a witch in a grey robe with slitted eyes caught up to them, raising her hand to conjure a wizard's hand tens of meters large, launching it towards Marlene and her companions. The grey robe witch laughed. Giggle, 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 thinking of running after seeing us in action? Stay right here. Marlene waved her hand, and streams of water formed dolphins that leaped from the sea surface and bombarded the giant hand. The hand smashed everything and came attacking again. The 3 witches fought back together but to no avail. Seeing this, Marlene immediately threw out a blue, ring-shaped 4th circle wizard tool. This was the Ocean Ring, considered top grade among the 4th circle, a life-saving gift from Levi. It's not that Levi grudged giving her a 5th circle wizard tool, it was just that Marlene's cultivation couldn't handle the 5th circle. Caught off guard, the grey robe witch was trapped, and Marlene quickly led the 2 women and rapidly fled. By the time the grey robe witch escaped the trap, Marlene and her companions had already gotten very far. She cursed continuously. Just then, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus dropped from the sky, its sharp dragon claws instantly grabbing her. The grey robe witch panicked. Which rat dared to use alchemical creatures to ambush me from behind? I'm from the sunken ancient castle Black Shark Ancestor Witch. If you dare to kill me, await revenge. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's eyes sparkled red, and with a gentle squeeze, it turned the grey robe witch into a patty of flesh. Herman mumbled. People from the sunken ancient city, hey! The steel sea dragon emerged from the seawater, revealing its sleek streamlined body. Stella said. Marlene and the others just ran into some misfortune, but fortunately, we arrived in time. The tower master and his wife had been looking for companions from the Great Tower and eventually found out Marlene's location. They hurried over excitedly, and before they could meet, Marlene had already run into trouble. Let's go, let's find Marlene. Elsewhere. The escapee Marlene breathed a sigh of relief and said. We've been saved by Levi again. From now on, let's not leave the house, just peacefully cultivate on Green Forest Island. Winnie didn't respond, just staring blankly ahead. A mechanical Tyrannosaurus with a metallic aesthetic and a bloodthirsty aura descended from the sky. On the sea surface, the steel sea dragon also slowly emerged, stirring giant waves. The strength of these 2 mechanical creations was terrifying enough to suffocate these 2nd circle witches. Marlene's heart also sank. What's really going on today? Just then, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus suddenly spoke. Little Marlene, did I scare you? At that moment, Marlene stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. Teacher. On the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, an eerily lifelike human projection emerged. It was that familiar old man, Herman. I am back. A projection of Stella also appeared in midair. And me too. Marlene cried tears of joy, her voice trembling. We just knew you would come back. So, you both turned into alchemical creatures. The Tower Master said. You could say that. This isn't the place for pleasantries. Let's find a safe place first. That woman had accomplices. The steel sea dragon opened its mouth wide and sucked Marlene and the others inside. Both mechanical creations disappeared on the sea surface. Not long after, a man in a shark-patterned black robe, accompanied by 3 5th circle wizards appeared. Black Shark Ancestor Witch Psyche, a notorious dark wizard on the Savages list with 5th circle perfection level cultivation, right-hand man of the sunken ancient city 6th circle wizard, Black Shark Devourer. He had just robbed a 5th circle wizard returning from the ancient tower. Unexpectedly, his woman, sent merely to handle a few minions, hadn't returned, clearly having been killed in retaliation. He twitched his nose, his mouth curling into a smirk, revealing shark-like sharp teeth. Follow me, the enemy hasn't gone far. Kill them all, spare no one. On the sea surface, Levi had already returned from the Pharmacist Association headquarters. He looked at the 5-ring pharmacist qualification certificate in his hand, feeling pretty good. Skipping the line makes things so convenient. The 5-ring pharmacist interview went smoothly. With Levi's expertise, plus Triss's connections, how could he fail? Recalling the slightly fawning looks of the examiners, Levi knew Triss's status within the Pharmacist Association. A true man lives between heaven and earth, How can he languish under a woman for long? Eating soft rice is sweet, but I, Levi, still need to rely on myself. Let's go to Sword Flower Tower to see my team members and also the legendary 24 flowers. Levi transformed into a beam of light, disappearing over the sea surface. After flying for who knows how long, the Jinn in his mind started squeaking uneasily. Levi called Jinn out, saying sternly, "Don't tell me the treasure is on someone else again. That's not treasure hunting, that's robbery." This kind of situation with Jinn wasn't the first. Every time Levi went, he found just a wizard passing by. Turns out the treasure was always someone else's storage ring, and Levi could only sheepishly leave. Jinn, scolded, frantically ran circles inside the divine ring tower. Could it really be an extraordinary treasure? Fine, let's go take a look this time. Lead the way. Chapter 1534. Jinn excitedly crawled out from Levi's nostril, his little hand pointing in a direction, squeaking loudly. Levi's body was flashing with the hermit rune as he entered the scarlet dark dimension, disappearing without a trace. Above the sea surface, the steel sea dragon cut through the waves with the wind. The tower master was guarded from behind, watching out for enemies. He furrowed his brow. Behind him, a creature resembling a shark, came hurtling toward them like a cannonball. So this is the black shark ancestral wizard? With the strength of a perfected fifth circle, it is indeed somewhat troublesome. Both the Tower Master and Stella now had strength comparable to that of an ordinary fifth circle senior wizard since they had not been promoted for long and had not yet mastered many powerful mechanical techniques. The Black Shark ancestral wizard, seeing the two mechanical creations ahead, subconsciously assumed they were someone's alchemical creatures. If someone had such powerful alchemical creatures, they must be a perfected fifth circle wizard. He sneered. Hiding your heads and showing your tails, too scared to show your true faces. Since that's the case, I won't be polite and will take these two alchemical creatures for myself. You three, form the array and trap the enemy. 3 fifth circle wizards emitted 3 rays of light that soared into the sky. At the same time, a massive triangular cage descended from the heavens, trapping the Tower Master and Stella within. But in front of the Tower Master, mechanical runes like code floated and flickered. 0. Break the array. The Tower Master was calm in the face of danger, as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. 0 has received the order. Immediately after, hundreds of mechanical tentacles suddenly extended from behind the Tower Master. These mechanical tentacles wildly danced, incessantly injecting mysterious mechanical runes into the major nodes of the triangular array. The array flickered wildly and trembled. Seeing this scene, the Black Shark ancestral wizard was flabbergasted. What kind of technique is this? Alchemical creatures can break arrays. He took action personally, transforming into a giant shark and plunging into the array. Interesting, this technology seems to be even more advanced than the school of alchemy. Today, I'll capture you alive and bring you back for my teacher to study slowly. Once a perfected fifth circle wizard took action, their might was overwhelming. Just as the Tower Master began to break the array, he was slammed into by a giant shark and sent flying. His whole body, mechanical claws embedded into the giant shark's flesh. Rib. Terrifying strength tore the giant shark apart. He he he. Accompanied by strange laughter, more and more giant sharks surged from all directions. These giant sharks were transformed by the Black Shark ancestral wizard's spells and seemed inexhaustible. If it were a common fifth circle wizard, they would have been captured long ago. He was not some substandard cave wizard. The Tower Master's mechanical arms whirled wildly, tearing apart these sharks, while at the same time, from the ends of his tentacles, one projectile after another was shot out. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, a mechanical voice came to the Tower Master's mind. Enemy energy level too high, it is recommended to flee. The Tower Master communicated with Stella through a message. You just run, I'll hold them off for a moment, and then find a way to join you. Stella said. Are you sure you can escape? We might have a chance if we join forces. The Tower Master said. Trust me, I don't do things I'm unsure of. The Black Shark ancestral wizard took a fierce breath, and boundless sea water was drawn up into 100-meter wide flame flow, shooting towards the Tower Master. Inside Stella's belly, Marlene and the others looked serious and worried as they asked. Stella, is our teacher all right? Stella fell silent, clearly worried, but she believed in Herman, and she spoke softly. Don't worry, we've retreated from the great expedition battlefield across plains, this is nothing. The Tower Master drew a circle with his hands, and a round energy shield materialized out of the void. Boom! The fiery breath arrived in an instant. The ocean trembled, and the beasts lay dormant. Bewildered, the Tower Master retracted the energy shield. In front of him stood a towering, majestic figure, immovable as a mountain amidst the breath. After the breath dissipated, invisible chi erupted around him, scattering all the sea water. His sleeves billowed, revealing full, rounded muscles. The black shark ancestor witch's expression froze. The person before him had a spiritual force fluctuation that didn't seem inferior to his own. There was a high probability that he was also a perfection level 5th circle wizard. He said coldly. Another meddler? Well then, you can all stay behind. The black shark ancestor witch's form swelled, and black scales emerged one by one. Like many wizards from the immersed ancient castle, part of the Ocean Abyss Alliance, he possessed the bloodline of the Sea Clan. Mad Shark inverts the sea. The now 10-jung tall black shark giant reversed the sea water around several miles, unleashing a tremendous pressure down upon Levi. Levi looked on calmly, arms crossed over his chest, and said softly, "Thunder God." Above the sea, a storm blasted in, dark clouds coalesced, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a tempest descended. 100-jung tall purple thunder god illusion, radiating divine power, appeared suddenly. The reversed sea water charged toward Levi, but the thunder god illusion behind him lifted its hands, and a multitude of lightning, carrying a powerful repelling force, rolled back the water that threatened to overwhelm the heavens. Rumble. Black and purple collided, becoming the theme of this sea region. The black shark ancestor witch was shocked. What is this? Some kind of technique, primordial soul wizard form? No, impossible. While this illusion can manipulate elemental power, it's still far from a primordial soul wizard. With hair dancing with the lightning, the thunder god's right index finger emitted a thick pillar of lightning. Rumble. The black shark ancestor witch dodged with frenetic flashes, narrowly avoiding the strike. The thunder god turned directly into a bolt of lightning, appearing beside him as though teleporting. A thunderous palm rested on the black shark ancestor witch's chest. Crackle and snap. Bolts of thunder poured into the black shark, his body lighting up like daylight, streaks of purple glow suddenly appearing as his frame burst apart, disintegrating under the high temperature. Charred wizard tools and rings fell, sucked in by the thunder god. Then, the remaining 3 were effortlessly slain. Levi waved his hand, and the thunder god dissolved into a sky full of lightning, returning inside him. The sea surface returned to calm. At this moment, Jin in his mind nodded in satisfaction as if to say, the treasure was indeed on this person. The black shark ancestor witch, a savage's list powerhouse, his head is worth quite a bit. Levi murmured to himself. He turned around, looking towards the astonished mechanical creation from which a familiar voice emerged. Levi. The Tower Master didn't retract his mechanical arms. He wasn't sure if the person before him was truly Levi. Given Levi's demonstrated combat strength, it couldn't be ruled out that he had been possessed by another primordial soul powerhouse. Levi had already guessed the identities of the 2 mechanical creations through Marlene within the belly of the Steel Sea Dragon. Otherwise, he would have killed all present just now. He revealed a genuine smile and said, "Long time no see, Tower Master." Chapter 1535. The Tower Master was momentarily stunned, then sighed. "Indeed, it's been a long time. I almost didn't recognize you just now." As a 5th circle being, he naturally knew how powerful the black shark ancestor witch was. Therefore, after a comprehensive analysis, Zero's best advice was to flee. Zero was the mechanical biological intelligence he inherited from the machine sage, possessing superior computing abilities, and its judgments were always accurate. Yet Levi could casually deploy lightning tactics to annihilate the black shark ancestor witch, a perfect primordial soul, along with his 3 5th circle subordinates. Such strength was surprising even to the Tower Master, who was well versed in the ways of war through his experiences on the expedition battlefield. After all, as it seemed, Levi had not yet stepped into the primordial soul realm. In fact, even Marlene and the others, who had only been separated from Levi for a bit over 70 years, were greatly shocked. They never imagined that, unbeknownst to them, Levi had grown so much. The Tower Master's dramatic appearance was already a huge shock to them, but Levi's display was like a roller coaster ride that sent them skyrocketing to the cloud summit. Levi looked at the stunned crowd and smiled, saying, "Let's leave this place first." Sometime after Levi and his group left, a wizard with dark skin and crimson slits on his cheeks squinted his eyes as he arrived at the scene. His presence was strong, like the ocean, and the water elemental power around him surged. "That idiot Black Shark is actually dead." He was Black Shark's direct superior, a sixth circle wizard of the immersed ancient castle, the Black Shark Devourer, one of the top 100 entities on the Endless Sea Savages list. In the previous war between dark and righteous wizards, he also had a fearsome reputation. What a waste of a key to the Dragon Ruin's mysterious realm. Never mind. The one who killed Black Shark probably did it for this key. He'll likely enter it too, so we'll meet again in the future, ha ha ha. The Black Shark Devourer turned into a stream of black water and dissipated into the void. The Endless Sea. An uninhabited island. The group from the Great Tower gathered here. After setting up a hidden array, Levi looked at the impressive and mighty mechanical Tyrannosaurus and smiled, saying, "Tower Master, your new body is truly dashing." The Tower Master laughed heartily. "Of course, I designed it meticulously. Speaking of progress, you've improved a lot. When I left, you were just a first circle wizard. Now, 200 years later, even fifth circle perfection wizards are no match for you. I thought my progress was fast, but it seems I still fall short compared to you." Marlene and the others were also full of questions. Unlike outsiders, as Levi's family members from his initial entry into the wizard world, they knew about Levi's talent but kept it a secret all this time. The kind of opportunities that could allow a child of chaos to break through 4 realms in just 200 years seemed almost inconceivable. Levi smiled and said, "I've been lucky. Along the way, I've also stumbled upon some fortunes and, coupled with years of relentless cultivation, I managed to achieve this modest success." After Levi finished, everyone smiled knowingly. They had grown accustomed to such modesty from Levi. Levi said, "I was actually planning to bump into Granny Marlene at the Pharmacist Association, but when I got there, I realized you had already left. And unexpectedly, we met on my way here." Marlene said. "The two of you came one after the other, quite synchronously, haha." Winnie, as Levi's guide, was filled with emotion upon witnessing his transformation. She recalled the first time she met Levi, as those memories surfaced in her mind. She realized that in her perception, Levi appeared always to be engaged in cultivation, in meditation. It's true that the harder you work, the luckier you get. Leah, on the other hand, remembered the Grandpa Keg from the Yellow Earth continent and found it difficult to connect him with the Levi of today. As the memories turned to dust and the greetings concluded, Levi became serious and said, "Granny Marlene, now that the Tower Master is back as well, why don't you come with me? It seems that with the closure of the ancient tower, the dark wizards of the Endless Sea are becoming restless again." He wanted to bring his closest friends from the Great Tower back to the human realm and into the ancient Saint Plane. Firstly, to provide them with shelter, as Granny Marlene was but a third circle wizard, a stature insufficient for the Endless Sea. Secondly, in recent years, the Knights had collected many wizards with exceptional talent in the Midland continent and the human realm. Levi wanted to recruit some trustworthy individuals to establish a small wizard organization, to nurture it gradually. He had even decided on a name for the wizard organization. Tower of Dawn. This way, it could form perfect synergy with the Dusk Holy Temple and the Twilight Knights. He aimed to cultivate a group of wizards proficient in the 3 arts of wizardry, giving place to his legacies. As the organization expanded and the staff increased, depending on the Holy Infant alone for weapon refinement, arrays, and the like would be insufficient. A robust wizard organization was needed to provide logistical support. Now that he had Andrew, Aya, Mia, and a host of other wizard talents, he could start making preparations. After Levi explained, the Tower Master immediately declared without hesitation, "I'm in." Stella nudged him with her tail and asked, "Where are you going?" The Tower Master said, "The place Levi mentioned, of course. We 2 mechanical creatures have nowhere else to go, and here in the wizard world, we keep being mistaken for ownerless alchemical creatures. It's simply too much of a hassle." Upon hearing this, Stella found it quite reasonable. Chapter 1536. "Fine, I will go too." Marlene was naturally happy to go. "I was originally waiting for the Tower Master to return. Now that he has, I might as well join," she said. Winnie said, "Wherever Granny Marlene goes, I'll follow." Leah added, "Me too." Levi laughed heartily and said, "If that's the case, Granny Marlene, you should say goodbye to the lush forest witch. We'll meet in Nether Capital in 1 month. Then, I'll take you back to the human realm." Marlene said. "All right." Levi and the Tower Master sent Granny Marlene back to the Green Forest Island to pack their things. For now, Levi was not keen on recruiting too many people. He primarily wanted to include those who had a good relationship with him, such as Granny Marlene and her group, who were absolutely trustworthy. However, just to be safe, Levi still planned to have them swear an oath on Excalibur, although the content of their oaths would not be as strict as it was for others. He had to consider the safety of the organization, something they would surely understand. Several days later. Swordflower Tower. This place was located on a small island in the Star Sea, filled with the chirping of birds and the scent of flowers, where clear springs and waterfalls enshrouded by clouds gave it the appearance of a fairyland. The laughter of orioles and swallows echoed faintly, likely belonging to the witches taken in by the Flower Knight. This was also a nation of daughters, much like the witch's family. As Levi, a man exuding an aura of masculine pheromones, entered, he drew many gazes his way. Within the colorful small pagoda made of flowers. In the laboratory. The Flower Knight looked at the various drafts for the Wizard Tower with apparent dissatisfaction. She was researching a truly meaningful Wizard Tower of her own. Once constructed, the Wizard Tower would fuse with the Divine Ring Tower inside her mind, creating an item akin to a rare architectural treasure, with the Divine Ring Tower itself becoming the operational core of the Wizard Tower. This was the traditional concept of a Wizard Tower, an entity fused with the wizard itself, not merely a residence. However, building such a Wizard Tower required vast amounts of time, energy, and financial resources. Most primordial soul wizards have forsaken this path in the current era. Perceiving Levi's arrival, the Flower Knight opened her eyes with a flicker of joy. This guy, having been invited so many times, has finally agreed to come, she mused. She put away the drawings and, with a flicker of her form, disappeared from the spot. Outside the island, Levi was quickly surrounded by a dizzying array of witches. Among them were some familiar figures, like the Violet Witch, the Lily Witch, and others. Many were complete strangers to him. Of course, due to the Flower Knight's influence, these witches all recognized Levi. Their magical whispers continually entered Levi's mind, giving him quite a headache. Giggle, such a rugged man. Is this the man even Lord Elena finds interesting? Hello, I'm the Mandrake Witch. I'm the Lilac Witch. Levi's fifth circle cultivation made him stand out among these witches. Apart from him, only the silent Sakura Witch, clad in a Sakura Witch robe and with hair black as a waterfall, was a fifth circle wizard, and she seemed to have only recently been promoted. The Flower Knight provided refuge mainly for companionship, hence there were not many powerful ones among them. In the sky, the impressive figure of the Flower Knight appeared as she scolded. Go back to your cultivation, acting as if you've never seen a man before. What is the meaning of this? The crowd of witches fell silent and receded like the tide. Finally, the world quieted down. Levi thought to himself. Women are indeed the noisiest creatures in the world. He just wanted to finish his visit with the Flower Knight and leave the place as soon as possible. The Flower Knight laughed. What a rare guest, my commander. You've finally come. Look how much the girls like you. Why not settle down here from now on? Levi responded with a wry smile. I'm here on some business in the wizard world, and thought I'd stop by to see you as well. The Flower Knight said. Just stopping by? Well, never mind that, come inside and take a seat. At the Flower Knight's invitation, Levi entered her laboratory and took a brief tour. The two chatted and discussed serious matters. Levi brazenly sought advice from the Flower Knight on the insights and experiences related to advancing to a primordial soul, gaining immense benefit from it. He also shared his own achievements from the knight's practice with the Flower Knight. Finally, he asked. Flower Knight, have you heard of the host god fruit? The Flower Knight replied. I have heard of it. Many primordial souls need it. I once saw it at an auction where it was snatched up by a primordial soul wizard for billions of ether stones. Why, are you thinking of creating a duplication? You don't even have a primordial soul yet, so focusing on this now is too hasty. Cultivation of the main body is of utmost importance. Levi laughed and said. No, I was just asking casually. Flower Knight said. As long as you understand. The path of duplication has its pros and cons, even primordial soul wizards are very cautious about it. However, if you really need the host god fruit, I do know of a place where it might be found. I'm all ears, said Levi. Flower Knight explained. The realm of death. Of all the wizard factions today, the School of Death is the most fond of the path of duplication. You should pay attention to their large auctions. You might find the fruit there. However, such auctions typically attract some primordial soul wizards. Ever since the Great Expedition, with the order of the wizard world in disarray, killings and treasure looting happen frequently. Furthermore, the School of Death is essentially a hive of dark wizards. If you do decide to go there, you must be extremely careful and cautious. Levi thanked her and said. Chapter 1537. Thank you, Flower Knight, I won't disturb your research any longer. Remember to come home often. The Flower Knight chuckled and said. So that's why you came to see me. Let's go, I am indeed quite busy recently. She watched Levi's retreating figure and, supporting her forehead, said. This guy, he just takes off just like that. It's no wonder he's a supreme knight, so straightforward. Half a month later. Levi met with Marlene and the Tower Master in the Nether capital. Marlene had already greeted the lush forest witch, who, upon hearing that it was Levi who needed help, naturally had no objections. Moreover, Levi had already secretly met with the lush forest witch and given her 3/5 circle top-grade wizard tools in return for her care of Marlene and the others. The group left the Endless Sea and returned to the human realm. Ancient Saint Plain. At the entrance, Godnik sat at the center of the 8 heavenly dragon prison. Although it was an alchemical creature, it emanated a hint of divine majesty. As a successor of a great sage from the mechanical school, the Tower Master immediately noticed the creature's extraordinariness and said in amazement. Levi, did you refine this alchemical creature yourself? By the standards of the School of Alchemy in the Endless Sea, this creature was of the top level. Levi laughed and said. Sort of. I refined it with another friend. He thought to himself, although I only did 1% of the work, it wasn't wrong to say I did it alongside the Holy Infant. The Tower Master exclaimed. Impressive. However, from the perspective of the mechanical school, there are some areas where this alchemical creature could be improved. We can discuss this when we have time. Upon hearing this, Levi laughed and said. That would be great. The mechanical school of the Myriad Machine Plane is indeed the forerunner of the School of Alchemy and is even more advanced. I've already heard much about it and look forward to learning from you, Tower Master. Seeing the two powerful figures talking about high-end topics they couldn't understand, Leah and Winnie couldn't help feeling envious. I wish I could become a strong wizard like Senior Levi. Marlene tapped Leah and said. That's what you get for not working hard on your cultivation. Regretting it now, aren't you? Bringing his companions back to the ancient Saint Plain, Levi called the Holy Infant over. Seeing the Holy Infant, the Tower Master didn't react, but Marlene and the others' expressions changed. Master Fire Dragon. The Holy Infant said with a slight smile. You are all friends of Sir Levi. Please, there's no need for formalities. Just call me Ace. I'm not worthy of the title Master. The Tower Master said. It seems we have yet another incredible wizard among us. According to Zero's analysis, his chances of winning against Master Fire Dragon were almost zero. Winnie blushed with admiration and said. The Master is not just any strong wizard, he's the first on the Ancient Tower ranking list. Stella was surprised. Although she and the Tower Master hadn't paid much attention to the news about the Ancient Tower, they knew how prestigious it was to be ranked first on that list. The Holy Infant said with a smile. It's all just an empty reputation. There are many stronger than me inside the Ancient Tower. Leah asked curiously. Master Fire Dragon, why didn't you claim those rewards? The Holy Infant said with a wry smile. I was in seclusion when the Congress released those rewards. By the time I came out, it was already past the deadline, alas. Marlene said regretfully. That's such a pity, 10 million ether stones, 3 top-grade wizard tools, 1 sky-grade oddity. Many 5th circle wizards couldn't earn that much in their entire lives. The Holy Infant said. There's no need to talk about things that are past. Next, I'll take everyone to visit our organization and discuss our plans. The Tower Master said. Yes, please show me around. Even the lizardmen here have the strength of level 4 or even rank 5, which is truly unthinkable. A few days later. It was like Grandmalu entering the Grand View Garden. They visited the Dusk Holy Temple, the Giant Beast Paradise, and the ancient Dragon Empire. They were even more astounded to learn that this place was a small-scale plane. Levi, in their eyes, became increasingly unfathomable. Otherwise, how could he possibly be friends with Master Fire Dragon? In the days that followed, the Holy Infant began to busy himself with the Tower Master and others setting up the Tower of Dawn. As such, after months of preparation, in the year 1234 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, on the first day of the month of beginning, the Holy Infant gathered Mia, Andrew, and other wizards from the ancient Saint Plane with promising wizarding talents. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand intersection of planes grows more intense, and the dark wave revival is unstoppable. The era of great strife is about to arrive. I wish to establish a haven for those with wizarding talent. Next, we will recruit some promising wizard seedlings from multiple channels, secretly forming a wizard organization unknown to the world. This organization will be named the Tower of Dawn. It will be a sibling organization to the Dusk Holy Temple, the ancient Dragon Empire, and the Giant Beast Paradise. I hope everyone will support each other in times of crisis." In fact, inside Levi's ancient Banyan fairyland, there was another organization called the Dragon Palace, but its members were too few, and it was Levi's hidden trump card, not yet intended to be made public. "Great, I support it." Andrew applauded and cheered. He had already completely refined the oddity known as the Tortoise's Heart, mastering a second innate spell of the Earth faction called Rock Shield Guardian. With his talent, it was indeed effortless for him to step into the Third Circle Senior. The Tower Master and others also applauded and cheered. For them, it didn't matter which organization they were part of, what was important was that they continued to be together. In the wizard world, an organization with the warmth of the Great Tower was indeed a rarity. That's why Levi treasured this connection so much and did his best to help everyone within his capabilities. Chapter 1538. The path to truth is long and winding, and if one were to become completely heartless and unprincipled, they would truly be nothing more than a robot. On Levi's 234th birthday, the fourth organization of the ancient Saint Plane was established in a low-key manner. The four major organizations would stick closely to Levi's side, relying on Excalibur and Levi's personal charisma, watching over each other, helping each other, and making progress together. At the same time, the first Dawn Tea Party of the Tower of Dawn was officially held. At the meeting, Master Fire Dragon Ace was appointed as Tower Master of the Tower of Dawn, and head of the Artifact and Magic Array departments. Herman, Stella, and Mia were appointed as Deputy Tower Masters. Herman also took on the additional role of head of the Alchemy Mechanical Department, while Marlene became the head of the Pharmacy Department. Other wizards from the ancient Saint Plane also joined, becoming the first-generation members. Aya, who had been on her own, joined as well, meeting more of her peers. Following that, the main task of the Tower of Dawn was to travel to mortal gathering places in the wizard world such as the Human Realm, the Midland Continent, and the Yellow Earth Continent, to recruit wizards with wizarding talent. In principle, they only recruited those with triple affinity talents or those with special talents. However, those with great determination or those whose life trajectories indicated they were favored by fortune could also receive special recruitment into the organization. What Levi wanted to establish was a wizard organization of select, high-quality members. Such an organization would grow faster and could control its numbers, preventing a mix of good and bad members. However, he would still give real hard workers or those favored by fortune some opportunities. In this way, if he could occasionally find one or two individuals who fit the template of being favored by fortune, it would be a great profit. The first meeting of the Dawn Tea Party hosted by the Holy Infant came to a perfect close. At the same time, the 134th Round Table meeting of the Twilight Knights, presided over by Levi himself, was successfully held. It was learned at the meeting that the puppets re-refined by the Holy Infant had been brought to the Midland Knights. The Blood-Armored Corpse Demon, Poison Fire Corpse Demon, and Tyrant V had directly become the treasure of the sect for the Midland squad. With these three level 5 puppets, as long as they did not foolishly provoke the Primordial Soul organization and continued to work discreetly, the safety of the Midland squad was assured. People like the Black Knight were overwhelmed with gratitude, and felt even more confident about their future work. At the same time, the Goddess Knight had successfully advanced to a level 4 knight by the end of last year. The Dharma idol she birthed was called Aurora Wings. When deployed, a pair of wings as glorious as the Aurora would appear behind her, significantly increasing her flight speed. In the level 4 realm, in terms of flight speed, it was enough to leave most of the same realm wizards far behind. Since Levi came up with the idea and established the Twilight Knights with Emperor Mu in the wizard world, 212 years of trials and tribulations have already passed. Along the way, the oldest generation of knights that joined early had all advanced to level 4, stepping into a new era. Meanwhile, the middle generation powerhouses like Steel Dragon, Dark Moon, Earl of Silver Mountain, Thousand Illusions and 100 Flowers were also nearing the pinnacle of level 3. Except for 100 Flowers, who was not a solo knight, their speed was naturally fast. The new generation of knights who joined after Levi entered the ancient tower were steadily progressing towards level 3. Over these years, the resources Levi brought from the ancient tower were continuously consumed and absorbed by the knights. It can be said that the present age is the golden era of growth for the Twilight Knights. In this era, as long as everyone is willing to work hard, resources will surely not be lacking. There is no need to scheme against fellow organization members or compete with each other. Next, everyone would follow their commander Levi and ride wildly into the future, bracing for the great storms ahead. After the organization was established, Levi once again played the role of a hands-off manager, delegating a plethora of tasks to the Holy Infant and Mia. The Holy Infant was in charge of crafting talismans and overseeing arrays while coordinating the grand scheme of things. Mia took care of specific administrative matters. One day, Levi was in the Emperor's palace, holding a black token, frowning deeply. This was one of the spoils from the Black Shark Wizard he had previously come across. From Jin's reaction, this was likely the treasure it was looking for. Besides, the spoils from the Black Shark Wizard were pretty standard. They were, at best, marginally beneficial for Levi. This fellow didn't even have a top-grade wizard tool yet had the audacity to mix in the world, truly brazen. Levi rubbed the token, which had a rough texture. It had concentric circling patterns and the image of a door on it. Judging by the texture and aura of this token, it should be made from dragon scales. Moreover, its aura is faint but stronger than the Black Lotus beasts, likely refined by a dragon clan of level 6 or above. Could this insignia of a door mean that this object is the key to entering some secret realm? With that, Levi took out a crystal ball from his storage bag, within which gusts of hurricane were swirling in formation. No matter. The hurricane secret realm is about to open. It's time to set off for the Yellow Earth continent. Levi packed away the token, preparing to leave the ancient Saint Plain. Suddenly, a disturbance was felt. Through the Scarlet Contract, Levi sensed that the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant had awakened. In the fairyland, a blue giant ant about 100 meters long was nibbling at a shell that emitted an icy blue chill. Isa said excitedly. Lord, the ant ancestor is awake. Levi nodded, approaching the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. The piercing cold was so intense that even someone with Levi's cultivation could feel the chill. The ant ancestor was different from the tiger ancestor, perhaps due to being a zerg. It did not speak. But it expressed its affection by lightly touching Levi with its ice blue antennae. Chapter 1539. This convinced Levi that the Scarlet Contract was a success. Through the contract, he could feel that the aura of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant was stronger than that of any Roman or Rust he had ever seen, surpassing them by a bit. Mana said. After shedding its skin this time, the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant's strength is infinitely close to the level 6 mid-stage. I estimate that after another shedding, it will truly reach the level 6 mid-stage. In this vast world, nothing is impossible, even a seemingly weak ant can fight a giant dragon. Levi thought wryly to himself. It could be described as at the peak of level 6 early stage great perfection realm. He gently stroked the forehead of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, saying, Ant Ancestor, what do you like to eat? I will send someone to get it for you. This was the thickest thigh before his primordial soul, he must serve it well. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant expelled a breath of cold air, taking on the form of a giant dragon. Levi was full of black lines on his face. This is making things difficult for me, Dragon King Li, isn't it? He sighed to himself. Forget it, I'll just hunt down some Earth-type mixed-blood dragon clans and purify their meat for you. After much thought, that was the only option he could come up with. In his storage ring, he already had plenty of level 4 and level 5 Black Beast Dragon clan flesh, just waiting to be purified after the Saint Fruit's mass production. After placating the newly awakened Dragon Ant, Levi took another stroll around Flaming Mountain. Gazing at the black-scaled giant egg in the flames, he mused. When will you wake up, Master Ash? Yellow Earth Continent. Lion King City. Once a renowned force on Yellow Earth Continent, only the Golden Lion Jostar family now stands supreme as the sole Fourth Circle wizard organization on the continent. The Al-Hid family was destroyed in the early stages of the war, and the Wham family met its end at the hands of a dark wizard during the ancient Tower era. Only the Golden Lion stood unshaken. All this was, of course, thanks to Dinos's care. Long ago, the Knights had followed the ways of the Midland continent and established a stronghold on Yellow Earth continent to recruit wizard and knight recruits. After retiring, the old Golden Lion handed over his position to Dinos, the one who had thrived the most. Dinos transformed the family into a bulwark for the Knights. Now with the establishment of the Tower of Dawn, one visible and one hidden, the Jostar family is as stable as Mount Tai in the Outer Ring region. The Jostar family always pays its debts. Years ago, an encounter brought about by a wind disaster in the Endless Sea forged the foundation of the Jostar family's millennium-long prosperity, a saga worthy of high praise. The residence of the old Golden Lion. The old man, now a Fourth Circle wizard, had chosen a timely withdrawal from the current to enjoy a leisurely life. A young maid said, "Old master, there is a visitor named Levi." The old Golden Lion frowned and said, "This is a distinguished guest, are you new here?" The maid was scared, stuttering, "Old master, I'm new, I don't know the rules." Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside. "I was just passing by and decided to visit, please don't go to any trouble, Lord Golden Lion." Levi, dressed in a white robe, revealed a sunny smile. The old Golden Lion hastily said, "It is an honor to have such an esteemed guest." Levi was invited into the wizard tower by the old Golden Lion. After some pleasantries, Levi took his leave. Watching Levi disappear from his wizard tower in a single step, the old Golden Lion felt a shock that he could not settle for a long time. An ordinary Fifth Circle wizard wouldn't possess such an effortless strength. Just who exactly is Levi? After discussing some affairs with the old Golden Lion, Levi headed to the Rogue Rift. The former territory of the Collin family had become ruins buried under sand and wind. How time flies! Levi left the ruins and wandered through the wind disaster. With his fifth ring aura on display, no transcendent creature with even a bit of sense or fear dared to approach. Except for a small flock of flying scythe beasts that seemingly flew in from nowhere. "Are you Lord Scythe?" a childish voice asked, coming from the clan leader of the flying scythe beasts. Levi smiled and said, "Yes, I am." The clan leader asked, "Lord, may we follow you?" Levi's spiritual force scanned the area and discovered that there were more than 300 flying scythe beasts present. He ripped open a small spatial rift. "Welcome home, my children." As the god of the flying scythe beasts, it was his duty to shelter these worshippers stranded in the wilderness. The chattering flying scythe beasts cheered and rushed in, bolstering Levi's flock of flying scythe beasts. After this, his form flickered, and when he reappeared, he was in front of several wind tunnels. His danger perception gave no indication of threat, suggesting there was probably no danger within. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Hurricane Secret Realm. The Collin family's greatest secret. This was a small secret realm, not very large in area. Levi had previously obtained numerous rare wind element medicinal herbs here, as well as a second-level ice ape, an ancient strange species that was now doing well in the giant beast paradise and had advanced to level 3. Levi swept his spiritual force across the secret realm, carefully probing it. Before long, he discovered a rank 5 medicinal herb he didn't have in his collection. Indeed, there's still something to be gained. At the spot where he had once found 7 days soul returning grass, a 4-leafed black herb was growing quietly there. So there really is more. It's just a pity that it hasn't reached a 7-leaf complete body. In 200 years, it has only grown 4 leaves. To mature completely, it probably needs at least another 150 years. But I have golden fertilizer, 100 years should be enough. Chapter 1540. Levi unsheathed his shark-tooth-shaped sword. 4 streaks of sword chi directly uprooted the valley that gave birth to the 7 days soul returning grass. He opened a spatial rift and completely absorbed it. The 7 days soul returning grass thrives in cold environments, let's transplant it to Little Cold Mountain and let the Ice Phoenix guard it. Little Cold Mountain. The Ice Phoenix, in the midst of its cultivation, saw a small piece of land slowly drifting down from the sky and landing on the snowfield. "Ice Phoenix, you shall guard this object here." The voice of Levi, like that of a heavenly deity, reached out. The Ice Phoenix hastily said. As you command. Inside the hurricane secret realm. Levi muttered to himself. Didn't expect to achieve the goal of this trip so smoothly, used to the twists and turns inside the ancient tower, I'm somewhat unaccustomed. Half a day later. He had explored every nook and cranny of the hurricane secret realm, finding nothing more than some meaningless medicinal herbs and ores. Can't be too greedy, I should be content. As Levi was about to leave, Jin squeezed out of his nostrils, its greedy little eyes looking at the sky of the secret realm, its nose quivering. Speaking of which, you have been quite active lately. That wasn't the case before. Levi felt that since coming out of the ancient tower, Jin might have evolved unknowingly, it seemed to be truly useful now and not just a mascot. He looked up at the sky. Hurricane Secret Realm, as the name implies, is a place where strong winds blow incessantly throughout the year. Levi was curious where exactly these wind disasters came from. Last time, with only first ring cultivation, he dared not explore upwards, deeper into the wind disaster stratum. But this time, why not give it a try? The Earth Dragon Barrier, Golden Dragon Shield, and 18 other protective measures were all applied to him in unison. Levi, fully on guard, stepped into the wind disaster stratum. As he ascended higher, the intensity of the wind disaster suddenly increased. When he reached 10,000 meters, even the protective force fields of third or fourth circle wizards could not withstand it. The intense wind disaster seriously impaired perception, but seeing Jin getting more excited, Levi continued deeper. At 20,000 meters, it was already the maximum that an ordinary fifth circle wizard's protective force field could endure. But the top was still not in sight. Levi gathered his energy and shot straight up to 30,000 meters. Defensive fields like the Earth Dragon Barrier vanished instantly, the Golden Dragon Shield almost blown away, and his blood-red cloak fluttered loudly. In an instant, Levi revealed a three-headed, six-armed form of the Six Paths Heavenly God's Dharma body. The Dharma body protected Levi within it, continuing to ascend. Soon, Levi felt as if he had reached the ceiling of the hurricane secret realm. He saw the crystal wall of the secret realm's bubble. Below the crystal wall was a white crystal ball about 100 meters in diameter. It appeared similar to the key to the hurricane secret realm. The secret realm key in Levi's hand buzzed and trembled. The white crystal ball did the same. The next moment, the key to the hurricane secret realm flew out of his hand, turning into a beam of light, rushing into the giant crystal ball. Subsequently, the giant crystal ball emitted waves of precious light, and the countless hurricanes torturing the hurricane secret realm turned into streams of air tornadoes, all sucked into the crystal ball. Not long after, the entire hurricane secret realm completely quieted down and there was no difference from an ordinary secret realm. The white crystal ball kept shrinking until it was the size of a human head, radiating precious light. Is this some kind of rare treasure? Levi's heart stirred, and he summoned the wizard's hand, reaching out for the treasure. The treasure did not resist, but just as Levi was about to grasp it, a pure white object about a yard long burst out from the crystal ball. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a white tiger. The white tiger was as white as jade, with patterns on its body that were surprisingly composed of truth runes. Well, buy one get one free? It appears to be an oddity, and a sky grade one at that. Seeing Levi, the first reaction of the white tiger wasn't to run, but to show aggression towards him. Levi simply cast a water dragon's song with a wave of his hand, trapping it within. After all, it was just a sky-grade oddity, how could it be a match for Levi? In an instant, the white tiger was subdued by Levi. The size of the white tiger kept shrinking, escaping the control of the water dragon's song and darting back into the bead of the treasure. Levi snatched the bead in his hand, applying several spell restrictions onto it. As Levi touched the bead, streams of information flooded into his mind. A 6th level treasure. Wind Disaster Pearl, created by a 6th circle wizard, Dr. Colin. Levi looked at the bead in his hand, fell silent for a long while, and then said with a sense of melancholy. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable Colin family had an ancestor who was an ancient primordial soul wizard? It's a pity that in the face of the relentless passage of time, these descendants probably have no idea about the 6th level treasure hidden within the secret realm. Now, the Colin family most likely only had Stella left as a member. And Stella was no longer human, but a mechanical creature. Even the legacy of legendary wizards can be worn down by time, let alone that of primordial soul wizards. Throughout the history of the Congress, there are very few legendary wizards known to posterity. There is only one who, across 300,000 years, still exerts overwhelming influence over the present, that is Sauron. At this moment, a sense of pride surged in Levi's heart. If not for a lack of strength, who would want to be a nameless and timid commoner? One day, I, Levi, will stand shoulder to shoulder with Sauron, or even surpass him, and become famous across the multidimensional plane. Having boasted to himself, Levi stroked the proudly begging for tribute Jinn and left the empty hurricane secret realm. Gazing at the starry sky, one must still stay grounded. For now, better think of a way to do with the primordial soul first. In the ancient saint plane, Levi returned to the emperor's palace and exclaimed. This return to the old grounds has truly been immensely rewarding, and it's a good thing I've kept this matter on my mind. Otherwise, had I missed it, I would have had to wait another 200 years. Afterward, he spent several days studying and managed to understand the function of the Wind Disaster Pearl. This Wind Disaster Pearl was crafted by Doster using a 6th level Wind Mirage Pearl, collecting many precious materials and refining them. It had 3 functions. First, releasing a dense chi that unleashes all the wind disaster power inside the pearl to its maximum, blowing away even the defensive field of a primordial soul wizard. However, afterwards, it would require a long time to recharge in the wind disaster stratum in the material plane. Second, when idle, it automatically gathers wind elemental power, and through the wind disaster pearl, generates regular wind disasters. The hurricane secret realm was formed this way. Third, before the wind disaster power within the pearl is exhausted, it can create an unending wind spirit shelter, forming a powerful, continuous protective force that can withstand 3 strikes from an ordinary 6th circle wizard and 1 from a 6th ring senior wizard. Once the wind armor shatters, it requires a lengthy incubation period. Levi inhaled sharply. I didn't expect such a treasure to be so powerful. Offense and defense in one, it's absolutely heaven-defying. The most important thing is that treasures are different from 6th ring magical artifacts. Even if given to Levi, he wouldn't be able to use them, while there are no such restrictions for treasures. This treasure has survived through the long ages, just waiting for someone like me to come along. This alone proves that Assemble rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 1541. Emperor's Palace. Levi cherished the Wind Disaster Pearl in his hands, playing with it incessantly. This magical artifact seemed tailor-made for him. With this treasure, the gap between his strength and that of a primordial soul wizard was further narrowed. For others, charging this oddity was a problem. It needed to be stationed within the wind disaster stratum of the material plane. But Levi carried the portable charger that was ancient Banyan fairyland with him, allowing him to charge the artifact anytime, anywhere. The wind disaster pearl turned into a white light and surged into Levi's mind, revolving around the iridescent crystals alongside other rare treasures. The Italian cannon from ancient Shell Palace had only 1 shot left. Now with the Wind Disaster Pearl, Levi had acquired a new level 6 method. Paired with the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, I should be able to confront or even slay an ordinary 6th ring primordial soul wizard. However, the level 6 Lightning Shell Pearl from ancient Shell Palace also needs to be put to use. Next time the ancient tower opens, I'll go to the underground world, collect that transcendent giant clam, and fully restore the ancient Shell Palace. Now, the newly established Tower of Dawn was operating smoothly and in order, with everyone busy and fully engaged. The 4 major organizations of the ancient Saint Plane were thriving. With 2 very capable assistants like the Succubus and Mia, Levi didn't need to worry about the tedious matters. Levi didn't delay and began to refine the oddity from the white tiger obtained within the Wind Disaster Pearl. Time flies by, and a month passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1234, Month of Flowers. Within ancient Banyan fairyland. After greeting Levi, Mana and Martha began the plane fusion. Martha pursed her lips, seeming somewhat nervous. Seeing her like this, Mana said, "Don't worry, I've got everything under control." Mana, although she hadn't completely refined the Pandora's root yet, had already progressed in strength compared to before. Once she fully refines it, plus the golden leaves from Roman and the integration of the IC plane, her strength would definitely advance to mid-stage level 6. You should know that after reaching level 6, each small step in realm advancement was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even a primordial soul who took 300 years to achieve, like 100 flowers, needed a century to advance from an ordinary 6th ring to a senior 6th ring wizard. Martha smiled and said, "Thank you, sister. From now on, we'll be together as one." Mana laughed heartily, Indeed, that was the case. Martha, communicate with the plane will within the ice sea pearl and ask it to cease resistance. Martha nodded and merged her mind with the ice sea pearl, entering a world devoid of light and darkness. Here, a very faint white light, like a candle in the night, illuminated the surroundings. This white light faintly revealed Martha's face. Because she had already merged with the plane will, although if she were to perish, the plane will would revert to its original state and wait for a new plane sovereign. Of course, if those plane sovereigns who were deeply bound with the plane will were to fall, it might even lead to the demise of the plane will itself, causing the plane to head towards destruction. For a plane will, choosing a plane sovereign is a kind of risky investment, a method to evolve and upgrade more quickly. Under the ancient banyan tree, a pitch-black fissure opened, leading along a winding path. The ice sea pearl, transformed into a streak of blue light, was absorbed into it, along with Martha. The tree hole closed, and Mana, with a solemn face, said to the heaven crystal dragon ant. Mana and Martha will be in seclusion for a while, maybe 10 years, or perhaps several decades. Levi's safety will be in your hands. The heaven crystal dragon ant's antennae waved as if to say, leave it to me. The lengthy plane fusion began, with the dragon ant standing vigil below the tree, awaiting its master's call. Inside fairyland. A vast expanse of shifting sands. Here, the sand flowed like rivers under the power of the wind, converging and forming an expansive sea of sands stretching hundreds of miles. This was the 010 element-rich land, Quicksand Sea. Beneath the dunes, the eldest of the 3 earthquake dragon brothers, Gangster, was motionless underground. The scales on its body were falling off one by one, with new scales emerging continually. Trist and Winston watched over their big brother anxiously, acting as his protectors. A few days later, with old damaged scales shed, Gangster had new scale armor that glimmered brightly, indicating extreme durability. I've advanced to the middle stage of rank 5, haha. Gangster joyfully shouted to his brothers. Envious, Winston and Trist said. Wow, that's great, Big Brother will get a cash reward of 648 fate coins from the Lord Dragon King. To earn fate coins, the two of them also started to learn from the Black Lotus Beast and aimed to become disciplined earthquake dragons. Of course, disciplined creatures weren't limited to earthquake dragons. The Quicksand Sea was also the training ground for Pan, once the gatekeeper of the ancient Saint Plain. He was a rare giant wizard and had achieved 4th Circle realm. With his innate giant power, even a 4th Circle senior wizard could give him a fight. For these veterans, Levi was always generous. By the seaside. To keep up with his wife and avoid defeat in future domestic blow ups. The Holy Infant recently concocted a suitable bloodline potion specifically for Leviathan. Leviathan had already reached the peak level 2 and was not far from advancing to level 3. Gustav, on the other hand, was steadily marching towards level 4. When one person achieves enlightenment, even their pets ascend to the heavens, so the saying goes. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1234, Month of Wheatfield. Inside the Emperor's Palace, Levi had completely refined the White Tiger oddity. This time, his upper limit of spiritual force increased by 30 points, ultimately reaching the major milestone of 1,390 points. Only 230 points remained from the goal of 1,620 points. Chapter 1542. Levi sighed in relief when he saw what happened. As long as I can break Roman's ring, I'll definitely reach 1,620, and most likely exceed it, he thought. The White Tiger oddity was a sky-grade oddity of the wind element that not only enhanced the upper limit of spiritual force but also boosted the power of wind-type spells and refined Levi's innate spell Wind Dragon Scamper. Of course, these features were barely significant for the current Levi. The truly powerful feature was the special spiritual creature that Levi had been longing for. In Levi's divine tower, a fierce and unruly mini white tiger was intimidating Jin, who was trembling in a corner. Aooo! Howls echoed endlessly in Levi's mind until he slapped the white tiger with a spiritually formed hand. Stop yelling, you're quite the tiger, aren't you? After receiving a slap, the white tiger looked aggrievedly at Levi with a pitiful expression. Come out, Levi ordered with a thought. The white tiger then appeared in the outside world. Accompanied by the sweeping whines, a giant tiger, 2 Zhonglong with a white base and black patterns, materialized. Clouds follow the dragon, whines follow the tiger. As soon as the white tiger appeared, Levi could feel the wind elements from heaven and earth surging into it. It seemed to be a master capable of manipulating the power of heaven and earth elements. The white tiger lowered its head, kneeling before Levi. Understanding its gesture, Levi gently mounted it. Then, riding the white tiger, they soared into the sky, cloaked in clouds and mist. Following that, they entered the wind disaster stratum, and something magical happened. Levi and the white tiger transformed into a breeze within the wind disaster stratum. It wasn't long before the white tiger carried Levi, riding the winds, and appeared 100 li away. This speed, even faster than when I enter the scarlet dark dimension, it seems your function is indeed to be ridden, Levi muttered to himself. The white tiger, called a mount by Levi, unwillingly roared, unleashing winds that swept across heaven and earth, sending out thousands of fierce wind blades from the wind disaster stratum. Even a fifth circle perfection wizard would be overwhelmed by such power. Oh, you do pack some combat ability, Levi chuckled. The white tiger hummed and rushed through the wind disaster stratum with Levi, their speed unimaginable, reaching the North Sea by morning and the vast forest by evening with ease. This way, I, Levi, also have a mount, and upon meeting anyone, I will simply say, "Stay where you are." All things considered, the white tiger's combat capabilities were impressive, but after all, being a sky-level artifact, its strength was far below that of the thunder god. However, as a mount, it was perfectly suitable. After all, traversing the scarlet dark dimension even required Levi to consume the power of the scarlet dragon within his body. He always needed to fly for a while, rest for a while in a repeating cycle. Now, with a mount at hand and a speed that matched or even exceeded the rank 5 scarlet dark dimension, things were looking up. You also ought to belong to me. Levi stroked the white tiger's head and said, "Since you're such a tiger, I shall call you a Biao." He had already decided that all his special spiritual creatures, aside from Fleur who was like a proper lady, would follow the A names Jin, Long, a Biao. By doing so, among the 4 major elementalist schools, except for the water element, the other 3 elements now have special spiritual creatures. Levi's perfectionism flared up again, hoping that the oddity in Roman's ring would provide a water element special creature. As of today, he had refined a total of 16 truth oddities, a number beyond what ordinary people could even dream of. In midair, Levi, with a thought, connected his mind to the legendary shadow plane. The next moment, 4 twisted humanoid shadows of 4th circle level appeared, the strongest among them at the 4th circle's perfection level. These were the 4 dark wizards Levi had recently killed in the immersed ancient castle, who had now completely transformed into shadow creatures in the shadow plane. He casually tested the strengths of these shadow creatures, and indeed, they were impressive. Of course, they had one flaw: they were not truly immortal gods. If summoned and then killed, the number of shadow creatures Levi could summon would decrease, he would need to replenish his forces. However, this was reasonable, otherwise, just with this innate spell alone, the deer-head sage would be invincible in Nora. In any case, this innate spell was all about fierce troop deployment. Like the School of Death, to unleash its power, it needed a relentless increase in forces, utilizing the tactic of overwhelming numbers. If Levi now had 1,000 level 4 shadows, a 5th circle perfection wizard would be easily vanquished. He suspected that even a primordial soul wizard might face some trouble and perhaps be stalled momentarily, which should be feasible. After all, these shadows were not mere level 4 divine talismans, each possessed skills from their past lives, and unpredictably, some shadows might master extremely potent skills. Currently, my innate spells cover the 7 elements in the shadow sect. This 9th talent should be between choosing the School of Death or the life science. However, the spells of the School of Death, being also summoning types like my shadow magic, seem somewhat conflicting. Perhaps I should focus more on the spells from the life science. The life science was a relatively mysterious school, and so far, the knowledge Levi had about it was quite limited. He planned to take some time to visit the realm of life, to experience it firsthand before making a final decision. Chapter 1543. This 9th talent must be carefully selected, and not taken lightly. He was still a long way from achieving perfection in spiritual force, so he was in no rush. That day, while organizing his storage ring, Levi suddenly discovered the skeletal remains and relics of the Snowflake Knight in the corner. "There was another promise I nearly forgot," he said. Levi immediately left the ancient Saint Plane and flew towards the mortal realm. Mortal world. The once Peacock Kingdom, gradually buried in sand as the chaotic dark wave revival ensued. The Church no longer sought the mortal world as mere figureheads to rule, it simply established the Holy Brilliance Kingdom itself. Over the past years, heavenly mountains stood firm upon the earth, enduring countless battles. Yet, with level 6 upper-level divine servants and other aspects of the church's foundation, they managed to get through it all without much peril. The hustle and bustle of mortal world didn't concern Levi. Storm City. Inside Shining Tavern. He met Rosa Witch, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She had now advanced to 5th Circle Senior, clearly having made progress. Rosa Witch's attire was still as bold and fiery, the crimson gown wrapping tightly around her snowy confines. She had heard of Levi's advancement to 5th Circle, but seeing it with her own eyes still inevitably shocked her. Inside the tavern, Levi ordered a glass of snow beer, while Rosa Witch drank 100 Flowers wine. The bubbles in the beer fizzed out as Rosa Witch, smilingly, expressed. Although I felt you were an extraordinaire at the time and your future achievements would certainly surpass ours, I didn't expect that in just under 100 years, our gap would be so vast. No wonder my sisters are so curious about you, some even harboring secret affections. Levi, recalling the chattering group of witches, chuckled and said. I'm just a bit luckier and more diligent. Rosa Witch replied. Soren once said, luck is also a part of strength. Levi retorted. Did the old man Soren really say that? Rosa Witch laughed heartily. Of course, that phrase is even recorded on the wall of Soren quotations in Central Realm. Levi chuckled. Then, I shall have to pay it a visit when I get a chance to go to Central Realm. Soren's every word and action influenced posterity, such was the impact of the ancestor of wizards. Levi earnestly said. Lady Rosa, do you have access to first-hand intelligence on the major powers of the human realm nowadays? Rosa Witch replied. Yes, I have people gather it these days, I'll send it over to you. Levi said. Thank you. After drinking a large barrel of snow beer and conversing briefly with Rosa Witch about the situation in the human realm, Levi left. Inside the tavern, Rosa Witch looked at the empty seat across her. Truly an extraordinary man. Moreover, Lord Irina seems quite interested in him, often casually mentioning his name. Could it be? Since making her debut, Lord Irina had been focused solely on cultivation, never engaging in romantic endeavors. Perhaps she had finally come around. With a 5-ring body, she showed a particular interest in a promising future star, a proud daughter of heaven among primordial soul wizards. What charm does Levi possess? In midair, Levi reflected thoughtfully, sensing something odd about Rosa Witch's gaze. He suddenly remembered that the lover's rune, besides enhancing luck, also possesses several other special effects he had automatically overlooked. Enhancing charm, fertility. Could this intangible allure also be amplified? No wonder I've felt increasingly popular with women recently. Logically, my style shouldn't fit the mainstream aesthetic preferences of witches in the wizard world. As Levi pondered, he had already reached Flower City. Once his domain, it had now changed hands. More than 200 years had passed, and very few still remembered Baron Levi. Instead, inside Shining Tavern, the name of the Golden Warmer Master was still heard in later generations, not a knight, but almost as legendary. After reminiscing, Levi reached a valley blooming with flowers. In the valley, a stream trickled quietly, and at its end stood the remains of a ruined castle, only its foundation left. According to the Snowflake Knight's will, this was his ancestral land. Sharon Castle. Levi scanned the area with spiritual perception and found nothing of note. He dug a large hole in the ground with his hands, then dressed the skeletal remains of the Snowflake Knight in armor and equipped him with a long sword before burying them. Muttering words, he applied several spell restrictions to thoroughly seal the site. Rest in peace, Snowflake Knight. May you become a legend once again in your next life, adventuring boldly through the world. He poured a large barrel of snow beer over the castle, then somberly left the valley. Hell. 3rd level. A snow-white skeletal figure, pristine as jade, wandered quietly across the wilderness. Standing about 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned physique, clad in rusty light armor, holding a weapon similar to a katana that radiated gleams of treasure light. In its eye sockets flickered pale blue ghost fire, exuding an aura of quietus. All around the wilderness, several figures lurked, eyeing the treasure sword in the skeleton's hand. Apparently, this was no ordinary treasure. Legends said, this snow-white skeleton had once used this sword to slay a devil baron residing in the realm of lost souls. The skeleton demonstrated astonishing combat skills, as if it were born to be the finest soldier. Chapter 1544. Many attributed his strength to that treasure sword and had long coveted it. Kill! Kill! A ragged group of skeleton bandits, with strength of about the second circle, charged out under the leadership of an undead leader riding a flame-bones horse. The snow-white skeleton bowed its head, touching the treasure sword. Swish! Along with a bone-chilling slash of the sword, snowflakes began to fall around the world. Amidst the snowflakes, the undead bandits died one by one, leaving only the third circle leader, standing there in a daze. What kind of sword technique is this? The response was a torrent of sword energy like gusty winds and torrential rain. In the end, the leader disintegrated into pieces of bone fragments, vanishing into invisibility. Amidst the snowflakes, the skeleton warrior watched as the flame skeleton horse kneeled to the ground. With the start of a sword, all equipment depended on the drop. It awoke from the skeleton wilderness of the three-layered hell, surrounded by piles of dry bones and a katana deeply buried in the yellow sand. Not knowing where it had come from or where it was going, it silently mounted the skeleton horse and disappeared into the wilderness. Ancient Saint Plain. Levi arrived at his fungus cultivation laboratory. Within the culture medium, some of the spores planted 70 years ago had grown into all sorts of odd and magical fungi. Unguarded, they have grown so vigorously. Levi's gaze swept over and a lingsy-looking fungus caught his attention. He gently touched it, and the fungus began to spin. At the same time, a melodious tune rang out in the laboratory. This is music fungus. As its name suggests, music fungus can play music. The melody is serene and peaceful, and Levi felt his mood and mental state calming down with it. The spiritual force in Levi's mind also settled down, feeling particularly comfortable. This thing can be used to assist in meditation, and there must be some unexpected effects. Levi's face lit up with joy, initially thinking the fungus was of no use, but now he saw that wasn't the case. Even ordinary music can bring strength to people. And the tunes played by music fungus were no longer ordinary music, but transcendent music. In the wizard civilization, or some other civilizations of the multidimensional plane, there is no lack of uses for music as a transcendent means. This music fungus must operate on the same principle. Levi immediately transplanted the lingsy-looking music fungus next to Small Stone Pond, his usual cultivation spot. Levi continued to hunt for treasures in the laboratory, and before long, he found another fungus, only the size of a palm, resembling a disc with two floating mycelium strands. He gently touched this disc-like fungus. The next moment, the two mycelium strands inserted into Levi's ears, and he heard martial, passionate music akin to a march. His blood chi began to surge, and he felt as if a seemingly faint yet unceasing strength was pouring into him. Then, Levi studied various peculiar music fungi, finally exclaiming in amazement. The use of music fungus is like this: different music can evoke different effects. Quiet and peaceful tunes like the Great Compassionate Mantra can aid in meditation. Blood-pumping music, like a battle anthem, can enhance one's physical constitution. Music filled with killing intent can even bring adverse states to enemies, such as fear and restlessness. This transcendent music is a sound that strikes the soul directly, and even if hearing is blocked, it cannot stop its effect, only lessen it. Music melodies Levi knew by heart started to hum from his lips involuntarily. Like Huang Fi Hung's You Must Be Strong or the entrance BGM of Jiao Feng. Music fungus memorized these tunes, then transformed them into real transcendent sounds. Although the boost from music isn't significant, it's still better than nothing. From now on, I'm a man who carries his own BGM. Levi then inspected other fungi and discovered that there were younglings of the explosive mushroom. These are great items, they can grow into actual doomsday bombs. He transplanted all the explosive mushrooms to ancient Banyan fairyland for mass cultivation in the future. As long as they're provided with sufficient nutrient fluids and elemental power, these fungi can grow robustly without much care. In fact, the places most suitable for the growth of these fungi are lands where demonic aura breeds. After all, the fungus lady is the Abyss Lord. But finding such places in the wizard world is not realistic. Levi planned to plant a batch in the Million Mountains the next time the ancient tower opened and have some indigenous demons tend to the cultivation. By the next century, he should be able to harvest a substantial amount. Of course, the growth cycle of powerful fungi like explosive mushrooms is naturally not short. And with Levi's current strength, he could at most control rank 5 explosive mushrooms. If I could cultivate more, they could completely supplement the divine talisman Deo. As these are biological divine talisms, throwing a bunch of mushrooms out, the effect won't be any weaker than a stack of Supreme Divine Talismans. Comparatively, the production of Supreme Divine Talismans is still too low, just enough for Levi's personal use. After all, currently, only the Holy Infant can make them, which is extremely time-consuming and energy-draining and can't be learned by others for the time being. But for explosive mushrooms, all you need to do is to plant them. If mass production can be achieved, then the wizards and knights under his command can use them like hand grenades, which will also be his secret weapon. Chapter 1545. Apart from the music fungus and explosive mushroom, what left a deep impression on Levi was the fungus breeding gear. However, in this batch of spores he had planted, he did not see any younglings of such fungi. It might be that they had not yet sprouted. The important task of cultivating fungi was still entrusted to the Shell Demon clan. With the possession of the ancient Shell Palace, the Shell Demon clan's reproduction rate had soared. That's the benefit of having a house. After everything was arranged properly, Levi began closed-door cultivation again. Of course, he never gave up on cracking the romantic ring. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1237, Month of Flowers. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The towering giant trees swayed with grace. Mana had not appeared for a long time. She was focused entirely on refining the ice sea plane, unconcerned with worldly matters. The heaven crystal dragon ants lay under the ancient banyan tree, quietly watching long bustle around beneath the tree, creating golden fertilizer. Thanks to the harvest from the ancient tower, black beast flesh and blood were supplied continuously to Long, and it seemed that Long's size had started to grow again. Correspondingly, its appetite and the production of golden fertilizer had also increased. With more golden fertilizer available, Levi had the Shell Demon clan begin reclaiming more element-rich lands to plant strategic materials such as fungi and saint fruits. Over at Dreamy Cloud Swamp, a large number of saint fruits had begun to mature, and before long, they would flower and bear fruit. Levi was about to welcome his first harvest. Of course, he needed to keep at least half of this harvest for breeding purposes. By the seaside, Leviathan had finally made a breakthrough, rising to level 3, and its status in the family skyrocketed. Being able to follow its master was the luckiest thing for it. Having evolved from an ordinary dragon king whale into what it was now over 200 years had indeed not been easy. By the small stone pond, Levi listened to soothing music, as spell runes were cast into the romantic ring one by one. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his expression tense, signaling that the work had reached a critical moment. At last, following the successful break of the last spell restriction, the red flame ring of Roman was finally cracked open. Levi let out a long sigh of relief and said, "That wasn't easy at all. Let's see just how much the 9 Cities Alliance has harvested over 60 years. As his spiritual force probed into it, he found the red flame ring to be of a much larger capacity than all of his usual storage rings combined. First to catch his eye were mountains of various elemental ores. These ores, mostly unprocessed, ranged from level 3 to rank 5 and had been meticulously categorized by Roman, appearing like mountainous piles. Levi made a rough estimate, and the quantity of these ores was dozens of times that of his harvest from the ancient tower. I can't use them all, not at all. With the current scale of the ancient Saint Plane, it's impossible to consume this many ores." Levi was somewhat troubled. The ores he had brought back himself were far from being used up. For the next few hundred years, the 4 major organizations of the ancient Saint Plane probably won't lack for ore resources. These resources are enough to satisfy the needs of a high-level wizard organization. Beneath the ore mountains lay heaps of ether stones, emitting white light. After tallying them with his spiritual force, Levi was overjoyed. That pile of ether stones amounted to a full 300 million. On his journey so far, counting the harvest from the ancient tower, he had accumulated about 1.2 billion ether stones. But inside Roman's ring, there was 3 times as much as what he had. These ether stones aren't from the ancient tower, they must be Roman's own personal wealth. No wonder he calls himself a primordial soul wizard of the top wizard organizations. Even someone as mediocre as Roman is so wealthy, not to mention those truly powerful figures, it's unimaginable. Levi couldn't help but recall from his previous life that 1% of the world's rich might control 99% of the wealth. The wealth disparity in the wizard world, compared to his former life, would only be more exaggerated, given that it was a world where strength spoke louder than words. Levi decided to temporarily store all of the ores and ether stones in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. He certainly wouldn't use the red flame ring himself afterward, to avoid exposing his identity or encountering other problems. The contents inside would naturally need to be transferred out. Levi's gaze swept over the scattering of herbs on the ground. Roman was a meticulous guy. All of the medicinal herbs, from low level to high level, are well organized, which saves me a lot of trouble. After making a rough estimate of the total amount of herbs, he was again faced with an astronomical figure. He would wait until the Tower of Dawn had further developed, then utilize all these medicines to train a large group of professional pharmacists. Among these herbs, some were sixth circle, the mainstream material for refining primordial soul potions, which might be used in the future. Besides that, there were quite a few materials from transcendent creatures, but not as exaggerated as the medicines and ores. For top wizard organizations, the two most in-demand resources were ores and medicinal herbs. One concerned weapon making and arrays, the other concerned pharmacy. Thus, the collectors from the Nine Cities Alliance were quite targeted in their approach. Levi looked over the dazzling array of other spoils of war and soon found 3 treasures and wizard tools emitting a treasured light, obviously items more than 6th level. They were a large halberd about a jong long, a simple-looking staff, and a fiery red suit of armor. Levi took a brief look and could tell that the staff must be a 6th ring wizard tool, while the armor and halberd were clearly rare treasures of alien races styles. Chapter 1546. Let's store it for now and study it later. There was still a huge pile of spoils of war that he couldn't go through. Forget it, we'll hunt for treasures later. Let's find all the truth oddities and golden leaves first. All the truth oddities were stored in various containers, piled up in one corner of the storage ring. Levi checked them and showed a relieved smile. So far, among the gains handed over by the members of the Nine Cities Alliance, there were 38 truth oddities. Based on his experience and insight in refining truth oddities, there should be 30 Earth-grade oddities, 8 Sky-grade oddities. There were no Morning Star-level oddities. In overall terms, Levi was outclassed in the quantity of lower-end oddities, but when it came to high-end oddities, he alone was more than enough to crush the entire group of the Nine Cities Alliance. Of course, among these 38 oddities, some were duplicates. For example, Levi saw another tortoise's heart. Additionally, water dragon's song and thunderworm chrysalis, Levi had refined those as well. Meaning, Levi could only refine 35 of them. Not long after, Levi found all 8 golden leaves. A total of 43 oddities. If this isn't enough to reach an upper limit of 230 spiritual force, then it's not worth learning the Lover's Rune. Over the next 3 days, Levi tirelessly organized the spoils of war within the romantic ring. Once he finished, he collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the sky. After this wave, the ancient Saint Plane will thoroughly embark on a fast track of development, no longer troubled by the need for cultivation resources. Sadly, it lacks the host god fruit that I need, a heavenly material and earthly treasure. Levi still pinned his hopes for the host god fruit on the auction in the realm of death. For this, Mia had already arranged for people to handle and inquire about various auctions. He now had 420 million ether stones, which under normal circumstances, should be enough to purchase a piece of host god fruit. A month later, Levi transferred all the resources inside the red flame ring to ancient Banyan fairyland. He sealed the ring and threw it into Flaming Mountain. The 6-ring magic wand was a wizard tool of the Ocean School of Thought, seemingly obtained by Roman through murder and plunder, and not his own tool. Levi planned to find an opportunity to auction off the staff for ether stones, just in case the host god fruit was too expensive to afford. He himself had the ancient tower scepter, completely not needing this item. And among his subordinates who were level 6 experts, none needed the staff either. As for those 2 rare treasures, one was a treasure of the ancient tomb race, obtained by Roman from hunting a level 6 of the ancient tomb race, called the 8 Desolate Extinguishing Halberd. This was a 6th level treasure, weighing 108,000 kilograms, categorized as a super heavy weapon, unfit for anyone but body-refining wizards or barbarian tribes and alien races who could manage its heft. After all, having a spellcaster use magic to wield a melee weapon was obviously contradictory. But from the first glance, Levi took a liking to this weapon. It was absolutely the perfect weapon for the Warlord catalog, grand swings, Mount Hua-splitting force, with unmatched attack power. High above in the sky, Levi took a step forward holding the halberd, moon aura flowing into his body, easily slashing out the 108,000 kilograms halberd. Thunder half moon, slash. Arcs of even more ferocious thunder shock emerged from the void, accompanied by crackling sounds, the half-moon arc unstoppable, the void violently trembling. The arc was a kilometer above the ground, but wherever it passed, mountains and trees trembled. Invisible fierce winds, flying sand, and rolling stones. Observing the strike that pierced clouds and split stones, Levi retracted the halberd, looking relaxed and amused, and he laughed aloud. The same thunder half-moon, and it has increased by a full 30% compared to using Crimson Dragon Slash. For combat techniques, finding a more suitable weapon was indeed important. At this moment, Levi had a deep realization of that. Later on, for the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex and Eagle Divine Scripture, I will use the Crimson Dragon Slash, whereas for the Warlord Catalog and Lion King Battle Technique, I will use the 8 Desolates Annihilation. He was proficient in all 18 martial arts. Holding this 8 Desolates Annihilation, I feel a heroic sense of controlling everything between the 4 seas and 8 Desolates, coupled with the blood-rousing music fungus, my strength will climb to its peak. Meanwhile, entrance to the ancient Saint Plain. In the past 4 to 5 years, the Holy Infant had refined 2 sets of the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison using the resources inside the ancient tower. Levi had already set up 1 set in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Holy Infant was now setting up the 2nd set. Guarding the 2nd layer array were the Wing King, Feather King, Lord King, and over 300 3rd-level warriors from the ancient Dragon Empire. It was worth mentioning that, under Levi's influence, Lord King had started to abstain from carnal desires, eventually stepping into the 5th-level realm. This way, enemies would have to pass through the double layers of the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison before actually setting foot in the ancient Saint Plain. Beneath level 6, there should be no one capable of accomplishing this. If a level 6 expert were to invade, Levi himself would naturally take action. However, the likelihood of this was slim. Even though the Dark Wave revival had intensified, level 6 experts were still extremely rare in the human realm and the major powers at level 6 would not easily make a move. After setting up the array, the Holy Infant breathed a sigh of relief. After working hard for 5 years, my mastery over arrays has finally reached 5th circle perfection. It truly hasn't been easy. His curriculum task was thus reduced by 1. The work in the future will mainly involve condensing my soul to the maximum and casually bringing my talisman crafting to level 5. Yes, I can give Phoenix a long vacation now. Next, it can guard the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison and relax as a security guard. Inside the weapon refinement room. The news made Phoenix jubilant. The next moment, upon knowing that it had to guard the gates again, it felt utterly disheartened. Enough, being a gatekeeper is still more comfortable than overtime work here. Being exploited frequently had gradually increased Phoenix's acceptance of its duties. After finishing his tasks, the Holy Infant was called to the Emperor's palace by Levi. A fiery red armor floated there, radiating bursts of luminous treasure light. Levi said, "This is the fiery flame iron armor, a genuine 6th-level treasure, tailor-made for you with your innate fire element body. The integration with it will greatly enhance your safety. This 6th-level treasure, likely obtained from the ancient tower ruins by the 9 Cities Alliance, had no special functions but possessed strong defensive capabilities, enough to withstand a blow from a 6th circle wizard. Levi himself had better alternatives like the Wind Disaster Pearl and the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant among various trump cards and life-saving methods. For him, this item was not essential. Moreover, he seldom went out and did not need excessive armor stacking, which would waste resources. The Holy Infant solemnly accepted the fiery flame iron armor. Levi said, "Next, I will enter long-term seclusion, starting with at least 10 years. You will take charge of all matters in the ancient Saint Plain. However, if there is any news regarding the Host God Fruit, you must contact me directly." The Host God Fruit was of great importance, and most likely entailed a confrontation with level 6 forces. Only his personal intervention would be adequate. After explaining the precautions, the Holy Infant left. Levi entered the fairyland, sat cross-legged by the small stone pond, casually picked up an unknown sky-level oddity, and began his lengthy refinement journey. After coming out of seclusion this time, I will truly be able to touch the path of the infinite primordial soul. Chapter 1547. Time flew like an arrow, the years passed like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 2.5 years since Levi closed himself off. In those 2.5 years, Levi refined all 8 sky-grade oddities. These 8 oddities together increased his upper limit of spiritual force by 120 points and his actual spiritual force by 109 points. Essentially, for every 2 oddities, one could increase the limit or boost the spiritual force. Thus, Levi's spiritual force limit had reached 1,510 points, with only 110 points shy of 1,620. He still had 30 Earth-grade oddities and 8 golden leaves left. Statistically speaking, unless Levi was extremely unlucky, he was sure to reach perfection. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, exclaiming that he had nailed it. His actual level of spiritual force had also surged to 1,260 points in one go. 3 years of seclusion had significantly increased his spiritual force. To solidify his realm, Levi temporarily ended his solitude, planning to spend 2 to 3 years assimilating these gains before continuing his refinement. During this period, he could concentrate on refining his maximum spirit. Now that his spiritual force limit had increased, his maximum spirit only counted 20 strands, far from the 81 needed. Of the 8 oddities, Levi could only name 3. These were the earth element wriggling yellow sand, the water element king of azure blue, and the wind element wind god's eyes. As for the other 5 oddities, they were not recorded in the guide. Their properties were also centered around the traditional elementalist school. Since Levi's 3rd circle and 4th circle talents were already perfected, he did not gain any innate spells, but his existing spells of corresponding sex were optimized, enhancing his power in all elemental spells. The 8 sky-grade oddities also brought about 2 rather mediocre special talents for Levi. These were Wind's Roar and Heart of Azure. Although they were only sky-level talents, they did help improve Levi's poor elemental affinity. Moreover, what excited Levi the most was that the King of Azure Blue oddity had given birth to a new type of water element special spiritual creature. One day, to test the functionality of the spiritual creature, Levi went to the seaside. Ancient Shell Palace floated on the sea surface, resembling an aircraft carrier. The Shell Demon clan lived and thrived within it. The advanced level 3 Leviathan and his great horned whale wife, while being lovey-dovey, enjoyed the care of the Shell Demon clan and led a lord-like retired life. Gustav had already commenced his reclusion in preparation for advancing to level 4. In Levi's mind, within the Divine Ring Tower, Biao, after being disciplined by Levi many times, finally became respectful and made peace with Jin. The elegantly alone swordswoman, Fleur, would occasionally appear from the amethyst light sword, watching Jin and Biao frolic and idly daydreaming. After getting severely poked by Fleur, Biao behaved himself and no longer dared to bully her. To Biao, Fleur was more fearsome than a tigress. Apart from Long and Nick, who were stationed outside, the other special spiritual creatures in his mind respected Fleur as the boss. Biao originally ranked 2nd, with Jin ranking 3rd. However, not long ago, Kun arrived. The 4th layer of the magic ring. A large fish resembling the legendary giant Kun swam through, emitting bursts of whale song that endlessly disturbed Levi's mind. This was Kun, born of the King of Azure Blue, resembling a whale with exceptionally large fins like wings, seemingly capable of flying in the sky. Therefore, Levi named it Kun, shortened to Kun. Kun's entire body was azure blue, like the color of the sky, and it had 2 long white streamers trailing from its back, waving in the void. Kun had a gentle temperament and was very well-mannered. Previously, the mischievous little black Biao had provoked it many times, all ignored by Kun. Only when he could no longer bear it did Kun slap Biao out of Levi's mind with its tail, finally making him behave. From then on, he ranked as the 3rd. Levi summoned Kun, and a palm-sized, mini whale emerged. Upon seeing the ocean, Kun cheered and leaped into it, absorbing endless ocean currents. Kun's size grew increasingly vast, eventually transforming into a 300-meter-long giant whale, a real Kun. Leviathan, the great horned whale, and other marine creatures, as if seeing their king, instinctively followed around Kun, accompanying it on either side. Kun's head spouted a 1,000-meter-high giant wave, like a lighthouse. The whale song, along with the 2 white streamers resembling antennae, quickly spread throughout a 1,000-mile radius. More and more sea beasts gathered, forming a vast army. Watching this awe-inspiring scene, Levi muttered. Looking at it now, Kun has the potential to be a king of the ocean, capable of summoning sea beasts within a 1,000-mile radius to fight for him. Not only that, Levi felt that the areas of the ocean that Kun swam through had a richer concentration of the water elemental power, and the water quality was also better. No wonder these sea beasts follow him, there's a benefit to it. In short, Kun could summon sea beasts and improve the marine environment. Of course, Kun could also be used for combat. With its size and mass, a casual saltwater breath or an iron mountain thrust could overwhelm even a 5th circle perfection wizard. But now, Levi had no lack of combat helpers, only needing good hands to cultivate for themselves. Kun's emergence had clearly helped him immensely. Chapter 1548. The ocean is the true home for creatures like Kun. Levi felt extremely pleased. Long is responsible for tilling the earth, while Kun operates in the ocean, perfect. Adding the wind element creature Abiao and the fire element creature Nick to the mix, Levi had collected all creatures of the earth, fire, wind, and water factions, which greatly satisfied his collecting obsession. Among the mutant 3 schools, the metal faction already had Fleur. Now only the associated creatures of the ice and lightning factions remained to be found. Levi couldn't help but look forward to the remaining Earth-grade oddities. In the blink of an eye, several more months had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1240, month of beginning. That year, Levi turned 250 years old. Over the past nearly 3 years, the ancient Saint Plain had been invaded by the cave wizards and some alien races. However, these enemies hadn't even managed to breach the first layer of the 8 heavenly dragon prison before they fell on the spot. Battle after battle had shown that the ancient Saint Plain's defense was truly solid as a rock. Through these battles, the Lizardmen, Knights, and the Fur Knight battle group all gained substantial combat experience and made great progress. Only through the trials of blood and fire can true soldiers be forged. Levi himself had emerged from the dark ancient tower, tempered 1,000 times over. Extreme Path Palace. The 140th Twilight Round Table meeting of the Twilight Knights was officially convened, and Levi attended the meeting. In the square, a majestic eagle with a white head and black feathers descended from the sky. The Blood Knight on its back jumped down and laughed. "Commander, have you had any free time lately?" Levi said. After this meeting, I will continue my seclusion." Since his return, the Knights had been like new each year, with a fresh outlook. The Blood Knight's strength had already reached the mid-stage of level 4, and he was not far from the late stage. Recently, he even tamed a level 4 transcendent eagle from an alternate plane in the human realm. Named White-Headed Divine Eagle, this creature contained a trace of the Mu bloodline and was extremely suitable for the Blood Knight's practices, naturally elevating his strength. Now, this eagle had become his mount, making traveling and handling affairs extremely convenient. Mortal knights typically use horses as mounts. Extraordinary knights, of course, need corresponding mounts to assist in battle and travel, only then can they truly be called knights. Levi had noticed this early on and encouraged everyone to find suitable mounts according to their own breathing technique circumstances. As for the taming method, it's quite simple. For those with wizard methods, there's no need to say more, as there naturally exist contract wizard tools or spells for that purpose. For those without wizard methods, they would do as Levi did initially. Rely on absolute strength to subdue these mounts until they yield. The Blood Knight's white-headed divine eagle was subdued only after a full 3 years of persistence. Hearing that Levi would continue his seclusion, the Blood Knight couldn't help but express his admiration. "Commander, your level of effort truly impresses us. Talented and hard-working, you really don't leave much room for the rest of us, haha." Levi thought to himself. "I can't help it, there are dozens of oddities waiting for me to refine." Shortly after, the Golden Lion Knight, the Divine Light Knight, the Steel Dragon Knight, and others also arrived. They gathered at the Extreme Path Palace, waiting for the members of the Midland Squad to arrive at the Twilight Round Table. Finally, all of the 18 riders were present, and the Flower Knight looked thoughtfully at Levi. She could feel that Levi's spiritual force seemed to have grown much stronger again. It looks like he has successfully refined that oddity. But could the effects of this oddity really be so outstanding? Logically, even if it was a Morning Star level oddity, it shouldn't have such a miraculous effect. She murmured in her heart. This guy's gains inside the ancient tower must be more than what I found on the 7th floor. I need to hurry up and strive to advance to a 7-circle wizard within 200 years. 7-circle wizards, at the age of 600 in the wizard world, are rare and considered young, since the lifespan of a 7-circle wizard is around 2,500 years. At 600 years, it's equivalent to the youth stage of their lives. Most 7-circle wizards manage to barely step into that realm in middle age or even in their old age. Next, the Blood Knight and Black Knight reported the situations of the main and branch divisions respectively. Nearly 10 years had passed since the Dark Ancient Tower closed. The resources Levi brought back had only been tapped into by about 1/10. There was no option, for now, the general realm of the Knight group was low. Calculated down, a person could hardly consume much of the resources. As everyone's strength increased, the consumption pace would speed up. Over the 10 years, the number of knights above level 1 began to surge from over 300 to 400 in a sudden boom. To think, in the nearly 70 years Levi spent in the ancient tower, only 300 had been born. This shows the significance of resources to cultivation. Compared to his resources, those from Roman were the real bulk. The Dusk Holy Temple would slowly digest these. Thanks to abundant resources, the Midland squad was also progressing smoothly. According to the Black Knight, with their might, they had become the overlords of some fringe areas on the Midland continent, secretly controlling some wizard organizations to recruit wizard and knight talents. The number of third circle wizards they had attracted was now more than a dozen. These wizards were nomadic ones pulled in by the Black Knight and his group. They might not have exceptional talents, but as nomads who became intermediate wizards, they all had their extraordinary qualities. Often, they were lucky and had strong determination and willpower. What they lacked was merely resources. Chapter 1549. After a rigorous background check and a solemn swearing-in procedure, those skilled in the 3 arts of wizardry among the nomadic wizards were sent to the Tower of Dawn. They were systematically examined and trained by the Herman couple and the Holy Infant. Of course, the number of talents recruited this way cannot be too many, only those with a genuinely clean background can join. Otherwise, it might lead to the recruitment of spies from other wizard organizations. Therefore, Levi rejected anyone with a history of employment in other wizard organizations. He wanted only the true grassroots nomadic wizards. The main source of talent for the Tower of Dawn was still those mortals with clean backgrounds who were budding wizards. These people were the most malleable and, once trained, would become more loyal and have a stronger sense of belonging. The development of the Midland squad was not always smooth sailing, they had also faced some setbacks. But relying on the old generation of knights who had braved the human realm for hundreds of years, they had managed to resolve each one, although the hardships were unspeakable to outsiders. Naturally, now with 3 rank 5 puppets stationed, future developments were expected to be even smoother. During the years Levi was in seclusion, the 18 Twilight Cavalry themselves had also made progress. The older generation all reached level 4, and the middle generation members were all level 3, these need not be detailed. It is worthy to note that the Golden Lion Knight had successfully advanced to a 3rd circle wizard. Among the newer generation, a knight prodigy also emerged, the Fire Dragon Knight. Leading the way, he officially advanced to level 3 the year before last, forging the bloodline divine weapon Fire Dragon Greatsword. The Fire Dragon Knight was born with legendary traits, he is truly a born user of divine power. Even before practicing any breathing technique, he could fight tigers and leopards and was evenly matched with juvenile earthly dragon beasts. It is said that at his birth, a fiery anomaly appeared, and his family regarded him as a divine being. Indeed, he proved to be extraordinary. The rest of the new generation were still lingering at the late stage of level 2, still some way from reaching level 3. For this special talent, Levi planned to extend some special care to accelerate his growth. The physical stature of the Fire Dragon Knight was, compared to other knights, quite exaggerated. Now at the 3rd level realm, his normal form already stood 10 meters tall. Levi now suspected that this young man might possess a giant bloodline. Otherwise, purely the enhancement from the breathing technique would not account for such a drastic change in his physique. Fittingly, he had Mia purchase the latest version of the Rowling Crystal in the Realm of Life at a high price. Upon testing, indeed, it was so. Within the Fire Dragon Knight, besides the inherited fiery Fire Dragon bloodline, there was another, even more potent legendary bloodline, the Fire Giant King bloodline. In the ancient era before wizards had risen, the giant race had once thrived, even competing with the dragon race. But since the Frost Giant ancestor was failed in his revolt against the Heavenly Father, it had fallen into decline. This was the same for the fire giants, mountain giants, sea giants, and other types of giants. Each race's king of giants was generally at level 9, even level 10 existences. For some reason, the Fire Dragon Knight possessed a rare bloodline of the king of giants, and its concentration was by no means low. Therefore, even without practicing the Fire Dragon breathing technique, he could fight giant beasts in his youth. This reminded Levi of the legendary wizard Gulwig, who, the rumors had it, had the bloodline of the Frost Giant ancestor, which allowed her to achieve legend over a millennium. And the Frost Giant ancestor was the common ancestor of all giants. This made Levi believe that the Fire Dragon Knight was genuinely a man of destiny. Having two strong and non-conflicting bloodlines at the same time, his future achievements are sure to be impressive. Unfortunately, he didn't have the breathing techniques of the Fire Giant clan in his library of techniques, otherwise, it would have allowed the Fire Dragon Knight to practice them. He planned to research medicines that could help activate the potential of the Fire Giant King bloodline for the Fire Dragon Knight to consume. Anyway, such a powerful bloodline must be utilized. The Fire Dragon Knight, aware of the commander's special attention, was deeply moved and expressed his gratitude. After the round table meeting ended, the Dawn Wizard Association meeting also concluded. Over these years, the Tower of Dawn had grown rapidly and already had budding wizards becoming mid-level wizard apprentices, advancing quickly. Systematic courses in weapon making, pharmacy, and array were also held in the tower. In general, the Tower of Dawn's biggest problem currently was still a lack of talent, both teachers and students. Which made Levi wish he could move the entire Starfire Wizard Academy over. But talent was not something that could be rushed, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, he could only proceed slowly. Following these years of development, the Empire Senior State Assembly had welcomed its 56th level 4 Ancient Saint. The number of third-level Ancient Saints had reached 360. The Giant Beast Paradise was extremely busy. The transcendent creatures Levi had brought back from the Dark Ancient Tower were too numerous, and they were overwhelmed. With Levi's help, the park's manager, Witch Melina, had also successfully advanced to a fourth circle wizard. Levi asked Melina to find a way to covertly recruit more qualified spiritual wizards in the psychic realm because the current staff in the park was indeed insufficient. After coordinating the affairs of the four organizations, Levi resumed his seclusion, focusing on condensing his soul to the maximum and practicing combat techniques. He took this opportunity to stabilize his mental state and adapt to the rapidly increasing spiritual force. Meanwhile, the Holy Infant's progress in the art of talisman making steadily moved forward, inching closer to rank 5. However, the one thing that had always worried Levi happened. He discovered that the Holy Infant might not be able to independently condense his soul to the maximum. Chapter 1550. 3 years had passed, yet a primordial soul had not condensed. Given the Holy Infant's talent, such an occurrence should have been impossible. Levi analyzed that this was probably because the Holy Infant clone wasn't complete. Essentially, the Holy Infant was still part of Levi, although it possessed a body and spiritual force. The core elements such as the soul and consciousness were shared with Levi. The advantage of this arrangement was that there was no need to worry about the clone rebelling against its master, but the cost was that it seemed the laws of heaven and earth did not regard the Holy Infant as a completely independent life form. If that was the case, to advance to a primordial soul, something naturally seemed to be lacking. This made Levi fall into deep thought. Now it seems, to pursue a primordial soul, I need to make the Holy Infant truly independent. But over time, I fear the clone might escape my control. Could it be that I need to bind the Holy Infant with a scarlet contract? What is this? Making a contract with myself. For a moment, Levi could not think of a better method. He planned to spend the next 2 years thoroughly researching related materials before making any decisions. During this period, he would let the Holy Infant focus on crafting talismans and managing the Ancient Saint Plane. The Tower of Dawn. In the secret room. The Holy Infant sat quietly cross-legged, as a piece of red armor floated in the flames in front of him and finally turned into a ray of light that entered his mind. With a single thought, flames surrounded him, and within the blaze, the red armor appeared. At this moment, the Holy Infant seemed like an ancient divine general, exuding great authority and power. Over the years, the Holy Infant had completely refined that 6th-level treasure. Besides its strong defense, this treasure slightly enhanced the user's aura and spirit. Paired with the Holy Infant's 3 treasures, facing a 6th circle wizard, it now had some ability to protect itself. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and a year had gone by. On this day, Levi, who had just refined his 21st maximum soul, let out a breath of turbid air. Through the Holy Infant, Levi learned that Mia had found information about the host god fruit. In 1 month's time, there would be a high-level wizard gathering in the realm of Hell's Dragonbone Mountain Range area, only accessible to those above the 5th circle. The gathering would bear news about the host god fruit. However, such a gathering would surely involve 6th circle wizards, thus carrying certain dangers. After pondering for a moment, Levi decided to take the risk. The host god fruit was something he was determined to obtain. He wanted to use this treasure to refine a shadow avatar. The creation of the shadow avatar might also provide some insights for the stagnant path of the Holy Infant clone. Levi checked the rare treasures and wizard tools within his body, reviewed his strategies, and quietly left. The realm of Hell. The Dragonbone mountain range was one of the 4 major areas in this realm. In this vast and endless range of mountains, which resembled a dragon's skeleton, many wizard organizations were scattered. The overlord of this region was the Dragonbone Holy Tower, a top wizard organization with nearly 20 primordial soul wizards in the open, even more than the witch's family. It was one of the 4 giants of the School of Death, having produced several grand wizards over the millennia. Currently, there's a grand wizard inside the tower, just serving in the central realm. Because of the detached status of grand wizards and legendary wizards, experts above level 9 from various schools mostly spend their time in the central realm to prevent these individuals, who stand at the pinnacle of civilization, from directly interfering with the normal operation of wizard civilization. Besides the Dragonbone Holy Tower, there are dozens of other high-level wizard organizations of varying sizes in this area. Most of them, however, have only 1 or 2 sixth circle wizards. On this day, at the edge of the Dragonbone mountain range, a wizard clad in a grey robe with an ordinary appearance flew across the sky. An undead skeleton of level 2 had just crawled out of a cave when it was caught by a slender black hand stretching down from the sky, a mile long. In midair, an ancient book emanated light, drawing the undead into its pages. This person was Levi, visiting the realm of Hell for the first time, where he discovered many wild undead creatures. He remembered that most of the slots in his Book of Death were empty, so he decided to become a sort of Pokemon master there, capturing innocent undead everywhere he went. Along the way, he captured hundreds of low-level undead creatures. He also caught a fair number of level 3 and level 4 ones, but those above level 5 were extremely rare. With half a month to go before the gathering, he had plenty of time to fill up his Book of Death. Thus, 10 days went by. Levi's figure was busy capturing undead creatures in the Dragonbone mountain range, tirelessly and relentlessly. Eventually, the Book of Death was completely filled, and Levi sent all the undead from the book to the graveyard of death within the fairyland. This place could convert elemental power into negative energy and death aura, mimicking the living environment for the undead. Under the Dead Soul Date Tree, swordsman Jerry had entered the middle stage of level 5, with formidable strength. His sword skill was so profound that even Levi couldn't help praising him highly. In addition, both the Scythe Demon Spirit and the Vengeful Spirit Girl had advanced to level 5. The former was appointed by Levi as the gatekeeper of the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison, while the latter cultivated within the fairyland. The Vengeful Spirit Girl possessed the skill, Cursed Puppet, which could kill those below level 4 from afar and cause backlash with physical suffering for level 5 experts. Therefore, Levi paid more and more attention to her. After all, curses and foreknowledge are generally realms only primordial soul wizards would delve into. The Vengeful Spirit Girl's abilities might prove useful in the future. Levi's brows were slightly furrowed. Someone is coming. He flickered into the void and vanished from that place. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.